You're live? Hi, hello, good afternoon. Am I clearly audible to all of you? Welcome to Physics Wallah Pure English. My name is Upasana Mongia, your biology mentor, and today we are going to start with complete marathon of biology for class 10, but in pure English. This channel is completely dedicated to those students who want to study or understand subjects in English language. So today is the day to study biology. How is everyone? Let me know if I am clearly audible to all of you so that we can start with the revision of all the chapters. Hi, good afternoon. Am I clearly audible? Let me know in the comment section if I am audible to all of you. Hi, Neti, good afternoon. Hi, Adi, how are you? Hi, Rajput Sherni. Hi, Prashant. Hi, Kunal. Diagram video will also come on Physics Wallah Foundation. Let us start. So let us start. Share this video with all your friends who want to study in English. Since I told you the whole channel is dedicated for English medium students who want to understand in English. Hi to everyone. Hi to everyone. Good afternoon. PYQs, I will tell you all the important concepts on which PYQs can come, and yes, I have certain questions in the end of the chapter also. So without any further delay, let us start. Those who are saying, ma'am, we want to study in Hindi also, so please note down that we are going to have another marathon in complete Hindi language on Physics Wallah Foundation. Know this channel. This channel is completely dedicated to those students who want to study in English. Okay. So, hi Natik, miss you all too, and let us start, okay? What are the chapters that we are going to cover today? We are going to start with life process, control and coordination, how do organisms reproduce, our environment, heredity and evolution. These are the certain chapters. Since evolution is deleted from the syllabus, we are not going to do it. These are the most important chapters that we are going to cover today. CBSE we are targeting, and your biology is of 30 marks out of 80. You all know this, right? There is biology is composed of 30 marks out of 80 overall in overall science, and these are the chapters that we have to cover. When I talk about this chapter, life process, it has the maximum weightage, 7 marks. Will be covered from this chapter. All types of questions can come from all the chapters, so you have to be prepared. There is no such blueprint that only MCQs are going to come from one particular chapter or long questions are going to come from this chapter. There is nothing like that. Any type of question can come from any of the chapter. Then there is control and coordination, very important, and you guys find it little difficult because there are some plant hormones which you have to memorize, the functions of the hormones which you have to memorize. But do not worry at all, I will make it easy for you in the chapter today, in the session today. Then one of the lengthiest chapters, that is how do organisms reproduce. This is also we are going to cover today. And easy peasy chapter, that is our environment. This also carries a good weightage. It comes of 5 marks. Okay, please note down, it comes of 5 marks. And then there is heredity, small chapter. You find it little difficult, but my job is to make it easy for you, so do not worry, we are going to cover everything. Yes, I will take doubts also. Okay, Natik, HK Sharma, good afternoon. So let us start. Give me a thumbs up in the comment section so I can see how excited my ninjas are today for the session. Hi Ritesh, give me a thumbs up in the comment section, everybody, so that we can start with the session. We can start with our first chapter, that is life process. The first chapter, that is life process. First of all, I am going to give you an overview of this chapter, and I will be giving you handwritten notes meanwhile so that you can also write things in your examination. Ready? Very nice. Okay, so life process. This chapter targets all the processes which are to be conducted by any living organism. For example, you and me, for example, all the plants and animals, they are conducting some processes to survive and to live. What are those life processes we are going to talk about? First of all, we are going to talk about nutrition. What does nutrition mean? Nutrition means all the organisms, either it is plant, animal or any microorganism, let's say bacteria, viruses and fungus, all those are going to have some kind of nutrition. They are going to take food and then digest it and make energy from it. And I am talking about energy, right? The process of making energy from the food is known as respiration. So second life process that we are going to talk about is respiration. Then after respiration, we are going to talk about circulation or transportation. And both the processes, all the processes in plants and animals, both. Right? Good, Ritesh. You have so many doubts. It's okay, Sahil. All the doubts will be covered once you finish the marathon. Yes, Chiku, this lecture is enough for the board's final revision. Can we start attempting the question paper from section D? Don't do that, Natik. Matlab, it is possible. Obviously, it is easy for you. You have to be very particular while writing down the question number and the answer number you are attempting. But if you want my advice, I would suggest to go from first section A and then section B and section C and section D. Do not shuffle your sections because it becomes difficult for the examinee, for the invigilator to mark or answer or to check your answer sheet. It becomes difficult for the examiner. So try to do things or attempt things in sequence only. Hi Avinash, good afternoon. Thank you Priyanka. Hi Rihana. No, do not start from any other section. Please stay fixed to the sequence. Okay. Chalo, let us start. Then circulation and last one is excretion. How many of you know the difference between excretion and egestion? बता सकता है मुझे कोई comments में what is the difference between excretion and egestion? Tell me quickly. Ma'am, sample paper or PYQ say which one is better to do in gap days? Sample paper itself include previous year questions. There is only, see, understand this, how many sample papers do you have to cover? 1 or 2, right? Only 2 and 3 sample papers are there hardly. But how many PYQs are there? At least make sure that you are attempting last 5 years question paper. You are covering all the questions from last 5 years. We are going to talk about everything in sequence only, okay? Taking in food and removing waste from the body. That is the answer of Atharv. Kamlesh is saying excretion means removal of waste. Okay. Thank you, Aditya. Heredity is confusing. Yes, I understand. But I will make it easy for you. Do not worry at all. But you will have to wait till the end, till we reach to that chapter. Yes. Excretion means removal of the waste from the body, but in excretion we do not talk about solid waste. We are talking about other types of waste. For example, we talk about carbon dioxide, we talk about nitrogenous waste, for example urea and uric acid and creatinine. These are the toxic substances that are deposited in our cells and to be removed with the help of excretion process. This is covered in excretion. But when we talk about number 2, when we talk about this, okay, removal of this from the body is known as egestion. Is this color visible to all of you? Removal of this from the body, which is the solid waste, we call it feces, that is known as egestion. I hope this doubt is clear. So many of you have the doubt between the difference in these two terms, hence you know the doubt. What is the meaning of egestion? Removal of the solid waste. And what is the meaning of excretion? We talk about urine here. Because urine mostly removes most of the waste substances from the body. Okay, now let us start with the very first process, that is nutrition. Ready? You need to be very active in the comment section and keep telling me that yes, you are ready. Write down quickly that are you ready? I am waiting for the response. Why not, Rehana? Obviously you should watch it. Let's talk about nutrition first. Still waiting for the comments. Are you all ready? Nutrition. Yes, ready. Very nice. What is the definition of the process? Nutrition simply means taking the food inside the body and digest it. Taking the food inside the body and digest it. That is nutrition. Digest it. And it is divided into 5 parts. Quickly write down the name of the 5 steps of nutrition. Do not wait. Do not worry about anything, students. We are going to cover all the topics. We have whole day. We have a complete whole day marathon. So all the topics will be covered. Do not panic. Do not worry. But we are going to move stepwise and sequence-wise. I cannot pick the doubts from the comment section and start working on it directly. I will pick the sequence and move accordingly. Okay. Now, what is the first step of nutrition? Ingestion. What is the second step? Digestion. What is the third step? Absorption. What is the fourth step? Assimilation. And the last one would be egestion. Fifth one would be egestion. These are the 5 steps of nutrition. Do you agree? Yes, these are the 5 steps. Ingestion simply means taking the food inside the body. Taking the food inside the body. This is the meaning of ingestion. Ingestion, taking the food inside the body. Now please understand, there are different modes of nutrition. There are different modes of nutrition. These are the steps. Now when I talk about modes of nutrition, there are 2 basically modes. What are those? Waiting answers in the comment section. Modes of nutrition. There are 2 modes of nutrition. What should I write here? What should I write here? Yes, there are 2 types. What should I write here? Handwritten notes, Malhotra. With handwritten notes, I meant I will be writing on the board, not any PDF, okay? Holozoic, are you sure? Holozoic? That's what I was expecting in the answer. No, Malhotra. Yes, Rehana is right. We are talking about autotrophic and heterotrophic nutrition. Autotrophic and second one is heterotrophic nutrition. Autotrophic and heterotrophic nutrition. Let's talk about these 2 in detail now. Auto and heterotrophic. Autotrophic and heterotrophic. What is the meaning of the term auto? I'm not talking about that 3-wheeler. What is the meaning of auto? Can you tell me? Auto simply means self. And the term trophic means nutrition. Nutrition. So those organisms who can complete the nutrition process all by themselves are known as autotrophs, and this type of process is known as autotrophic nutrition. The organisms who are making the food themselves in their own body, that is known as autotrophic nutrition. Do not confuse this term by cooking. Cooking is a different process. Our raw materials are coming from plants, from autotrophs, okay? So cooking is a different process. Don't say that, ma'am, we also cook food for ourselves. We also cook Maggi, we also make chai, we also make toast and all. That is not autotrophic nutrition. Autotrophic nutrition is conducted by green plants. Majority green plants. Can you cite some other examples also? Can you cite some other examples of autotrophic nutrition? Other than green plants, do we have any other organism on earth who is going to perform autotrophic nutrition? You all know, you are reading about this from the very beginning, from very junior classes. Yes, some bacteria are there. Which bacteria? One is cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria, commonly we call it blue-green algae. It is able to perform photosynthesis. It is able to perform photosynthesis. Okay. Then there is also some bacteria who are using chemicals. One is purple bacteria, one is sulfur bacteria. These 2 bacteria are using chemicals to perform photosynthesis. These 2 bacteria are using chemicals to perform photosynthesis. So, autotrophic nutrition, these are using light. They are performing autotrophic nutrition. And these 2 are using chemicals. So, we call it chemoautotrophic nutrition. Chemoautotrophic nutrition. Now, let's quickly jump to heterotrophic nutrition. Ready? Hetero means different. The term hetero means different, and trophic again means nutrition. So those organisms who are dependent on other organisms to consume their food, that type of nutrition is known as heterotrophic nutrition. This is further divided into 3 more types. What are those? One is parasitic, then holozoic, and the last one would be, tell me Kamlesh Malhotra, last one would be? Important questions. Okay, I will be discussing all the important questions also. Okay, have patience. This is a long session. Right. Saprotrophic nutrition. Saprotrophic nutrition. Now, what is the meaning of parasitic? Now, parasitic nutrition is the type of nutrition in which organisms are dependent on some kind of host to get their food. For example, just imagine that there is this guy named Dugu. There is a guy named Dugu, okay? Now, in his intestine, there are some worms present. What these worms are going to do, whatever food is consumed by Dugu will reach his intestine, and that semi or half digested food will be consumed by these worms, and these worms are example of parasitic nutrition. This guy is the host for the organism. Now let's take one more example. Let's say he has very long hair, and in his hair you see some lice. Do you know what is lice? हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं lice को? जुएं बोलते हैं, है ना? So these are lice. The lice is also an example of parasitic nutrition. Because lice is dependent. What is the food of lice here? Lice is dependent on the blood of this kid, of this child. Okay, and leeches also. So organisms in which there is a host body, that type of nutrition is known as parasitic nutrition. Next one would be holozoic nutrition. Holozoic, the term means whole. Holozoic means whole. When any organism is consuming another organism completely, पूरा का पूरा दूसरा जानवर अपनी body के अंदर ले लिया, that type of nutrition is holozoic nutrition. Yes, Avinash, Cuscuta is also the right example of a plant whose nature is parasitic. Okay. Now, saprotrophic nutrition means those organisms who are surviving on dead species, dead plants and animals. What are the examples of saprotrophic nutrition? Bacteria, fungus, mushroom. कभी आप लोगों के घर पे कोई पुरानी मिठाई आई है? Which is, you know, quite old and which is not fresh. 5-6 दिन हो गए हैं, पुरानी हो गई है. What happens? You see some kind of fungus growing over it. You see the very weird smell is coming from the food. That is because of these saprotrophs who are eating that food basically. Now, one more point that you need to memorize about saprotrophs or this type of nutrition, I am writing here that they digest the food outside their body. Digest food outside their body. Let's just say there is an old apple over here. The apple is quite old and decayed and rotting. What happens? What is bacteria going to do? This bacteria will digest the apple into very small particles outside his body, and then that digested food will be consumed by the bacteria. This type of question can also come, like among these three in which the food is digested outside the body. In holozoic nutrition, which is conducted by us, the food is digested inside our body, but in saprotrophic nutrition, the food is digested outside the body. Diagrams can come both ways, for drawing also and for labeling also. Yes, Weber, we are going to cover certain examples. You need to listen to me very carefully, because whatever I am telling here, that this point is important or this concept is important, that simply covers your previous year concepts, your previous year questions. Okay. Is that clear? Are we ready to move to the next topic? We have talked about, not yet, we are not starting about nutrition in them. Can you identify these organisms? Can you identify these two organisms? Parasitic it is. Parasitic nutrition means the organisms who need some kind of host body. वो जानवर जिनको दूसरे कोई organism की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, उनकी body के अंदर जो आधा digested खाना है या पूरा digested खाना है, वो उसको लेते हैं. Vulture. Vulture is an example of scavenger, beta. Vulture is an example of scavenger. What are scavengers? Scavengers are organisms who are eating dead meat, who are eating dead corpses or dead organisms. जो dead bodies को खाए ना, उनको vultures बोलते हैं. Yes, very nice. This is amoeba, your favorite amoeba, and the second one would be paramecium. Both are microscopic organism. Both are microscopic organism, right? And both are found in water, okay? Both are aquatic. No, that's not leishmania, that is paramecium, okay? Now understand this. How does amoeba and paramecium consumes its food? Very, very important. Very, very important. I am going to write down here nutrition in amoeba. Nutrition in amoeba. Nutrition in amoeba. Amoeba is, let's talk about PYQs. Let's talk about PYQs. Tell me, amoeba is, you have to choose from these two options. Amoeba is prokaryotic or eukaryotic. Amoeba is prokaryotic or eukaryotic. I am starting with the poles here. You have to tell me, you have to choose between these two. Oh wait, we do not have poles. We do not have poles. Wait for a while. Wait for a while, I am getting it all settled up. I am getting it all settled up. Wait for a while. Wait for a while, okay? I will get the pole settled up. Wait for a while. You can write down the answers in the comment section till then. Can you write down the answers in the comment section till then? Yes, I can see all the answers here. Some of you are writing option A. Some of you are writing option B. Okay, I have connected with the studio person. Soon you will get the polls here. Do not worry at all. You will get the polls. For now, let's manage in the comments only. So, you are saying right answer is option B. Yes, you are absolutely right. Amoeba is eukaryotic organism. What are eukaryotic organisms? Who has a well-defined nucleus. Those organisms who have a well-defined nucleus are termed as eukaryotic organisms. Okay? It is obviously unicellular. It was one of the PYQs. Systole and diastole. Yes, Vaibhav, we are going to do it, but not now. When I will teach circulation, only then we are going to talk about it. Nutrition in amoeba, it is going to perform all the steps. The first step would be ingestion. So let's just say amoeba. This is amoeba with the nucleus. Let's give it a beautiful face. What will happen when amoeba sees that there is some kind of food particle roaming around? What amoeba is going to do? This is the food particle. This is the food particle. And this is your sweet amoeba. It is going to extend its cytoplasm. It is going to extend its cytoplasm. And this extended cytoplasm is known as pseudopodia. What it is known as? Pseudopodia. Now this pseudopodia is going to grab the food and also for the movement. Also for the movement of the organism. The two functions of pseudopodia, one is locomotion and one is capturing of food. One is capturing of food. Very nice. It is known as false feet. It is known as false feet. And the process, let's see who is going to tell me. The process of capturing this food particle and taking it inside the body is known as what? The food is inside already. The food is inside. This is the food particle. Here food vacuole is formed. ठीक है मैं करा दूंगी. This is food vacuole. ये concept खत्म करते हैं उसके बाद पोल लगाना. ठीक है. This is food vacuole. Food vacuole is formed when the food is inside the body. Endocytosis, phagocytosis, both the terms are right. What is meaning of phagocytosis? Phagocytosis. I am writing here very, very important. Very, very important term. Phagocytosis means cell eating. Cell eating. This is phagocytosis. Cell eating. And what is endocytosis? It is similar to this. Endocytosis means taking something inside the body. Endocytosis means taking something inside the body. So now here food vacuole is formed. Here food vacuole is formed. Now within the cytoplasm some digestive enzymes will be released. What will be released? Digestive enzymes. Very strong enzymes which are going to break this food into very small particles. See how I am going to make the next step? This is amoeba. The food particle is gone. The food particle will be damaged, or you can say digested. This is the food particle now. The bigger particle is broken down into simpler substances with the help of digestive enzymes. Now here digestion is completed. This food will be absorbed by the body. Amoeba will grow in size. Look at the size of amoeba. Amoeba is now big, happy and healthy. And the waste substance will be removed from the body. Digestion will also happen. Digestion will also happen. Always write long answers in points, Malhotra. All the students, if you are writing or attempting any long answer, you should write in points. Now, can I have your 1 minute so that we can set up polls here? The screen will turn black. I will not be visible to you for 30 to 40 seconds because we are setting the poll here. Are you all ready? Waiting for the comments? Tell me. Give me a thumbs up quickly because I am going to disappear for a few seconds so that I can get the poll here. Right? Right? Okay. Okay. We can take the help of the studio person now. Okay. Am I visible? We are back again. In exam, diagram will come in the form of drawing itself or labeling. That is the doubt of Shivesh. Now listen, in both ways diagram can come. Either you have to draw the diagram or you will have to label the diagrams. In both ways diagrams can come. Okay. So you have to prepare accordingly. Nutrition in amoeba, we have done this. These were the steps. Same steps will be covered by paramecium. Same steps will be covered by paramecium. Now, are you going to start with the nutrition in humans? Are you ready to start with it? What is the meaning of nutrition in humans? Nutrition in humans will also cover 5 steps. From eating chole bhature, from eating pizzas and burgers, all that food is going to go into your mouth and will be broken down into very small pieces. And it will pass with the help of food pipe into your belly. We call it stomach. Okay. Then inside the stomach it will be churned and again broken down into very smaller particles. After stomach, it is going to enter inside your small intestine. Okay. Final digestion will be completed in small intestine. But there are 2 accessory organs who are not ready, who never takes the food inside their body, but they add their secretions inside the small intestine to aid the process of digestion. What are those accessory glands? What are those accessory glands? Those glands are liver and pancreas. Yes, question can also come from the activities. But 1 marked question, MCQ based question can come from the activity, not long answers. Yes, liver and pancreas are going to add their secretions inside the small intestine to help the digestion. Now, I have a poll question for you. Where is digestion completed? Where is digestion completed? Ready for the poll? The two options are small intestine and the other one would be large intestine. Come on, it is very easy question. I am expecting 100% result over here. Let us start. You have 30 seconds. Answer this. Only choose between A and B. Only choose between A and B. Okay, I can see most of you writing the answers. Pankaj is asking what are alpha cells, beta cells and delta cells. Beta, these are the cells in the pancreas. Alpha cells are responsible for releasing glucagon. Beta cells are responsible for releasing the hormone insulin. And delta cells are going to release somatostatin. This whole topic is out of syllabus, so let's not talk about it. And the right answer is option A. Option A. Let's see. Only 81%. Very bad. Why this percentage thinks large intestine is the answer? I'm talking about the digestion completion. The whole process ends in the small intestine. Oh, so the topper here is Hydra. Do you know what is Hydra? Hydra is a simple multicellular organism. So Preet is there, Vinay is there, Rishabh is there. Brawl Stars, Nidhi, Sian, Rajput, Shabnam, Ritu, Devan, CDDH Facts, Priyanka. Now let us start with the process in detail. Let us start with the process in detail. Hi Vinay. Miss you guys too. Villi is the part of small intestine. Sai, villi is the part of small intestine. Yes, I am going to draw the diagrams here myself. Okay, I will draw the diagrams for you. Now, parts of alimentary canal. Let's read it. There is mouth, there is pharynx, there is esophagus, there is stomach, small intestine, large intestine, rectum and anus. Do you guys want me to draw this diagram for you? Shall I draw this? Okay. We start with the mouth itself. Here is the mouth. Here is the mouth. Okay. Now mouth will open into food pipe, but there is also a nasal cavity, there is also nasal passage that is entering. From here air enters and from here food enters. So this is mouth. Do you see this area? From here air can also pass, from here food can also pass. This common passage is known as pharynx. Pharynx is the common passage from where food can also pass and air can also pass. This is food pipe or esophagus. Food pipe or esophagus. Then food pipe opens into stomach. A J-shaped muscular organ, stomach. Okay. Now this stomach will open into small intestine. Always remember, stomach will open into small intestine. Stomach will always open into small intestine, never into large intestine. Remember this. Let's draw the large intestine. Large intestine is placed outside here. This is large intestine. This is large intestine. And here we have liver. Here we have liver. Just below the liver, there is another gland named as gallbladder. Can you tell me what is the function of gallbladder? What is the function of gallbladder? Can you tell me? Here is a pouch-like structure named as gallbladder. This gallbladder is going to store bile juice from the liver itself. Just below the stomach, we also have another leaf-like organ named as pancreas. All the diagrams are incomplete without labeling. So let me label it. Liver. Below liver you have gallbladder. Then here it is pancreas. This is your small intestine. Outside you have large intestine. And this bottom part is known as rectum, and just below rectum you will have anus, from where the waste food is removed from the body. Right. The function of gallbladder is to store bile juice. Done. How does this diagram look? See, note down, liver and pancreas are the accessory glands that help in digestion. Now what happens when the food is entered into the mouth? Digestion in mouth. Digestion in mouth. What happens in the mouth? First of all, teeth is going to churn the food. Teeth is going to churn the food. हमारे teeth खाने को बिल्कुल churn कर देंगे, है ना? Then tongue is going to give you a taste of food, and tongue is also going to help in mixing the food with the saliva. Mixing the food with the saliva will be done by tongue, which is known as mastication of food. Mastication of food. And then last, you have salivary gland in your mouth. Salivary glands will produce a juice named as saliva, and saliva has an enzyme, salivary amylase. Salivary amylase. Now this enzyme will act on the carbohydrates and break down food into very, very simpler substances. Right? Let's move to the... Note down some of the basics that are going to help you. Note down some of the basics that are going to help you. In our body, we have glands. What is the meaning of glands? Who is going to tell me? What is the meaning of glands? Yes, Rishabh, you are right. Maltose will be formed. Okay. What is the size of small intestine? I don't remember the number, beta. I don't remember the number. Same here, Vinay. Which component is digestive in stomach? What is the function of villi? I am asking what is gland, not the types of glands. Okay, now glands are special areas in our body which are going to secrete something. So can we call that secretion a juice? Can we call that secretion a juice? All the glands are going to secrete some kind of juice, and that juice will have enzymes. That juice will have enzymes. What are enzymes? Enzymes are chemicals. Enzymes are chemicals which speed up the chemical reaction. Which speed up the chemical reaction. This is the function of enzymes. To speed up the chemical reaction. This is done by enzymes, and those enzymes are present in the juice secreted by the glands. Now in your mouth, there are certain glands. Where are those glands located? One just below the ear, Here, one gland is present here. Another gland is present in the lower jaw, and one is present just below the tongue. These three are salivary glands. Those are secreting the juice. What is the juice here? Saliva. And those juice has enzymes. What is the name of the enzyme here? Salivary amylase. What is the name of the enzyme here? Salivary amylase. Now one more thing that you need to understand. Whatever the food you are eating, it will have carbohydrates. It will have proteins. It will also have proteins. It will also have fats. Vitamins and minerals. Okay. And this is your cell. Here I am going to make the cell. This is your body cell. Okay. Now the problem is that carbohydrate is a very large molecule. Proteins and fats are also the large molecule. We perform the nutrition process Because all these food particles, these large food particles are to be broken down into very simple substances. These are complex food material. This is complex food material. This complex food will be broken down into simple food, so that that food can enter in the cell. Can these particles enter inside the cell? So the answer is no. All these food particles are to be broken down into very small substances so that they can enter inside the cell. Carbohydrates are broken down into glucose, and glucose will be very happy to take a place inside the cell. Proteins are broken down into amino acids. Amino acids are quite small. They can enter inside the cell. And fats are broken down into fatty acids and glycerol. Fatty acids and glycerol, which can enter inside the cell. ठीक है, ये बड़े बड़े फूड के सब्सटेंसेस हैं, इनको छोटे पीसेस में ब्रेक करना पड़ेगा ताकि ये सेल के अंदर एंटर कर सके. इसी प्रोसेस को हम डाइजेशन बोलते हैं. तो अब जो आपने salivary amylase कंज्यूम किया, this salivary amylase, what is going to happen? This salivary amylase will act on carbohydrates. Now I have a question for all of you. Ready for the question? Which nutrient is partially means half, not completely. Which nutrition is partially digested in the mouth? We are talking about the mouth here, and I am asking about the nutrient that is partially digested. The options are fats, carbohydrates, or proteins. I am talking about only mouth here. Let's see how many of you can give the right answer. Answer quickly. And the right answer will be, yes, good. The right answer is option B, carbohydrates. Option B. 95%, very nice. Balvinder, Kraxi, Kunal, Vinay, fun video, Gauri, Rani, Shabnam, Harshit. Now understand, only 30% of carbohydrates are digested in the mouth. Only 30%. You eat roti, you eat राइस है ना, उसके अंदर कार्बोहाइड्रेट होता है, उसका 30% हमारे माउथ के अंदर डाइजेस्ट होना शुरू हो जाता है. ठीक है. नाउ व्हाट हैपेंस नेक्स्ट, दैट फूड फ्रॉम द माउथ विल पास इनटू द food pipe, and from the food pipe it will enter inside the stomach. Now there is a movement known as peristalsis. What it is? Peristalsis or peristaltic movement. What is the meaning of peristalsis? Beta, understand. Peristalsis means it is simply the contraction and relaxation of the muscles. हमारी जितनी भी बॉडी की मसल्स है, एलिमेंट्री कैनाल की बात कर रही हूँ, वो अपनी पोजीशन से कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करती हैं एंड देन दे रिलैक्स. द प्रोसेस ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्शन एंड रिलैक्सेशन इज नोन एज पेरिस्टाल्सिस. एंड व्हाई डज दैट हैपन? ताकि फूड नीचे जा सके, सो दैट द मूवमेंट ऑफ फूड कैन टेक प्लेस टू द टारगेटेड ऑर्गन, right? Okay, now peristalsis is done, the contraction and relaxation movement. Now the food is going to enter inside the stomach, but before entering the stomach there is a sphincter muscle here. There is a sphincter muscle between esophagus and stomach. Can you tell me the name of this sphincter muscle? Let's see how many of you are ready for the boards. How many of you are completely prepared? Tell me the name of this sphincter muscle, the one which is present between the esophagus and the stomach. Tell me quickly. Glycolysis, we will talk about it. Yes, Rishiraj. Esophageal sphincter. What is the answer? Esophageal sphincter. Esophageal sphincter. Esophageal sphincter. Right? So, this is the sphincter muscle which helps in, basically, what is the role of this muscle? Once the food has entered inside the stomach, there is no chance for this food to move back. Let's just say you are hanging upside down and you are trying to eat something. What will happen? That food will again go inside the stomach only. It is not going to come back to your mouth. The reason being, this sphincter muscle which is acting like a door and it is preventing the backflow movement of the food. This is the main function of the sphincter muscle. Here the sphincter muscle which is present between esophagus and stomach, the name is esophageal sphincter. Remember the name of another sphincter muscle which is present between stomach and small intestine. Here small intestine starts. Here also one sphincter muscle is present. Can you tell me the name of this one which is present between small intestine and stomach? What is the name of this one? ईशा, दिस इज इंग्लिश मीडियम चैनल. यहाँ पर हम सारी बातें इंग्लिश मीडियम में ही, इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में करते हैं बेटा. आपकी हिंदी में मैराथन होगी PW फाउंडेशन के ऊपर बाय समृद्धि मैम, सो वेट फॉर दैट. Here we are going to talk in English only, क्योंकि ये उन्हीं बच्चों के लिए चैनल है जिनको इंग्लिश में ही समझना है. ठीक है? Yes, the name is pyloric sphincter. Pyloric sphincter. इसका काम भी यही है. The pyloric sphincter also works in the same way that it does not allow the backward movement of the food from the intestine to the stomach. So these are the sphincter muscle. If the question comes that what is the function of these sphincter muscles, the function is to prevent the backflow of the food. Okay, to prevent the reverse movement of the food. Now, let's just say the food has entered inside the stomach. Let's just talk about the digestion in stomach. This is your stomach, okay? Let's imagine this is your stomach. Now inside the stomach, in the walls of the stomach, the walls are quite rough. The walls are quite rough. The walls has a gland named as gastric gland. Inside the stomach, the gland's name is gastric glands. And these glands are going to produce some juice. What is the name of juice? Gastric juice. What is the name of juice? Gastric juice. And that gastric juice will have 3 enzymes. What is the name of those enzymes? One is HCl, one is pepsin, and one is mucus. HCl, pepsin and mucus. HCl, pepsin and mucus. What is the function of HCl? Let's write it down here. What is the function of HCl? It will kill the germs, beta. It will kill the germs. Imagine you have eaten some bhel puri or some junk food from the thalas or street shop that is 100% contaminated with some kind of germs. So HCl is the one which is going to kill those germs once the food enters inside your stomach. Second function of HCl is to activate the pepsin. Activate pepsin. Once the pepsin is activated, it is going to digest proteins. So pepsin is responsible for acting on the proteins. How you are going to memorize? It is also starting with P and proteins also starts with P. So pepsin is the one which is responsible for digestion of proteins and breaking down into amino acids. And last one is mucus. What is the function of mucus? Mucus is going to protect the inner lining of the stomach. You all know how harmful this HCl can be inside our stomach. HCl has its pros and cons. HCl is present in our stomach. It has a very main function to kill the germs and activate this pepsin. But still, our cells are very delicate to come in contact with the HCl. Mucus is the savior here. Mucus is going to prevent the lining or the cells of the stomach from the harmful secretions of HCl. It acts as a barrier. There is a pool of HCl in between. There is a mucus layer to prevent the entry of HCl inside the cells of the stomach. Which gland digests proteins? No. Balwinder, your question is wrong. You should ask which enzyme digests proteins. So, answer will be pepsin. And in stomach only pepsin is present. In stomach only pepsin is present. One more thing. In infants, जो छोटे बच्चे होते हैं ना, दूध पीते हुए बच्चे होते हैं, उनके अंदर रेनिन होता है, रेनिन होता है जो कि मिल्क प्रोटीन को डाइजेस्ट करता है. Renin is going to digest the milk protein. Renin is going to digest milk protein. Yes, Priyanshu, absolutely right. ये कौन सा बोर्ड है बेटा? सिर्फ बोर्ड को हम टारगेट नहीं कर रहे, यहाँ पर हम इंग्लिश में पढ़ रहे हैं. ठीक है. Yes, all the concepts can come in exam. Function of HCl can also come in exam. Now we are going to move to the next topic. That is, let me write down here, digestion in small intestine. Digestion in small intestine. From the stomach, the food is going to enter inside the small intestine. Stomach से कहाँ जाएगा बेटा खाना? Small intestine में जाएगा. Now inside this small intestine, what will happen? Let us study. The food has entered inside the small intestine, but do you remember, even till now the digestion of fats has not started. So what is going to happen? There were two accessory glands, liver and pancreas. Liver and pancreas. Liver and pancreas. Both are going to add their secretions inside the small intestine. Liver will secrete. Liver is the largest gland of our body. Liver is the largest gland of our body. And liver is going to secrete bile juice. Bile juice. Please remember, first of all tell me, क्या bile juice के अंदर enzymes होते हैं? This is my question. क्या bile juice के अंदर enzymes होते हैं? Option A is yes. Option B is no. I am starting the poll and I need to get your answer. क्या bile juice के अंदर enzymes होते हैं? Do bile juice has enzymes? Any kind of enzymes? Tell me. Do bile juice have any kind of enzymes? So, the right answer is option B, no. Bile juice does not have any enzymes. See, 60% of the students gave the wrong answer. It is an exception, beta. Priyanshu, Tanish, Dhruvika, Gaurav, Zishan, Shabnam, Arun, Sania. Please note down that bile juice is the exception here. It does not have any enzymes. Bile juice does not have enzymes. I know I told you that all the glands are going to produce some kind of juice and it will have certain enzymes. But please note down, bile juice is an exception here. It will not have any kind of enzymes. What it is going to have, it will have some pigments. It will have the pigments, okay, which is not the part of syllabus. The question was only restricted that do bile juice has any kind of enzymes? Answer will be no. Now, what is the function of this bile juice? Remember the fats that you take every day in your food, the ghee you eat, the butter you eat, all the cheese you eat, it has some kind of fat molecules. That fat molecule is actually broken down into smaller fat molecules. We don't call this process as digestion. Digestion means breaking the bonds of the chemicals. That is digestion. But here the digestion is not happening. Only the large fat molecule is broken down into simple, smaller fat molecules, and the process is known as emulsification. The process is known as emulsification. This is a large fat globule. These are small fat globules. Small fat globules. Or we can also call it emulsified fats. emulsified fats. Where this process is happening? Inside the small intestine. What is pancreas going to do? What will be the function of pancreas here? Let's write down what will be the function of pancreas. This is pancreas. Now pancreas is also a gland, pancreatic gland. It will secrete pancreatic juice. It will secrete pancreatic juice. And pancreatic juice will secrete some enzymes. Pancreatic juice will secrete enzymes. What are the enzymes? One is pancreatic amylase. Second one is trypsin. And third one is lipase. Amylase, the name itself says it is going to act on carbohydrates. Trypsin will help in digestion of the proteins. And lipase will act on emulsified fats. Lipase is going to break down these smaller fat molecules into fatty acids and glycerol. What is small intestine going to do? Small intestine will produce its own juice named as intestinal juice. Now, three things together are going to complete the digestion. What are those three things? The digestion is completed in small intestine, right? Liver is going to add its secretion, bile juice, which will emulsify the fats. One step. Second, pancreas. Pancreas will secrete pancreatic juice. Now, pancreatic juice has these three enzymes which is responsible for the digestion of these three nutrients. And last one would be intestinal juice itself released from the walls of the small intestine, and the digestion will be completed here. Clear? The digestion will be completed in small intestine. Done? Okay, now moving to the next point. Wait. We are not ready for mechanism of photosynthesis. Now, what is the next step? What is the next step? There was a very common doubt about the villi. What is villi? This is the structure of small intestine. Let's just say I have taken a very small piece of small intestine. Now, inside the wall of small intestine, there are these finger-like projections. There are these finger-like projections. These finger-like projections are known as villi. These finger-like projections are known as villi, and they are richly supplied with blood vessels. They are richly supplied with blood vessels. See? These are richly supplied with the blood vessels. Digestion is completed now inside the small intestine. What is the next step? Next step is absorption of food. Absorption of food. Absorption of digested food. Right? Now you remember the food is broken down. Carbohydrates are broken down into glucose. Proteins into amino acids. Fats into fatty acids and glycerol. These are the digested food materials. Now is the time for their absorption. What is going to happen? All these food particles will enter inside the blood. With the help of which process? Diffusion. Diffusion is going to help these molecules to enter inside the blood vessels. Okay. And what is the role of villi here? Villi will aid the process and help in increasing the surface area. You can see the villi are very constricted, lying very close to each other. But when the process of absorption starts, these villi increases the surface area like this. Increases the surface area like this. Okay. So, villi is going to increase the surface area for absorption. It will give the large surface so that diffusion can happen. So that glucose, amino acids can enter inside the blood vessels. These red lines are the blood vessels. So, villi is going to increase the surface area. You must have noticed after you eat any kind of meal, you feel quite bloated. Your abdominal size increases a bit. Why does that happen? Because absorption process is taking place in your body. Now, after this process, the next one would be absorption of water in the large intestine. What is this another pipe that I have drawn here? This is large intestine. What happens in large intestine? There is only one important function that you have to memorize about large intestine. Absorption of water. Absorption of water from undigested food. From undigested food takes place in large intestine. And that undigested food is also stored in the part of large intestine. Right, in the cecum basically, and then it is from cecum it passes to rectum and then removed from the anus. We call it, what do we call it? Digestion. We call it digestion. Clear? Now we have completed ingestion, digestion, absorption, assimilation and egestion. All the steps are completed. Now this was all about nutrition in humans. Now we can start with the nutrition in plants. Nutrition in plants. Nutrition in green plants particularly. This is our next topic. The process of nutrition in plants is known as photosynthesis because green plants are going to use light to prepare their food. What is the meaning of term photo? Light. And what is the meaning of synthesis? To make. To make. Now let's just imagine there is this hot sunny day and sunlight is reaching these green plants. The sunlight will enter the leaf of the plant because leaf is the kitchen of the plant. Leaf is the one where the synthesis of food is going to happen. Inside the leaf there are chloroplast, large plastids known as chloroplast, and inside the chloroplast there is plate-like structure, I call it, and these plate-like structures are known as grana. What is the name of this plate-like structure? Grana. The topmost plate-like structure, this one is known as thylakoid. What do we call it? Thylakoid. Thylakoid. Now inside the thylakoid, chlorophyll is present. Inside the thylakoid, chlorophyll is present. You all have studied that to conduct photosynthesis, to conduct the process photosynthesis, plants need chlorophyll. And this chlorophyll is responsible to impart green color to the plants, right? That is why we see all the leaves are quite green in color. Where is that chlorophyll found? Chlorophyll is found in the chloroplast of the plant cell. And even in the chloroplast, it is present inside the thylakoid membrane. And this chlorophyll is very, very important to start the process photosynthesis. What is going to happen? This light energy will come in small packets. We call these photons. The light energy comes in small particles named as photons. So imagine these photons are raining and coming over the thylakoid. Now these photons will activate the chlorophyll. It will give energy to the chlorophyll. And because of that, what is going to happen? Water will be broken down. The water in the plant cell will be broken down into some ions and oxygen gas. That is why we say that this oxygen is the byproduct of photosynthesis. The question comes that from where does this oxygen has come? Now let me set the poll for you. I have already given you a hint. My question is that oxygen, listen to the question, I am not writing it. ये जो oxygen है जो photosynthesis में आती है, from where does it come? From water or from carbon dioxide? These are your two options. Option number A is H2O and option number B is carbon dioxide. Setting the poll here, very easy question. I have just explained the concept. Let's see how many of you can give the right answer. Thank you, Shivam. No, this, Aditya, please understand, the language we talk about is English here, not the subject beta. not the subject. Glands are the organs from where some kind of, glands are special areas from where juice is released. Okay, Balvinder, this is for you. And in that juice, the chemicals named as enzymes are present. So the right answer is water, beta. Always remember, water. 95%, very nice. So we have Priyanshu, Anil. Priyanshu, very nice. You are playing very nice. Anil, Ayush, Gaurav, Arun, Ginni, Shabnam, Harsh. Shabnam is also playing really nice. Okay, so oxygen gas is coming from the water. Now, this oxygen gas is released, then rest carbon dioxide is going to make glucose in the plants. C6H12O6 is made up by the carbon dioxide. Okay, okay. Done. Now let's move to the next one. Well, let's move to the next one. What is this? This is the mechanism of photosynthesis. Now photosynthesis process takes place in two steps, light reaction and dark reaction, and it occurs in the mesophyll cells of the leaf. This diagram is quite important. What is this diagram about? This diagram, please, this diagram can come in the form of labeling. Imagine there is a leaf and we have cut it like this, and now you are seeing the cross section of the leaf. This is the way that you are looking at a leaf, okay? Now, what are the important parts? Upper and the lower layer of the leaf is covered by a waxy substance named as cuticle. You have a waxy cuticle here. This is wax-like cuticle which is present upper and the lower side. And then there is a layer of cells. There is a layer of cells. Those cells are known as epidermis. What are those cells? Epidermis. Just like we have an outer layer, skin, same way plants also have a skin-like structure named as epidermis. Upper epidermis and lower epidermis. Then below the epidermis, you see all kind of cells named as mesophyll cells. We call it mesophyll cells. Now, mesophyll cells are also of two types here. One, which are these rectangular shaped. We call these palisade layer, yeah, palisade cells. Palisade cells. And below palisade cells, you can see these round structured cells. There are air spaces present between these round structures. We call these spongy cells. Spongy cells. ऊपर वाले को palisade cells, नीचे वाले को spongy cells बोलते हैं, right? Now both these cells, palisade और spongy, दोनों ही mesophyll cells के type होते हैं. Now any question can come. दोनों ही cells के अंदर chloroplast होता है भर भर के, क्योंकि chloroplast के अंदर chlorophyll है और photosynthesis तो leaf ने ही करना है ना, that's why, right? Let's move to the next. What are the raw materials which are important for photosynthesis? Carbon dioxide, water, sunlight and chlorophyll. And this is the reaction of photosynthesis. Carbon dioxide, water, sunlight and chlorophyll. These four substances together form the oxygen gas, which is very important for animals. And the food is formed in the form of glucose. The food is formed in the form of glucose. Plants are continuously making large amount of glucose. That has to be stored somewhere, right? So, this glucose will be stored in the form of starch. This glucose will be stored in the form of starch in plants. ठीक है? Next one, stomata. What is the role of stomata in photosynthesis? Again an important question. Stomata क्या करता है photosynthesis कराने में? देखो बेटा, यहाँ पर हमारे पास leaf थी. We have a leaf here. आपको याद है that we needed water and carbon dioxide to perform photosynthesis. ये दोनों चीजें चाहिए और oxygen also needs to go out from the cell. Oxygen को बाहर भी जाना है. In that case, what is going to happen? In that case, stomata के lower epidermis के ऊपर आपको ऐसे guard shaped cells दिखते हैं. These guard shaped cells are known as, these guard shaped cells or kidney shaped cells are known as, these are part of stomata basically. And in the center, this area acts like a gate. It is a pore from where carbon dioxide can enter in the cell or water can leave the cell. So basically these are gate-like structures from where direct entry and exit of gases can take place, like water, carbon dioxide and oxygen. Let's read it out. Stomata, and stoma is the singular. Tiny openings on the epidermis of cell. Tiny openings on the epidermis of cell. What is the function? Help in gaseous exchange, and it helps in photosynthesis because it is allowing certain gases to enter inside the cell. It is controlling transpiration by opening and closing. Now what happens? Listen to one important thing. Stomata, these guard cells can open and close with the help of water content that is present inside these guard cells. So imagine if there is a lot of water inside these guard cells, the gate, the pore will be opened. But if there is very less water inside the guard cells, these cells will shrink. These cells will shrink like this, and the gate will be closed. The gate, see, here the gate is closed. Here the gate is closed, but here the gate is open. The pore is open because here the guard cells have large amount of water, but here the guard cells have very less amount of water. The cells are shrunk here. Water content in guard cells is more here, and here water in guard cells is very less. The opening and closing of these guard cells depend on the water content. बेटा हिंदी में नहीं पढ़ा सकती मैं इस चैनल के ऊपर. ये चैनल ही इंग्लिश मीडियम बच्चों के लिए है जिनको इंग्लिश में पढ़ना है. अगर आपको हिंदी में मैराथन देखनी है तो आपको वेट करना होगा. PW फाउंडेशन चैनल के ऊपर हिंदी की मैराथन होगी. Functions of stomata: gaseous exchange, removes extra waste in the form of water vapor. ये opening और closing भी कराता है. Guard cells जब turgid होते हैं, means whenever guard cells have a lot of water inside them, then stomata opens. And when the guard cells loses water, the guard cells are going to become flaccid and the stomata closes. Everything was just explained. Now, the next one, respiration. We are starting with respiration. 28 पे करते हैं. ओनली हिंदी में समझा दो बेटा. ये इंग्लिश मीडियम के लिए है. ये इंग्लिश चैनल है. चैनल का नाम देखो, PW इंग्लिश. इट मीन्स हम यहाँ पर इंग्लिश में ही समझेंगे ना. देयर आर सर्टेन स्टूडेंट्स जिनको इंग्लिश में समझना है. यस डेफिनेटली अरुण, यू कैन गेट ए 95%. ओके, सो नाउ respiration, second process. What is the meaning of respiration? Do you remember that we have just completed nutrition and digestion? What happened? After the nutrition process, the cell has glucose. The cell has glucose. Yes or no? Tell me in the comment section. Do you agree? I want to see yes in the comment section that you have understood this. We have just completed nutrition. Remember, in small intestine, the digestion was completed. Carbohydrates were broken down into glucose, and that glucose also entered inside the blood vessels. Now, what was the duty of the blood? The blood transported all the food substances and delivered those substances to all the cells. Now, imagine this is any cell of your body, and now it has glucose because blood has given the glucose to it, right? Now, what will happen? This cell is going to make energy from this glucose. This glucose will be broken down into more simpler substances and energy will be produced. And इसी process को respiration बोलते हैं. Read it with me. It is defined as the metabolic process in which the living cells of an organism obtain energy. इस cell को energy मिलेगी in the form of ATP by taking in oxygen and liberating carbon dioxide. It will also take oxygen gas. It will also release CO2 from the oxidation of complex organic substances. Oxidation of complex organic substances, we are talking about glucose here. We are talking about glucose here. Right? We are talking about glucose here. Yes, 38 ATP. Yes, you are right. Now, listen. This glucose will be broken down into simpler substances. Now, respiration is again divided into two parts. What are those two parts? One is aerobic respiration. One is aerobic respiration. And one is anaerobic respiration. Anaerobic respiration. Aerobic respiration and anaerobic respiration. Now, what is the difference between these two? In aerobic respiration, organisms are consuming oxygen to break down the glucose. And in anaerobic respiration, no oxygen is used. No oxygen is used. This is the major difference between aerobic and anaerobic respiration. And in aerobic respiration, oxygen will be used and the food material will be digested and will be used to produce ATP. Anaerobic respiration is taken in bacteria, some bacteria, or very simple unicellular organisms. In very simple unicellular organisms. Anaerobic respiration is not conducted by large or complex animals. We are performing aerobic respiration, okay? Some simple unicellular organisms are going to conduct anaerobic respiration. Can you give some examples? Yeast is the one. Yes, Priyanshu, yeast is the one. Yeast is going to conduct anaerobic respiration, and some bacteria which are present deep inside the soil and they don't need oxygen to gain energy, right? Now let us talk about the steps in detail. Aerobic respiration, here is the definition, takes place in the presence of oxygen. It produces more energy. The end products are carbon dioxide, water and energy. It takes place in most organisms. So what happens? There is glucose inside the cell. The glucose will be broken down into pyruvate. The formula of glucose is, let's not talk about formula here. One glucose will give two pyruvate molecules. And this process takes place in cytoplasm. And the term is glycolysis. What is the term here? Glycolysis. Glycolysis term means breakdown of glucose into pyruvate inside the cytoplasm. This is the meaning of glycolysis. And further, this pyruvate will be broken down into carbon dioxide, into 36 ATP molecules and some water. This reaction takes place in the presence of oxygen in the mitochondria of the cell, and we call the step as Krebs cycle. Only aerobic respiration, which has complete oxygen, takes place in mitochondria. Only aerobic respiration, the second step of aerobic respiration, takes place in mitochondria. The other reactions we are going to study just after this will take place in cytoplasm. Very big doubt or confusion among the students that which is taking place in mitochondria and which is taking place in cytoplasm. Only remember one thing, when there is complete or sufficient oxygen present in the cells, only then pyruvate will be broken down into energy molecule inside the mitochondria. Otherwise, rest of the reactions takes place in cytoplasm only. कौन सा diagram NCERT का important है और फिर किसी easy बना सकते हैं? I will tell you what are the diagrams. Now Asta is writing, no ma'am, there are not 36 ATP, there are 38 ATP. Beta, just remember, pyruvate will always give 36 ATP. But here also, when pyruvate is formed, 2 ATP molecules are formed at this step. So when we talk about the total ATP production in aerobic respiration, we say 38. But when we talk about only this part, the second step, then 36 ATP is produced. So CBSE can also give question from here. If it is going to talk about the total ATP production, it will be 38. And if it is talking about only the Krebs cycle or the second part, then 36 ATP is produced. Got it? Now anaerobic respiration, what happens in anaerobic respiration? There are two types of anaerobic respiration or two cases of anaerobic respiration in our body. Without oxygen it is happening. Do you know yeast? What is yeast? Yeast is actually a unicellular fungus. Yeast एक unicellular fungus है. क्या होता है उसके अंदर? पहला step same रहेगा. First step is always same. Glucose will be broken down into pyruvate and 2 ATP will be produced here also. But the further reaction will take place in cytoplasm, not in mitochondria. What will be the end products here? Yes, CO2 will be produced, very small amount, and ethanol will be produced. Ethanol, which is actually an alcohol, and this is the process which is used for making beer, whiskey, wine, all the alcoholic beverages. This reaction is used and we call it alcoholic fermentation. This reaction has another name. What do we call it? Fermentation. And since alcohol is formed, we call it alcoholic fermentation. Because alcohol is formed, we call it alcoholic fermentation. Right? Right? Next one would be anaerobic respiration only. Next one is also anaerobic respiration. But this anaerobic respiration is a case in humans or animals. Let's just say there is this guy who went to gym and is dreaming to have a great body, a muscular body. But it also has some abs, 6 abs, okay, 4 abs, okay. So now, when it was the first day of this guy in the gym, it was his first day and he performed vigorous exercise. In that case, what is going to happen? In his muscle cells, glucose will be broken down into pyruvate. The first step will be same. But this pyruvate will further break down into lactic acid. Lactic acid. And this reaction will take place in cytoplasm only. Cytoplasm of muscle cells only. No carbon dioxide will be produced here. This lactic acid is responsible for cramps or pain in the muscle cells. This lactic acid is responsible for pain or the cramps. Okay. Now these cramps, what are these cramps? These are basically well, I can see all the comments, yes, obviously I can see all the comments and I can see how not dedicated to studies some students are in the comment section, but that is not going to bother me, but definitely that is going to have a great impact on your future. And with the term great, I meant a damage to your future because you are not in the right direction. Moving on, lactic acid are responsible for the cramps. Okay, so these cramps, whenever you are in school and performing any vigorous exercise, or let's just say your PT teacher has given you some kind of punishment to complete 10 rounds of the school campus or any kind of punishment, then you feel pain in your legs or in your arms. That is because of this lactic acid that is responsible for giving you that pain, and we call it cramps. Very, very important step. Now we have one poll question. Which of the following is an autotroph? इनमें से कौन सा है जो कि autotroph है? Human, algae, animal or fungi? 30 seconds you have answer this question. Why fish take more oxygen in water? See, all the aquatic organisms are struggling to get oxygen. Their breathing rate is very fast because dissolved oxygen is present in water. We are privileged. We have pure oxygen gas because we are terrestrial organisms and we are living on land. We have pure oxygen to breathe in. But when we talk about aquatic organisms, the oxygen is not pure there. Oxygen is present in dissolved form. So their breathing rate is faster as compared to the terrestrial organisms. What is the answer of this one? Which of the following is an autotroph? Autotroph means making its own food. Human, algae, animal or fungi? Right answer is algae. Algae has chlorophyll and it is going to perform photosynthesis. So right answer is option B. 95%. And Ginny, Sheila, Gaurav, Ankit, Anik, Devesh, Priyanshu, Ishki, Devil, Poonam, Shabnam. Next question you have on your screen. Which is the metal in the chlorophyll of the plant? This is some Olympiad question. Let's see how many of you can answer this one. Which is the metal present in the chlorophyll? NCERT के डायग्राम बनाने हैं, कोई और भी बना सकते हो बेटा. आप सिंपल डायग्राम बना सकते हो जो कि रिलेटेबल होना चाहिए, कंप्लीट होना चाहिए और उसमें लेबलिंग होनी चाहिए. Coelent errata, that is the part of diversity in living organisms. It is a group of organisms. Okay. What is the answer of this one? Right answer is option A. I am sure that so many of you did not know the answer of this one. Magnesium is the answer. Let's see, 18% only gave the right answer. Suryavansh, Shubham, Ginni, Bhavishya, Anshi have given the right answer. No worries, let's move to the next question now. Which of the following mineral plays an important role in energy storage and transfer of ADP into ATP? What is ADP? adenosine diphosphate. Adenosine diphosphate. Di means 2, right? Di means 2. But when we talk about ATP, that means adenosine. Di means 2. Now it is changing to triphosphate. 3 phosphate molecules are added here. Can you tell me the answer of this question? Now, I have given you a great hint. You have a hint here. Now, tell me. Ritesh, you can answer in the comments. You can give your answer in the comments. Whatever you are feeling, A, B, C or D, whatever is the right option according to you, just mention in the comments and your answer will be picked up from there only. Absolutely right. Phosphorus is the right answer because in this formula only phosphorus molecule is added, and right answer is option A. 92%. Great job. Dhruv, Abhi, Dheeraj, Shubham, Dream, Rishiraj, Supreet, Priyanshu, Harsh, Arun, Gaurav, Shabnam nahi hai abhi. Shabnam kahan gayi? Okay, no worries. Let's move to the next topic, that is respiration in humans. What is the next topic? Respiration in humans. Yes, Yash, we are going to talk about that also. What is the meaning of respiration in humans? Respiration in humans, you have just studied the reaction, right? Aerobic respiration takes place in us. Now we are going to talk about the respiratory system. Instead, I should have written here human respiratory system. Human respiratory system. Let's take a fresh page to understand this. Let's take a fresh page to understand this. All of you are inhaling and exhaling continuously. We are taking the gas and then we are exhaling it, right? We all are performing this breathing exercise and this is involuntary in nature because it is happening itself. We never say let's just give break to breathing process for 10 minutes. We never do that. If we do that, we are going to die. So, human respiratory system, how does this system perform? To understand that, let's draw the diagram. Here is the nasal cavity. Here is the nasal cavity. This is the passage of your nose that I am drawing here. There are 2 nostrils also. Nostrils helps in passing the air to your nasal passage. Now, air comes down and it meets the mouth area. This is the nasal passage or nasal cavity we can say, and this is mouth area, right? Now quickly tell me the common passage of food and air. यहाँ से एयर भी आ रही है, यहाँ पर फूड भी है, ये कॉमन रास्ता है फूड और एयर का, इसको हम क्या बोलते हैं? Once you answer here in the comments, only then I am going to write down. Tell me quickly. What is the common passage for food and air? Right, Ritesh. Answer is pharynx. Pharynx is the answer. Now, after pharynx, there is also this voice box. There is also a voice box. I am using a different color here to make you a good understanding. It is a pharynx. Now, this is larynx. What is the common name of larynx? Voice box. Voice box. Okay. Now, this is not some kind of special area. There is a cartilage-like tissue present in the area. We call it larynx. It vibrates to give the sound or produce the sound. Pharynx is continued into a pipe-like structure and we call this pipe windpipe or trachea. Windpipe or trachea. Right? Now, this trachea is covered with cartilage C-shaped rings, which is going to prevent the collapsing of the windpipe. Now, this windpipe divides into 2 smaller pipes. We call these bronchi, and these pipes are still quite thick. They need to reduce the diameter to make a deeper entry inside the lungs. Now, these very thin pipes are known as bronchioles. These are bronchi, left and right bronchi, and bronchi are further broken down into very small pipe-like structures named as bronchioles. These are bronchioles. Okay, then let me draw the lungs here. These are your lungs. This one is the right lung and here is the left one. Now please note down one thing, that your left-sided lung is little smaller than the right one because of the cardiac notch. It is the area where heart is located. So why I have made this cut in the left side? Because of the cardiac notch, which is a special area where your heart is located. Now let's get back to this bronchioles. Bronchioles are very thin pipe-like structures. Once they are inside the lungs, they end into sac-like structure which are termed as alveoli. What are these? These are alveoli. And these alveoli are richly supplied with blood vessels. The walls of alveoli are very, very thin. Walls of alveoli are very, very thin. Thin walled. Okay. They can increase the surface area. They can increase the surface area by taking the gases inside, and has large amount of blood vessels. So what is going to happen? Whenever we inhale, the air enters and divides into left and right lung, passes through bronchi and then to bronchioles and then enter inside the alveoli. If I draw this alveoli here, this is an alveoli. It has blood vessels like this. Inside the blood there is hemoglobin. That hemoglobin is going to combine with the oxygen gas. The hemoglobin in the blood will combine with oxygen gas and form oxyhemoglobin. From there, the oxygenated blood will go to the body parts. And also, removal of carbon dioxide is taking place here. CO2 will be removed from the body in the lungs only, in the alveoli only. Got it? So, alveoli, what are the properties of alveoli so that exchange of gases can take place? It is quite thin walled, it can increase the surface area, and it has blood vessels. It has blood vessels. Okay. Now, one more thing. Below the lungs, here is a muscular organ which is responsible for supporting the lungs. We call it diaphragm. We call it diaphragm. Diaphragm. So, whenever we are taking the oxygen gas inside, whenever we are breathing in, then what happens? Lungs are going to expand, but this diaphragm is going to contract. Opposite is going to happen. But when we breathe out, when we remove carbon dioxide from the body, when we exhale, lungs will relax, will come back to its original position, and diaphragm will also relax and will come back to its original position. Got it? So, the working of diaphragm and lungs is quite reverse. Yes, diaphragm relaxes. Others, you can write down that diaphragm is going to relax. Yes, dome-shaped structure known as diaphragm. Ritesh, you are right. Okay, now, this was all about the respiratory system. What is thoracic cavity? This is thoracic cavity. The upper part of our body is the thoracic cavity. The upper part of the body, this area. And below the thoracic cavity, you have abdominal cavity. Lungs are located in the thoracic cavity and it is covered by the bony structure named as vertebral column. Now, we are going to talk about your third system, that is respiratory system, circulatory system. Next is your circulatory system. Are you all ready to complete the circulatory system with me? Because then after completing circulatory system, hi everyone, hi to those students who are just joining. Yes, Ritesh, absolutely right. Diaphragm is going to separate thoracic cavity and abdominal cavity. उड़ान 2.0 से हो और अभी reproduction वाले chapter पे हो. बिल्कुल flower के सारे parts आ सकते हैं बेटा. Shubham Ja, nobody will ask about the respiratory reserve volumes, beta. Okay, now we are going to talk about the respiratory system. So, in our respiratory system, beta, we have different organs which are participating in the circulation process. What are those organs? The name is written on the screen. Can you tell me? Can you tell me what is the name of those organs? What is the name of those organs? Important questions. Okay, Hana. Yes, I will definitely. Now, three parts are the main parts which are responsible for circulatory system. Blood vessels, blood and heart. What are these organs? Blood vessel, blood and heart. So basically, blood vessels are simple pipe-like structure distributed in our body. In those pipes, blood is moving up and down, blood is circulating, and then there is an organ named as heart which is located on the left side. I just told you the cardiac notch present in the located just below the left lung, that is the place where heart is located. Now heart is continuously giving pressure, it is continuously throwing pressure outside the body, it is continuously giving pressure so that your blood gets the energy or your blood gets the pressure to rotate or move up and down throughout the day, like throughout your whole life. Heart is the most hard working organ because it is working throughout your life. It is formed first of all and it is the one which is working till the end. Okay, so yes, I will talk about systolic and diastolic pressure. Let's talk about blood first. Let's talk about blood and its components first of all. Let's just say I always teach this topic as formation of blood. Imagine that you are going to form the blood. Let's imagine that you are forming the blood here. Okay. So first of all, it is as you have to understand it as easy as making a cup of tea. First of all, you take the water, then you add chai patti, tea leaves, then you add sugar, then you add ginger and whatever milk, how much amount of milk you add it to it, right? Same way we are going to form the blood. Imagine there is a test tube. First of all, you are going to add water inside it. First of all, you will add water. Okay. And then inside the water, after the water, you are going to add some proteins. Same way we make chai. We add pani, we add chai patti. So same way you take the water first and then you are going to add proteins to it. There are three types of proteins, but nobody is going to ask how many proteins are there. Just say that you are adding proteins to it. Now, after proteins, very small amount of salts and hormones are also added. Very small amount of salts and hormones are also present or added. Water and proteins, this composition will form the plasma of the blood. It will form the plasma of the blood. Plasma is the fluid part of the blood. Okay. Plasma is the fluid part of the blood which has proteins and which has water. Next, we are going to add red blood cells inside it. We are going to add red blood cells. What is the fancy name of red blood cells? We also call it erythrocytes, beta. Erythrocytes. The word erythro means red and cyte means cell. Erythrocytes. What do we call it? Erythrocytes. Now, after erythrocytes or red blood cells, it is the turn to add white blood cells or WBCs. White blood cells. What is the fancy name of WBCs? We call it leukocytes. Leukocytes. This is the fancy name of WBCs. Now, after adding leukocytes, we add platelets. What do we add? Platelets. 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 What is the fancy name of platelets? Thrombocytes. Thrombocytes. This is the fancy name of platelets. Thrombocytes. Clear? So now your blood is ready. We have plasma and we added three different types of cells. So together plasma and cells form the blood. Plasma is made up of water, proteins and salts and hormones, and cells are of three types: red blood cells, white blood cells and platelets. Now, what is the function of blood? Blood is responsible for carrying oxygen. Understand this. Blood has red blood cells and red blood cells has hemoglobin. Red blood cells are red because of hemoglobin present inside them. Now, hemoglobin is also known as respiratory pigment and hemoglobin has best efficiency to combine with oxygen. It forms a great bond with oxygen. So, hemoglobin and oxygen together A bond is formed and we call it oxygenated blood. Blood also carries carbon dioxide, not all the carbon dioxide, but very small of carbon dioxide can also combine with hemoglobin. Hemoglobin can also combine with carbon dioxide. It has a great efficiency to combine with oxygen, but some amount can also some amount of carbon dioxide can also combine with hemoglobin, but always remember very small amount, not the whole carbon dioxide. It carries digested food. Remember from small intestine we studied that all the digested food is diffused inside the blood vessels, and that blood distributes that digested food to all the cells of the body, है ना? So we can say that it carries digested food. Next is blood carries hormones. In control and coordination you have studied about endocrine glands. Those glands take the secretion inside the blood directly and then deliver it to different places. It also carries waste substances. Remember, we will study this part in digestion where dirty blood carries urea. So we can also say that blood ke andar waste substances hai. And the last one, blood also protects from diseases and regulates body temperature because it has white blood cells. It has WBCs. So blood is responsible for protection because it has white blood cells. Okay. Now, yes, it is for CBSE, of course. Now, arteries. What are arteries? Different types of blood vessels are there. We are talking about blood vessels. Different types of blood vessels are there, and blood vessels will take blood inside them, right? There are different types. As I said, the first one is arteries. What are arteries? Arteries are pipe-like structures. Let me make a small piece of pipe here. Now, arteries are quite thick. The wall of arteries is quite thick. The wall of arteries is quite thick. And it is responsible for transportation of oxygenated blood. It always carry oxygenated blood inside it, never deoxygenated blood. Deoxygenated blood is one which has carbon dioxide inside it. Now this is oxygenated blood, it has large amount of oxygen. Yes, Ritesh is right, and most of you are giving the right answer that it carries oxygenated blood. Now, it has thick wall, carry oxygenated blood, okay, have rigid and thick walls. Now always remember, let's just say it is a heart. Heart doesn't look like this, but imagine this is a simple drawing of heart. Whenever the blood is to be pumped away from the heart, it will be passed into the artery. And you will always remember it with the word away. Away start with A. Arteries start with A. Now this is a small trick to remember that all arteries always carry the blood away from the heart. Right? Now lumen. What is the meaning of lumen? The inside space. This area is lumen. क्योंकि यहाँ पर walls thick है, तो हम बोल सकते हैं अंदर वाला जो space lumen है वो narrow होगा. क्योंकि बेटा मेन जगह तो दीवार नहीं ले ली ना, वॉल्स नहीं ले ली, तो अंदर की जो जगह है वो छोटी हो गई है. हैज नो वॉल्व्स. वॉल्व्स क्या होते हैं? वॉल्स आर अगेन गेट लाइक स्ट्रक्चर जो कि ब्लड के बैक फ्लो को रोकेंगे. हियर वॉल्स आर नॉट प्रेजेंट बिकॉज हार्ट इज पासिंग द ब्लड अवे फ्रॉम इट विद वेरी हाई प्रेशर. यहाँ से जो ब्लड जा रहा है ना आर्टरीज के अंदर, उसमें बहुत हाई प्रेशर होता है, एंड उस हाई प्रेशर की वजह से कोई चांस नहीं है कि ये ब्लड वापस भी आएगा. देयर इज नो चांस. सो इसमें हाई प्रेशर की वजह से आर्टरी में ब्लड पहुंच ही जाता है. नाउ लेट्स टॉक अबाउट वेन्स बेटा. वेन्स कैरी deoxygenated blood. Veins carry deoxygenated blood, which means the blood which has carbon dioxide in it, and it has thinner walls. The walls of vein are quite thin. अब बाहर की दीवार अगर पतली है तो lumen जो कि अंदर का space है that would be wide. Lumen would be wide, right? See, lumen is wider. Now the pressure inside the veins is very very low. प्रेशर बहुत कम होता है. वेन्स का काम है ब्लड को वापस लेकर आना हार्ट के अंदर, एंड इट इज डीलिंग विद लो प्रेशर. अब लो प्रेशर है तो चांसेस है ना कि ब्लड वापस जा सकता है. अब वापस नहीं जाना चाहिए, इसीलिए हार्ट के अंदर ऐसे वॉल्स लाइक स्ट्रक्चर पड़े हुए होते हैं. वेन्स के अंदर वॉल्स लाइक स्ट्रक्चर पड़े हुए होते हैं. Okay. Now, always remember that arteries are responsible for oxygenated blood, veins are responsible for carrying deoxygenated blood, but there is an exception. What is the exception? That there is pulmonary artery. It is named as artery, but it is going to conduct CO2 wala blood, and there is a vein named as pulmonary vein. Even it is called as a vein, though it is called as a vein, but it is going to carry oxygenated blood. Which one? Pulmonary vein, particularly pulmonary vein. So these are two exceptions, and we are going to talk about that in circulation also, double circulation. This one is capillaries. So arteries and veins are quite thick pipes, and they need to break down into a smaller version of themselves. So arteries and capillaries divide and break down into very small tubes. We call these capillaries. You see these red colored one and certain bluish stone is there. These are capillaries where exchange of gases take place. Exchange of gases take place in capillaries. Gases of arteries and veins. The exchange of these gases take place in capillaries. Then let us talk about heart. Heart is made up of cardiac muscles and it is roughly triangular in shape. As I just told you, it is made up of which type of muscle? Cardiac muscle, beta. Now, this is the diagram of heart, but I will show you how to draw the diagram of heart after a small break. I am giving you a lunch break. Giving you a lunch break of 20 minutes. Giving you a lunch break of 20 minutes, and then we will get back to the diagram of heart. Ready? We will meet about after 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, I am going to tell you how to draw the diagram of heart and double circulation. So you need to do whatever you want to do in those 20 minutes, but I want all you guys back here. Okay, I will see you after 20 minutes. आवाज आ रही है मेरी? एक बार कंफर्म करना. Am I audible? Am I audible? Break हो गया है खत्म. Let's get back to study and let's draw the diagram of heart. Ready? डायग्राम बनाना है हार्ट का. डायग्राम बनाने किस किस को आता है जरा कमेंट्स में बताओ एक बार. Who knows how to draw the diagram of heart? किसी को भी नहीं आता? किसी ने भी नहीं लिखा? एक्स आर्मी को आता है, मुझे भी आता है. नहीं, निशी को नहीं आता. ओके, लेट अस ड्रॉ द डायग्राम ऑफ हार्ट. बट लेट मी टेल यू, बोर्ड्स में डायग्राम बनाने के लिए नहीं आएगा बच्चों. बोर्ड्स में एज इट इज डायग्राम बनाने के लिए नहीं आएगा, बट हार्ट को समझने के लिए हमें उसका डायग्राम बनाने की ज़रूरत है. ठीक है. सो आपको ऐसे 10 बार प्रैक्टिस करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, बट आपको समझना है कि हार्ट काम कैसे करता है, बना कैसे हुआ है ना. सो लेट मी ड्रॉ इट फॉर यू. इस डायग्राम को देखो, देखकर डरना मत. लेट मी ड्रॉ इट फॉर यू. ठीक है. यहाँ पर हमारे हार्ट की लेफ्ट साइड होगी और यहाँ पर राइट साइड होगी. ठीक है. लेफ्ट एंड राइट साइड ऑफ हार्ट. नाउ इन आवर हार्ट देयर आर 2 अपर चेम्बर्स एंड देयर आर 2 लोअर चेम्बर्स. ऊपर 2 चेम्बर होते हैं और नीचे 2 चेम्बर होते हैं. लाइक दिस. ओके. 1 chamber and this one is your second chamber of heart. And just below there are another 2 chambers like this. Got it? Now from the bottom chamber, नीचे वाले chamber से एक exit वाला area जा रहा होता है जिसको मैंने ऐसे draw कर दिया. I have drawn it like this. This is the exit pipe which is going outside. It is a blood vessel. Artery, vein, capillary पढ़ा है ना, तो ये artery होगी या vein होगी, अभी मैं बताने वाली हूँ. Then from here also, right side also, there is one pipe which is going outside. Clear? Now upper and between upper and lower chambers there is also valve like structure, valves like structure, which I will draw like this. And here also there are 3 valves in the right side and 2 valves in the left side. ठीक है. Now let me draw the outer area. Let me draw the boundary of the heart. This is the boundary. Okay. Now you can see both the ventricles are separated. There is no mixing of blood from left to right side. There is no mixing of blood from left to right side. Clear? Give me a thumbs up if this much is clear to you. Give me a thumbs up if this much is clear to you. This one will be left atrium. And this would be left ventricle. Right atrium. And below right atrium we have right ventricle. This one is right ventricle. Okay. Now there is the tissue which is separating left and right side. We call it septum. Septum is used to separate left and right side of the heart. Great. इतना समझ आ गया. Next would be the circulation. In our blood, double circulation is happening. Everybody inhale with me. Everybody inhale. Once you have inhaled, air is transported inside the lungs. Air कहाँ चली गई हमारे lungs में? Inside the lungs, air has entered, right? Remember, in our lungs, we just studied there is alveoli. There is alveoli. This is alveoli. In alveoli, there were large amount of blood vessels. Now, in the blood, red blood cells has hemoglobin, and hemoglobin has captured all the oxygen that we have taken inside. All the oxygen that we have taken inside. Now, the blood is filled with oxygen. We call it oxygenated blood. The blood is filled with oxygen. We call it what? Oxygenated blood, right? Now this oxygenated blood wants to go to all the body cells. ये oxygenated blood oxygen देने के लिए सारे body cells के पास जाना चाहता है. But first it will go to the heart and then it will go to the body parts. Always remember, first it is going to heart and then to the body parts. And we are talking about oxygenated blood, right? Oxygenated blood will enter into left atrium first and then to left ventricle. Then it will move to the body parts. Oxygenated blood will enter into the first into left atrium, then into left ventricle, and then it will take an exit and move to all the body parts. Let's just say the blood has entered. The blood is in the left atrium. Once the left atrium is filled, it will impart a pressure on these walls. What are these? These yellow-like structure are valves. Atrium में blood fill हो गया, it will create a pressure on these walls and these walls will open. ये walls open हो जाएंगे. Then this blood will enter into the left ventricle. This blood will enter into the left ventricle. Once left ventricle is filled completely, it will try to move out. It cannot move back into left atrium because walls are now closed. These walls are now closed and the function of these walls is to prevent the backflow of blood into the left atrium. Imagine, agar yahan walls nahi hote, if there are no walls here, the blood will go back to left atrium and the person will die. The person will die. Without walls, the heart is not going to function at all. So what is the right way? From lungs, it will enter left atrium, left ventricle and then to the body parts. So here, from the ventricles, it will take an exit from this artery. This artery. This artery also has valves. This artery also has valves. These valves will open up because ventricles is giving a high pressure to move out. Because of the pressure, these valves will open up and this blood will move out and will go to body parts. Where it will go? To all the body cells. All the body cells, upper and lower, all the body cells, oxygenated blood is transported. Give me a thumbs up if this much is clear to you. Give me a thumbs up if this much is clear to you so that we can talk about the next step. Clear? Waiting for the comments if this is clear. If this is clear. Yes, okay. Now, you must memorize that the artery or vein responsible for bringing the oxygenated blood here. Can you tell me which blood vessel is responsible for bringing the oxygenated blood from lungs to left atrium? What is the name of this one? You remember, it was the duty of all the arteries to transport oxygenated blood. So hence, one artery must come here. But here is an exception. Remember what was the exception? There was a pulmonary vein which was responsible for transporting oxygenated blood. Being a vein, it is, ditching the whole group and transporting oxygenated blood. Hence, it is an exception. We call it pulmonary vein. Pulmonary vein. The word pulmonary is related to lungs and it is a vein which is responsible for bringing oxygenated blood. Now, from left ventricle to the body parts, it is the duty of aorta to send this blood with high pressure to all the body parts. Aorta is the largest artery. Aorta is the largest artery. Done? Aorta is the largest artery. Once the blood has entered left atrium, then to left ventricles and then will move out to the body parts with the help of aorta. Your one circulation is completed. Oxygenated blood is taken and then given to all the body parts from the left side of the heart. Next one, what is going to happen? What is the next step? All these body cells will diffuse carbon dioxide into the blood now. They have taken the oxygen, they will perform respiration, will make energy, and now the cells have created the waste material which is carbon dioxide. That carbon dioxide is to transport it back to the lungs. but it will never go directly to lungs. It will first enter to the right side of the heart and then to the lungs. Got it? Now these are the body parts, body cells we can say. They have, I am making some space, so I am removing these labelings. Okay. Now what will happen? There is a vein. One is located at the below area and one is located to the right side. We call this vena cava. What do we call it? Vena cava. Now vena cava will take all the deoxygenated blood, that means the blood filled with carbon dioxide, and it will enter into right atrium, and from right atrium to the right ventricle. Now from right ventricle again the deoxygenated blood will try to run to right atrium, but this cannot happen because walls are present to prevent the backflow. And from right ventricle it will move out. Where? To the lungs. It will go back to the lungs. And who is responsible for taking it back to the lungs? The exception. What is the name of exception here? Pulmonary artery. Pulmonary artery. Though veins are responsible for carrying CO2 wala blood, but here the exception is taking the role, that is pulmonary artery to lung. Now on your left side, here your heart is located. The left side of heart is completely dedicated for oxygenated blood. The right side of the heart is completely dedicated for the transportation of deoxygenated blood. Is that clear? Is that clear? Give me a thumbs up if this much is clear, because we are now moving to the next topic. Done? Yes, its name is inferior vena cava and the upper one is superior vena cava, but this is not mentioned in your NCERT, so you do not need to, it is the time of revision, so you don't need extra information right now. Let us revise this diagram of heart. This one. Now you see these are the lower ventricles, these are the upper atrium, and see here is pulmonary vein bringing oxygenated blood. Okay. This is the left ventricle. From left ventricle, blood will move to aorta. This is aorta. And from aorta, it will go to all the body parts. Now, let's talk about carbon dioxide wala blood. It will come with the help of vena cava. One is this and one is here. See, vena cava. It will give CO2 wala blood to the right atrium and then to right ventricle. And from right ventricle, it will move to the lungs with the help of pulmonary artery. Pulmonary artery. There are some extra labelings given in this diagram which I am removing for you because that is not the part of syllabus. That is not the part of syllabus. Now this diagram is even more easier for you. This diagram is now even more easy for you. Done? Heart is done. Now, what is lymph? What is the meaning of lymph? Lymph means it is also a tissue just like blood, and it is responsible for transporting substances. It is also responsible for transporting substances in our body just like blood was doing. But it is quite different from blood. How it is different? Let's say these are the body cells. These are the cells of your body. Okay. Here the blood vessel has come to diffuse all the substances and give it to the cells with the help of which process? Diffusion process. Now, while performing the diffusion, some water, small proteins, very small sized proteins leak out from the blood vessel. What did I just say? What happens sometimes? That from the blood vessel, from the blood, some water, some proteins, some hormones leak out to the cells, and then they make all these cells just imagine that these cells are now bathing in a swimming pool, and in the swimming pool there is water and small proteins. This fluid will be called as tissue fluid. What do we call it? Tissue fluid. What do we call this fluid? Tissue fluid. Now this tissue fluid tries to go back inside the blood vessel, but not all of the tissue fluid is able to diffuse back. There is another vessel. There is another vessel below these cells. This tissue fluid will now enter in this new vessel, and here lymph nodes are present. Here lymph nodes are present. Okay, now what will happen? Listen, now understand. The water, small proteins have taken a place inside this new vessel. Now these lymph nodes will add a type of WBCs. You remember WBCs were of 5 types. There is one type of WBC known as lymphocytes. Now in this new vessel, it has small proteins, it has water, and now because of lymph nodes and lymph glands, it also has lymphocytes. This new type of tissue is formed. This is called as lymph. The new fluid, जो नया fluid यहाँ पर बन गया है, the new fluid which is formed here, we call it lymph. Now what is the function of this lymph? What it is going to do? Beta, this lymph is also going to transport substances. What substances? The digested food and some gases also, and some hormones also, some salts also. So that will be the function of lymph. No, brain diagram will not come. Now double circulation, we just completed double circulation. In double circulation, the blood is transported twice in the heart, one in the left side and one in the right side. We have now given the names to those type of circulation. What are the names? One is systemic circulation. What it is? Systemic circulation. What happens in systemic circulation? Remember, oxygenated blood came from the lungs. Then it entered to the left atrium and then to left ventricle. From left ventricle, it went to aorta, and from aorta it went to all the body parts, and from body parts the CO2 blood is collected inside the vena cava and it reached the right atrium. This is known as systemic circulation. When blood completes its one circulation from left ventricle to right auricle, from left ventricle to right auricle, from left ventricle to right auricle, जो भी transportation हो रहा है, we call it systemic circulation. हार्ट का डायग्राम लेबलिंग के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है, प्रोसेस को समझने के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है. Then is pulmonary circulation. Pulmonary circulation is the circulation from right ventricle to left auricle. Right ventricle to left auricle. Working of heart, we have already done this. Just remember that birds and mammals have 4-chambered heart. Birds and mammals have 4-chambered heart. But when we talk about fish, they have 2 chambers only. So since there are 2 chambers present in the fish, 2 chambers of heart are present in the fish, there is mixing of oxygenated and deoxygenated blood. Even after the mixing of oxygenated and deoxygenated blood, they are surviving. How is that possible? Because beta, they do not have large amount of energy requirements, just like we do. In our heart, 4 chambers are present which completely ensure that there should be no mixing of oxygenated and deoxygenated blood. But let's just imagine that there is a person who has a hole inside the heart, inside the septum area. In that case, there must be some mixing of oxygenated and deoxygenated blood. That person will be sick throughout his life, will always be tired. Why the person will be tired with a hole in his heart? Because the pure oxygen is not reaching all the cells. If the pure oxygen was reaching to the cells, it would be easy for the cells to produce large amount of energy. But here, because of the this condition of hole in the septum, the person is not able to make large amount of energy. The person is going to feel sick and maybe the person will die early. Next, fish have only two chambers of heart. Blood is pumped to the gills and oxygenated and passes directly to the body. Thus, blood goes only once through the heart in fish during one cycle. It was all about the two chambers in fish. Next is blood pressure. What is the meaning of blood pressure? As the term itself says, the pressure created by blood. Now, where is blood giving all the pressure? To the blood capillaries, to the walls of blood capillaries. So, blood pressure is the pressure which is created by blood in the walls of the artery. One time the pressure is very less and second time the pressure is high. We measure this blood pressure, and what is the exact measurement? 120 mm of Hg as the diastolic pressure and 80 mm Hg as the, it is opposite, wait. Systolic pressure is 120 mm Hg and diastolic pressure is 80 mm Hg. Those who want to understand what is the meaning of diastolic and systolic pressure, it will not come in CBSE as a detailed question, but some of you were having some queries about it. Let me tell you. The word systole means contraction. You remember when I was telling you about blood circulation? So, when the blood was in ventricles, the ventricles reduces their size. See, if this was the initial size of ventricles, ventricles reduces their size. That is known as systole. That is known as ventricular contraction. So, when ventricles are contracting with very high pressure, that time you observe systolic pressure in artery, which is 120 mm Hg, right? Opposite is diastolic pressure. Diastolic pressure is observed when the ventricles are completely resting. Ventricles are not contracting. The blood is filling inside the ventricles. They don't need to contract. That is known as diastolic pressure. Hence, the pressure is less. Pressure is 80 mm Hg. What is the pressure here? 80 mm Hg. And if the pressure is more or less, if there is any change in this normal blood pressure, we say the person has high BP. And when the pressure is less than these normal values, we say that the blood pressure is low. Yes, you all are right. There is this device named as sphygmomanometer. Sphygmomanometer is the device which gives you the right measurements of the blood pressure. Sphygmomanometer. You must have seen your parents or your grandparents getting their blood pressure checked. That is because of the device sphygmomanometer. That is with the help of the device sphygmomanometer. Measuring unit is mmHg. Next we have transportation topic. Transportation in plants. In our body, circulation was happening. In plants, it is transportation. So, plants have to transport basically two things. What are those two things? In plants, water and minerals are to be transported and food in the form of sucrose is to be transported. These are the two things that will be transported in plants. Right? Now, in plants, there are two types of conducting tissues. One is xylem and one is phloem. What is the function of these conducting tissues? See, xylem tissue is responsible for transporting water and minerals. And phloem tissue is responsible for transportation of food. The food is prepared by the leaf. Now, that leaf, the food prepared in leaf has to be transported to upper parts of the plant and to the lower parts of the plant. Whereas xylem is responsible for transporting water only. But you must have studied in your junior classes that water is absorbed only and only by the roots. No other part of the plant is able to absorb the water from the soil. Only roots can perform this function. So understand this. Let's understand this with the help of a diagram. There is a large long tree. Tall tree is here. Okay. These are the roots of the tree. This is the soil. And soil has large amount of water. Okay. Now this water is to be transported to all the parts of the plant, to the upper parts and to the left and right branches also. The tissue xylem. Here is the tissue xylem responsible for taking the water from lower part to the upper part. Can I write this as xylem tissue? Xylem tissue. Xylem always work in one direction, from the lower part to the upper part. So can I write down that xylem always works in one direction? It is always unidirectional. And to transport water, no energy is required by the cells. So it is passive transport. Passive transport means when no energy is consumed or spent by cells. Clear? Xylem also has 4 further different components. There are tracheids, there is xylem vessel, there is xylem parenchyma, and there is xylem fiber. These are the 4 different components of xylem only, which together work for the transportation of water from lower to upper parts of the plant. But when we talk about the phloem tissue, let's just say phloem tissue will take the food from the leaf, it will transport the food to the downward direction, it will transport the food to the downward direction and to the upper direction also, to the upper parts also, to the upper branches also. So phloem works bidirectional, and it also uses energy to transport food. We call it active transport because energy is being used, right? And the process is known as translocation. The process of transfer of food with the help of phloem tissue is known as translocation, right? And there are 4 different components of phloem tissue. What are those? There is phloem parenchyma, there is phloem fiber, there is also sieve cells, and last one would be companion cells. So here the question can come, write the differences between xylem and phloem tissue. A 2-marked question can come from this section. Tell me if this is clear. Waiting for the response. Tell me if this is clear. Translocation means transportation of food with the help of phloem tissue. Okay, I can see all the responses in the comment section. Great job. Right. So, this is how xylem and phloem tissue works. This is a very beautiful illustration to see how xylem and phloem tissues are present. See here, this is the xylem tissue. All the cells of the xylem are quite dead. Xylem is a dead tissue. Remember, xylem tissue is dead so that all the water can be transported from this tissue. Water gets space, easy space to be transported. Then this is the phloem tissue. Do you see here small holes present in the cells? These holes or pores are known as sieve cells. What is the meaning of sieve? आप सबने चाय कभी छानी होगी, चाय छन्नी देखी होगी. So that चाय छन्नी is the sieve only. उसको हम sieve बोलते हैं. And यहाँ पर cells के बीच में, cells की दीवार में छोटे छोटे pores हैं. That is why we have named the cells as sieve pores. Next, phloem tissue. See, sieve pore is here. Companion cells located outside, then there is phloem parenchyma, then there is other element of sieve tube. What is translocation? The food needs to be transported to all the parts through phloem, और जो ये transportation हो रहा है, transport of food from all the parts of the plant is called translocation. It is with the respect of phloem tissue. Phloem translocate करता है बेटा food को. Now we are at the last topic of this chapter, that is excretion. What is the last topic or the last process from the chapter? Excretion it is. What is the meaning of excretion, bachcho? Excretion means the process by which the waste products produced during metabolic activities is removed from the body. Those those who don't know what is the meaning of metabolic activities, there are so many types of chemical reactions taking place in our body. Sometimes there are two products combining to form a new product, and sometimes one chemical is being broken down into simple substances. So we say catabolic reaction and anabolic reaction. These reactions are known as metabolic activities. The chemical reactions in our body are the metabolic processes or metabolic reactions. Okay. Now, excretion is the process. In all those chemical reactions taking place in our body, there is some kind of waste produced. What is that waste? That waste is carbon dioxide. That waste is extra water. That waste is sometimes some toxic salts. Extra salt also is toxic in our body. And the most toxic waste that is produced in our body is urea. That is to be removed completely from the blood. So that is why we have the process in our body, that is excretion. Unicellular organisms also produce such kind of waste. How do they remove the waste from the body? Since we have a system, we have a complete excretory system to do the step, to do the process. But in simple cellular unicellular organisms, diffusion is helping to remove all the waste substances from the body. Okay, so one more question can also come from here. How unicellular organisms are removing the waste from the body? They are performing the diffusion process. Now coming to this one, multicellular organisms, they also have the waste, and there are certain organs which we call as kidney. Kidneys are responsible for removing the waste from the body. There is a pair of kidney, one on the left side, one on the right side. Now in the kidney, blood is filtered. Just like you separate the tea leaves from the tea, same way urea and all the waste substances is removed from the blood inside the kidney. Now urine is formed in the kidney, and that urine will be transported inside the urinary bladder with the help of these pipe-like structures. We call these ureters. Ureters collect the urine from the kidney and deposit it in urinary bladder. Urinary bladder is triangular, pouch-like structure, and it gets filled with the urine. And this small pipe is urethra, from where the urine is removed. Now these are kidney. Okay. Now each kidney has number of excretory units called nephron. एक किडनी के अंदर 10 लाख नेफ्रॉन होते हैं, वो नेफ्रॉन यूरिन फॉर्म करते हैं. ठीक है. Those nephrons are responsible for making urine. Let us understand the diagram of nephron. Okay, that's why quite important. This was our kidney. There is one renal artery. What is this? Renal artery. Now renal artery is bringing two things inside the kidney. What are those two things? One is oxygen, because artery always gives oxygen to the blood cells, and second function would be to give dirty blood. Why I am calling this blood as dirty? Because it has urea inside it. Because of urea and some toxic salts, I am calling this blood as dirty. Now it is entering inside the kidney. In your kidney there are nephrons. There are small cells named as nephrons. Those nephrons will filter this dirty blood and will remove the urea from the body and will form the urine. Now let us draw this nephron in a magnified size here. This is your nephron. See? This is nephron. How to draw it? You can easily see how I am drawing it. It is very easy diagram to make. It looks quite difficult in your NCERT, but it is this easy. Yes, you can draw like this. You can exactly draw the diagram of nephron like this. What is happening here? Dirty blood, blood लेकर आया. ठीक है, dirty blood यहाँ पर blood लेकर आया. Dirty blood will give urea and will try to enter the nephron. ठीक है. अब ये renal artery थोड़ी thick होती है. Renal artery is quite thick here. It wants to go to nephron, but इसको बहुत ज़्यादा पतला होना पड़ेगा बेटा. Because nephron is of very small size. So this renal artery will divide into smaller tubules. Let's just say this renal artery has divided into a very small pipe, and we call it Afferent arteriole. What do we call it? Afferent arteriole. This is afferent arteriole, which is bringing the dirty blood. Now here at this area, this cup-shaped structure is known as Bowman's capsule. Bowman's capsule. This folded area is known as PCT. This another folded area is known as DCT. And this U-shaped structure is known as loop of Henle. Loop of Henle. And lastly, this pipe is your collecting duct. Let's get back to the process. There is this entry of dirty blood from the afferent arteriole, and here is this bunch of capillaries. There is this bunch of capillaries in this area. We name it glomerulus. What do we call it? Glomerulus. Now in this particular area, there will be filtration. There will be filtration of dirty blood. What is going to happen? Large amount of water along with very small proteins and salts and urea will enter inside the Bowman's capsule. But there is one mistake done by Bowman's capsule here. Filtration here is not completed. What happens? What is the mistake performed by nephron here? The good substances also enter inside the nephron. The good substances like glucose, amino acids and some good salts also enter the nephron. We cannot send all the good substances inside the urine. That would be a waste for us. And very large amount of water is also entered inside the nephron. Now, to correct the mistake done, what happens? Reabsorption. Reabsorption. In the reabsorption process, the good substances like glucose, amino acids and that extra water is sent back inside the artery, is sent back inside the blood. So, do you see the diagram in your book? How is this artery divided? How is this artery divided and surrounding the whole nephron? It is surrounding the whole nephron. Why it is surrounding the whole nephron? The reason being the mistake was done by nephron at the time of filtration. Good substances entered inside the nephron. Now to correct the mistake, reabsorption is to be taken place, and for the process of reabsorption, these blood vessels will take all the waste back inside it, all the good substances back inside it. Okay, is this clear? What will happen in the end? After reabsorption, the urine, the waste produced here is completely urine. It is lastly collected in the collecting duct. This is urine. Now urine has urea. It also has water. It has NaCl. It has potassium ions, which are complete waste from the body. Other substances also, I am writing ETC here. Other substances also that will be removed from the body. I am now waiting for the response that if this is clear to you. If this is clear to you. Tell me. Yes, glucose and amino acids is sent back to the blood. That is reabsorbed. Great. Okay, now let's move on. This was the main and the most difficult part of excretion that we have covered. This is the diagram of your NCERT. I know this diagram looks quite different to you, but the easy version of the same diagram is this one, which you can definitely draw in your examination. If it is asked by CBSE to draw the diagram of nephron, only if it is asked, or if there is a question based on the similar concept, then also you can explain your answer with the help of diagram. Even if it is not directly asked by CBSE, you can draw the diagram to make your answer look good and presentable. Excretion in plants, just like us, plants are also removing some waste substances from the body. What are the waste produced by the plants? See, oxygen is the waste gas at the time of photosynthesis. Why I am calling this precious gas as the waste substance? Because this oxygen is of no use to these plants only at the time of photosynthesis. Remember, we studied photosynthesis reaction, oxygen gas was produced. So that oxygen is not to be used by these plants. They will remove that oxygen from the body. So we call that oxygen is a waste of the plants at the time of photosynthesis. Other than this, they are also producing extra water, which is removed with the help of transpiration. You must have seen water droplets on the leaf of the plant. Water droplets on the leaf of the plant. So what do plants do? They take all the water from the leaf, from the roots, and then send to the leaf part, and from there the water is evaporated in the form of water vapor, and this process is known as transpiration. This process is known as transpiration. Now, other than water and other than oxygen, there is also this waste like gums and resins and all those adhesives we make. To make adhesives in the market, we use these gums and resins, which is the waste product of the plant. You must have seen this kind of waste, that is gums and resins. This is of no use to the plant, so plant remove it. First they store it in their vacuoles, and then gums and resins are stored in old xylem cells and they are removed from the roots, from the stem and different areas of the plant. Yes, Ritesh, gums and resins. Last topic of the life process is hemodialysis or artificial kidney. What is this hemodialysis? Hemo means blood. Dialysis, what is dialysis? Imagine there is an old uncle or old guy whose kidney is not functioning, or unfortunately some person met through an accident and kidney got damaged. What will happen at that time? Damaged kidney will not be able to, perform dialysis or perform filtration of blood. In that case, we go to a doctor, and doctor has a machine named as dialyzer. In that machine, what do? We connect the renal artery of the patient with the machine. The blood is taken, or the blood itself enters inside the renal artery, and from renal artery it enters into the machine named as dialyzer. Now in the machine, what happens? The blood is filtered. So the work that was supposed to be done by kidney will now be done by a machine named as dialyzer, hemodialyzer. It has the same composition just like the blood of the person. The machine has a solution, the dialyzing solution, whose composition is same just like our blood. And osmosis, diffusion is going to happen. The waste substance will remove the blood and will enter into the solution. Now your blood is quite clean. That clean blood is entered back into the renal vein. The clean blood is entered back into the renal vein, and that renal vein is again connected with the person. The blood is now filtered. It is a process of 3 to 4 hours. A person needs a sitting of 3 to 4 times in a week with the doctor. And one sitting takes 3 to 4 hours. The whole approximately 5 liters of the blood is filtered in one sitting. Okay? Clear? Now you have a question, you have a poll. Movement of food in a digestive tract is due to dash. There was some kind of contraction and relaxing movement taking place in our digestive system. What do we call it? What do we call that process? What do we call that process? So 30 seconds are over, and right answer is option C, peristalsis. Remember the contraction and relaxation movement we were talking about. So this movement helps in passage of food throughout the alimentary canal. 94%, very nice. Shabnam on number 1 this time, congratulations. Then there is Supreet, Anik, DAS, and Ishki, Shivansh, Balvinder, Yuvraj, Nishu, Ritesh, Raj and Latif. Ritesh, I want you on number 1 next time. Next question. Suppose a mutant of photosynthetic alga has dysfunctional mitochondria. It would affect the ability to perform what? See, this is quite, the language of the question is quite difficult. What is the meaning? like there is this photosynthetic alga, which means there is an algae which is performing photosynthesis. It has a dysfunctional mitochondria, means mitochondria is not functioning. What problem will occur in the alga or algae? You have to choose the right option. As I said, mitochondria is not functioning. Do you remember the function of mitochondria? This question is from respiration topic, beta. This question is from respiration topic. This question is from respiration topic. So most of you, it would affect the ability to perform. Are you sure about your answer B? Most of you are giving B answer. B is not the right answer, beta. Don't you remember mitochondria is responsible for performing aerobic respiration, in which complete breakdown of glucose was happening and large amount of energy was produced? So, right answer is option C. Aerobic respiration will be altered. Aerobic respiration will not be able to take place. Only 17% gave the answer here. Why most of you have given the wrong answer? May I know the reason? Now did you got the concept? If mitochondria is not able to work properly, then in that case, oxygen which was present in mitochondria and breakdown of pyruvate to 36 ATP molecules was taking place will be altered. That was the dysfunction here. So what will not happen? Aerobic respiration will not happen. So the right answer is option C. That is such a silly mistake you guys have done. Very disappointed. Parth, Shabnam, good. Then Raj, Ritesh, Deep. Okay. That's it. No worries. Let's move to next chapter, that is control and coordination. I want to see sun in the comment section, so that I can know that you guys are ready to start with the new chapter, that is control and coordination. Life process was quite lengthy. Now we are going to quickly finish control and coordination. Tell me, are you all ready? How you guys are going to tell me? I want sun in the comment section. You have an emoji of sun, na? I can see some are also sending moon. I will ask to send moon at the night time. जब हमें रात हो जाएगी ना सेशन करते करते फिर मून भेजना. Now it is the sun time, day time. I am also getting some mushrooms in the comment section. Aha, nice. Ready for control and coordination? Let us start. Very nice. Control and coordination. What is the meaning of control and coordination? See, I am walking here. I am performing all the hand movements like this and like this. If I start performing Kathak here, that is also a control and coordinated movement. If I start teasing you like this, if I start doing like this, so what is that? This is all control and coordination my body is performing. At night when we are quite tired, we sleep. That is also a type of coordination that we are performing. When a person has taken large amount of alcohol, have you ever seen an alcoholic abuser? You must have seen somewhere, है ना? So how do they walk? They are not able to walk properly. They sometimes fall to the, they are not able to walk properly. That is also because their control and coordination is dysfunctional at that time. Alcohol does that, or alcohol, whatever alcohol, either wine, beer, whiskey, that alters the control and coordination of our body. है ना, देखा है ना, रोड पे देखा है, चलते हुए देखा है. Yes, cerebellum is affected. Very nice, Ritesh. So we are going to talk about that in detail. Now in our body there are two systems which are responsible for performing control and coordination. There are two systems. What are those systems? One is the nervous system. One is the nervous system. And the other one is endocrine system. Both these systems are working together. Both these systems are working together even in our body to perform control and coordination. ठीक है? Yes, nervous system and endocrine system. We are also going to talk about control and coordination in plants, but you find it quite boring, इसलिए मैंने उसको बाद में रखा है. पहले animals के अंदर control and coordination पढ़ते हैं. देखो, nervous system and endocrine system लिखा हुआ है first line. In animals, both the systems are responsible for control and coordination. What is this? Hormonal system. This is the other name of It is the other name of endocrine system. Other name of endocrine system. Other name of endocrine system. ठीक है बेटा? Now, let us talk about important terms first of all. सबसे important terms क्या है यहाँ पर? सबसे पहले receptor. Receptor are receiving cells. These are cells which are responsible for receiving some kind of signal. ये हमारी बॉडी के हर सेल पर होते हैं, प्रोटीन से बने हुए होते हैं और इनका काम है बस मांगना, जैसे कि मुझे ये वाला सिग्नल दे दो, मुझे वो वाला सिग्नल दे दो. So receptors are special cells in our body which are responsible for taking the signal. Then there are different receptors that are present in our ears. Different type of receptors will be present to detect the sound. In our nose, receptors responsible for detecting the smell will be present. In our eyes, light detecting receptors will be present, right? Because the function is different. Their receiving signal is different. So, we have a name for all of these. The one which is present in the ear, we call those phonoreceptors. And these phonoreceptors present in our ears helps you to detect कि किसने आवाज लगाई है घर में, मम्मी ने आवाज लगाई है या पापा ने आवाज लगाई है ना? थैंक यू. किसने आवाज लगाई है घर में वो हमें कैसे पता चलता है? बिकॉज ऑफ द डिफरेंट रिसेप्टर्स प्रेजेंट इन आवर बॉडी. किसी ने परफ्यूम लगाया है या किसी ने गलत काम कर दिया, ये भी हमें किससे पता चलता है? विद द हेल्प ऑफ olfactory receptors. These olfactory receptors. Where are olfactory receptors present? These are present in our nose. This topic is quite important because in your latest 2024 sample paper question, the first question was from this topic only. The first question was from this topic. Okay. So olfactory receptors present in the nose. Then there is gustatory receptors which is present in the tongue. Then you have photoreceptor. Photo means light. Light receptors will be present in the, tell me, eyes. Thermoreceptors. The term thermo means heat, temperature. So thermoreceptors will be present in the skin. Okay? Thermoreceptors will be present in the skin. जिन बच्चों ने अभी ज्वाइन किया है, मुझे बताना है एक बात आप लोगों को कि ये जो चैनल है ना तुम्हारा PW इंग्लिश, बेटा इसका मतलब है इंग्लिश में पढ़ेंगे. ठीक है, हिंदी में बात करेंगे PW फाउंडेशन पर. देयर आर स्टूडेंट्स जो इंग्लिश में पढ़ना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए चैनल है. अगर आपको लग रहा है कि यहाँ पर इंग्लिश पढ़ाई जाती है, इंग्लिश सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाया जाता है, तो नहीं, इंग्लिश में पढ़ाया जाता है यहाँ पर. रिवाइज दिस बिकॉज आफ्टर यू रिवाइज इट आई एम गोइंग टू मूव टू द नेक्स्ट टॉपिक, दैट इज डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ रिसेप्टर्स. अभी मैं आपको 10 सेकेंड्स दे रही हूँ. यू हैव टू scan the whole flow chart in your mind. So whenever the question comes from this topic, आपके दिमाग में ये flow chart खुल जाना चाहिए. तो जल्दी से इसको scan कर लो, इसको जल्दी से. You have 10 seconds. Yes, if you want to take the screenshot, you can take the screenshot also. इसके बाद पढ़ेंगे reproduction chapter राहुल, इसके बाद पढ़ेंगे. चलो, 10 seconds are over. Let's move to the next topic. Let us start with the nervous system first. Okay. Now our nervous system is again further divided into two types. What are those types? One is the central nervous system and one is the peripheral nervous system. See, listen to me very carefully. The nervous system is composed of specialized tissues called nervous tissue. The whole nervous system is made up of certain cells. What are those cells? Our brain cells. What do we call that? Neurons. What are those cells? Neurons. Okay. So neurons are the one which are responsible for maintaining the whole nervous system. Neurons are the one which take the signal. Neurons are the one which give the signal to the other parts. Now, it is the nervous system which is responsible for control and coordination in complex animals. As I told you, there are two types of nervous system, central and peripheral. First of all, let's talk about the functions of nervous system. They receive the information, they give the information to other parts, they maintain a coordination between muscles and glands. And there is a cell named as neuron. A neuron is the structural and functional unit of nervous tissue. A neuron is the structural and functional unit of nervous tissue. चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं अब. Neuron. First, before jumping to neuron, let me tell you about the types of nervous system. Okay. This is how a human body looks. This is how a human body looks. Okay. So one system is present in the center and we call it central nervous system because this system is present in center. One is brain and one is beta spinal cord. Spinal cord. This is brain and this is spinal cord. Brain and spinal cord. These two organs are the part of central nervous system. These two organs are the part of central nervous system. Then another one is peripheral nervous system. Peripheral nervous system. Beta, this system is located at the periphery. पेरीफेरी का मतलब क्या होता है? बाउंड्री, बाहर की तरफ. तो एक तो हमारा सिस्टम हो गया सेंटर में जिसका पार्ट है हमारा ब्रेन और पीछे की तरफ क्या जा रही है हमारी स्पाइनल कोड. दूसरा है हमारे पास पेरीफेरल नर्वस सिस्टम, ये बाहर की तरफ प्रेजेंट होता है. ये सिस्टम पूरी बॉडी में हमारे फैले हुए हैं लाइक दिस द वन दैट आई एम ड्रॉइंग विद येलो कलर. दिस इज पेरीफेरल नर्वस सिस्टम. पेरिफेरल नर्वस सिस्टम के अंदर नर्व्स आ जाती है बेटा. क्या आ जाती है? नर्व्स. पेरिफेरल नर्वस सिस्टम के अंदर क्या आती हैं? नर्व्स. टेल मी इफ द डिफरेंस इज क्लियर बिटवीन दीज टू. इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन दीज टू क्लियर? इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन दीज टू क्लियर? Yes, there are two types of nerve. One is cranial nerve and spinal nerve. Okay, now let us study about these systems in detail. Before starting with the system, let us understand what is a neuron. Neuron is a cell. There are thousands and not just thousands, lakhs and lakhs of neurons in our body which are responsible for sending the signal and taking the signal. So neurons are making both the system, central nervous system also or peripheral nervous system also. Let us study the basic structure of neuron first. In neuron, it is also a cell, so it will have a nucleus in the center. It has a nucleus like this, and outside the nucleus there is cytoplasm. Cytoplasm will be different in case of neuron. Here the cytoplasm is forming hair-like structures, and one is a very long hair. One hair is quite long, and in the end it divides into legs like this. This is the basic structure of a neuron. Now, these hair-like structures are known as dendrites, and dendrites are responsible for taking the signal, for receiving the signal. The center is nucleus, here is the cytoplasm, and even in the cytoplasm of neurons, some granules are present. Those granules are known as Nissl granules. What are those granules? Nissl granules. And over the axon, you see, this is the axon. The longest dendrite is known as axon. Over the axon, there is a layer of Schwann cells. Beta. And it gives white color to this neuron. We call it myelin sheath. What do we call it? Myelin sheath. See, there are also some neurons in the body which are naked, which do not have this covering of myelin sheath. But in some neurons, myelin sheath is present. What is the use of this myelin sheath? It helps to transport the signal very fast. See, in our body, we need a fast system to work. Imagine if I have accidentally touched any hot object. I immediately remove my hand from there, right? The quick response is because of these type of neurons which has myelin over it. Because the signal is very quick with the help of myelinated neurons. Imagine if the signal was very slow, then what would happen? I mistakenly have put my hand on any hot object. I am not even noticing that my hand is burning or my skin is burning. After 30 or 40 seconds or after 1 minute, I am realizing that I have touched any hot object. So in that case, so much damage would have done to us. To save that damage, our neurons are working very quickly. And it is because of the myelin sheath. Okay. Now, the labeling of this diagram is very, very important. This diagram can also come directly by CBSE to be drawn. So you should know how to draw this diagram. There is nucleus, there is the cytoplasm forming the dendrites, then there is axon covered with myelin sheath, and this area is known as axon terminal. What do we call it? Axon terminal. Or we also call it nerve ending beta. इसी को nerve ending भी बोलते हैं. Signal will always enter from the dendrites, never from the nerve ending. Signal हमेशा कहाँ से enter करेगा? यहाँ से enter करेगा. And it will move throughout the axon and then it will be removed with the help of nerve terminal or nerve ending से बाहर निकल जाएगा. The gap between these cells is known as nodes of Ranvier. Nodes of Ranvier. Very important diagram. Now there are different types of neurons also. There is different type of neuron also. Understand this? One is sensory neuron, one is motor neuron, one is association neuron. What are these neurons? To understand this, let us talk about a case here. Let's just say there is this person, okay, and there is a cockroach sitting on the hand of a person. There is a cockroach sitting on the hand of the person. What it is? A cockroach or any insect, okay? ये cockroach इसकी skin के ऊपर आकर बैठ गया. Now on the skin, whenever something is, crawling over your skin, you get to know that something is wrong. How do you know that? There are some receptors present. Here on the skin, what type of receptors are present? Thigmoreceptors. What receptors? Thigmoreceptors. So thigmoreceptors got to know that something is moving on the skin. What will happen next? There are neurons which will take the signal to the spinal cord. Which will take the signal to the spinal cord. So what is the function of sensory neurons? Here is the duty of the sensory neurons to take the signal from the receptor to the spinal cord. Thigmoreceptors took the signal. Sensory neurons did the work further. Sensory neurons transmitted the signal to the spinal cord. Okay. Now spinal cord, between the spinal cord and brain also some signals will be transmitted. Between the central nervous system, there is association neuron which will work. Association neuron. देखो स्पाइनल कोड ने सबसे पहले यहाँ पर रिएक्ट करना है कि हाँ हमारे हाथों पर मच्छर चल रहा है या कॉकरोच चल रहा है. फिर ये स्पाइनल कोड इस सिग्नल को ब्रेन के पास भी मेमोरी की तरह भेजेगा सो दैट ब्रेन कैन स्टोर द सिग्नल. पता भी होना चाहिए ना, आज यार हाथ पर तो कॉकरोच बैठ गया था, तो दैट सिग्नल विल बी स्टोर्ड इन द ब्रेन और स्पाइनल कोड के अंदर भी ये सिग्नल जाएगा. दैट वुड बी विद द हेल्प ऑफ एसोसिएशन न्यूरॉन. इट हैज वन मोर नेम, वी कॉल इट रिले न्यूरॉन ऑल्सो. Relay neuron also. Okay, what is the next step? Now spinal cord will give the signal back. Spinal cord बोलेगा भाई मच्छर चल रहा है हाथ पे, इसको हटा लो, है ना. So what you are going to do? Either you are going to use your another hand or the same hand to remove the cockroach. Now this signal will be sent back with the help of motor neuron. The signal will be returned with the help of motor neuron. So from association neuron or from spinal cord, signal is given to motor neuron. And this motor neuron will act on your muscle. Because muscle is responsible for making the movement. So the signal will be sent to muscle and muscle will remove the cockroach from the body. So motor neuron and then last to the effector. Effector, what is the effector here? Effector could be a muscle or could be a gland. Effector could be a muscle or it could be a gland. I am looking at the comments now. I need to know that everything is clear. Clear? Okay. Let's move to the next topic. So here I was telling you about the types of neurons. Now we have covered sensory and motor neurons. What is the function of this? What are relay neurons? 1 mark question can be come from that also. Now is synapse. What is the meaning of synapse? See, this is one neuron, okay? This is one neuron. This is second neuron. This is third neuron. So same way there is a train of neurons in our body. Some neurons are very small. Some neurons are quite long also. Now signal will always enter from the dendrites, right? Then it will move to, from dendrites it will move to the cell body area. This area is cell body. This area is cell body. From cell body it will move to axon. And from axon it will move to the nerve terminal, right? Now this signal will again be taken by these dendrites. These signals will again be taken by these dendrites, right? ये जो छोटा सा gap है, the microscopic gap between the neurons is known as synapse. ये जो छोटा सा gap है ना बेटा neurons के बीच में, इसको हम क्या बोलते हैं? We call it synapse. What do we call it? Synapse. Synapse is the gap, microscopic gap between two neurons. मैंने तो फिर भी बहुत ज़्यादा gap बना दिया. It is very, very small. See, the gap is very, very small. Now, after synapse, last is your neuromuscular junction. What is the meaning of neuromuscular junction? Remember? Let's come to this diagram. This was the last motor neuron which came to give the signal to the muscle. Let's magnify this diagram. Let's magnify it here. This is the muscle cell. This is the muscle cell which will take the signal from the last neuron. This is the nerve ending. What is this area, beta? This area is nerve ending. So what is going to happen? When the last signal will come, some chemicals will be released from the motor neuron to the muscle cell. This area is known as neuromuscular junction. Neuro means neuron, muscular means muscle, junction means where two things are meeting together. So here the last neuron and muscle cell is meeting now. We call this area neuromuscular junction. And the chemicals which are released are known as neurotransmitters. And what is the neurotransmitter? What is the exact name of neurotransmitter, Ritesh? It is acetylcholine. See, this is one nerve terminal, one synaptic node, and from here below is the muscle cell. Chemicals are released from the neurotransmitter is released from the motor neuron to the muscle cell, and this area is known as neuromuscular junction. Next is your transmission from dendrites to cell body, then to axon, then to nerve ending at the tip of the axon, then synapse and the dendrite of the next neuron. Very important for MCQ purpose. CBSE can ask you the sequence of the transportation, the transmission of the signal. Then human nervous system, there is central nervous system. What are the two parts of central nervous system? Brain and spinal cord, I just told you. And then there is peripheral nervous system. It includes all the nerves of the body. In peripheral nervous system, you have all the nerves of the body. Now, what is the meaning of nerve? Nerve hota kya hai beta? Dekho, there is this one neuron going like this. First neuron. इसके साथ दूसरा न्यूरॉन भी तो हो सकता है बेटा, like this. It can also have a third neuron here, like this. So the group of axon, the axon of this one, the axon of second one, the axon of third one, it will form a group. The group of axon, only the axons, is known as nerve. What is nerve? The group of axons. The group of axons is known as nerve. The group of axons is known as nerve. And what is the meaning of ganglion? What is this? This is cell body, na? These are cell bodies. So, the collection of cell bodies is known as ganglion. The collection of cell bodies is known as ganglion. Ritesh, I just told you, beta. The collection of cell bodies is known as ganglion. Then human nervous system, you all know brain and spinal cord are the two parts. Now let us talk about each one in detail. Brain is protected by a fluid-filled balloon which acts as a shock absorber and enclosed in a cranium which is also known as brain box, and spinal cord is enclosed in vertebral column. Vertebral column spinal cord को protect करता है. This is your NCERT diagram. This is your NCERT diagram of brain. Now see, everybody see here. Brain is protected by a cranium, which is brain box. Basically it is bony structure. You see, you press here, you see the bone which is located here, it is known as cranium. This whole area is skull, and the upper portion of skull is known as cranium, which is bony part. And when you open the cranium, then you can find the brain of the person. Brain is very delicate, that is why we need a very hard protection for brain, that is cranium or the brain box, right? Now, cranium is the part of skull. Just below the cranium, there are three layers. Do you see these layers? See, there are three layers like this. These layers are known as meninges. What these layers are known as? Meninges. इन layers के अंदर एक fluid भरा होता है जिसको हम बोलते हैं cerebrospinal fluid. Cerebrospinal fluid. This fluid acts as a mechanical shock absorber. ये shock को absorb कर लेता है बेटा, brain को protect करता है. So cerebrospinal fluid जो कि protect करेगा, and cerebrospinal के fluid के नीचे हमारा brain start हो जाता है, which has three parts: forebrain, midbrain and hindbrain. Forebrain ये हमारा आगे वाला हिस्सा है. मिड ब्रेन बाहर से नहीं दिखेगा, ब्रेन को कट करना पड़ेगा. एंड हाइंड ब्रेन इज लोकेटेड एट द बैक साइड. हियर यू हैव हाइंड ब्रेन. ओके, सो ब्रेन हैज थ्री पार्ट्स: फोर ब्रेन, मिड ब्रेन एंड हाइंड ब्रेन. Give me 1 minute because I will draw the diagram for you and we are going to study all the parts. Yes, come here. Forebrain. What is forebrain? The front part, okay? And forebrain also has a part named as cerebrum. Midbrain की और further divisions नहीं होती हैं. Hindbrain is further divided into three parts: pons, cerebellum and medulla. Pons, cerebellum and medulla. Ritesh, that is not the part of CBSE, so I am not discussing it. Now, forebrain, see, this is your forebrain. And these folded groove-like structures are known as cerebrum. And this cerebrum is responsible for all your thinking, whatever you are thinking right now. If you are worried about your exam, if you are thinking about someone, okay, nobody must be thinking about you, but so this is cerebrum. It has all the folded regions and it is responsible for your memory, for your thinking and all your voluntary actions. Voluntary actions are what? Which is controlled by you, which is done after some thinking. So that is the work of cerebrum to do all the voluntary actions. Then comes the midbrain. What is the function of midbrain? Let me tell you. Okay, let us talk about cerebrum in detail. First, it is the main thinking part. It is responsible for making all your personality. For example, learning, reasoning, intelligence, everything is controlled by cerebrum. Then next one is midbrain. Midbrain is actually, see, here it is located. It is located in the middle part. Here it is located. And it controls the reflex movement of eye muscles and in the shape of eyelids. Basically, it is controlling two reflex movements. One from the ear and one from the eyes. Eyes and ears के जो reflex movements है वो आपके mid brain तक जाते हैं and mid brain उसको control कर रहा है. Mid brain उसको control कर रहा है. Then last one is hindbrain. As you know, hindbrain is further divided into three parts: pons, cerebellum and medulla. The cerebellum is responsible for maintaining the posture and balance of the body. Howsoever you are maintaining your posture, cerebellum is responsible. So when the person is drunk, जिसने बहुत alcohol consume कर लिया है, उसका cerebellum ही ठीक से काम नहीं कर पाता, इसलिए वो person ठीक से walk नहीं कर पाता. Then is cerebellum also controls the movement such as walking, such as dancing, riding a bicycle, pencil से लिखना, सब कुछ cerebellum control करता है. Medulla controls various involuntary actions जो कि हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है, जैसे कि हार्ट बीट, ब्लड सर्कुलेशन, ब्लड प्रेशर, पेरिस्टाल्टिक मूवमेंट, swallowing ऑफ फूड, ये सारी चीजें मेड्यूला कंट्रोल करता है. इट इज ऑल्सो रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर कफिंग, स्नीजिंग एंड सलाइवेशन. And the last one, pons. What is the function of pons? It is responsible for respiration, beta. It is the respiratory center of your brain. It is controlling the whole respiration and it is also connecting left and right cerebellum. Just like cerebrum, cerebellum is also divided into two parts, left and right, and the connection is formed by pons. Let's come to spinal cord now. Remember, you had medulla. Medulla present here. Medulla is the part of hindbrain. Medulla is a tail-like structure. Medulla is extending to the lower part and here it forms the spinal cord. So, medulla of the brain extends to form the spinal cord. Spinal cord is protected by vertebral column. Spinal cord is protected by vertebral column, जिसको हम backbone भी बोलते हैं. Vertebral column is also known as backbone. Now, spinal cord is, see, it is written, it begins in continuation with medulla and extends downward. Just like brain, spinal cord is also covered by those three meninges. I told you about the meninges which has cerebrospinal fluid. Even the spinal cord is covered by those meninges. Okay, it is working the same way, absorbing. It is acting as a mechanical shock absorber. Now, reflex action and its mechanism. I just told you, जो अभी हमने reflex arc पढ़ा था बेटा. This one I am talking about. So this is what reflex arc is about. Reflex action is very, very quick in our body. Reflex actions are involuntary and it is responsible for all the quick movements. For example, if you have accidentally touched any hot object, if you have stepped on any sharp object, so reflex action is controlled by spinal cord. What is reflex arc? This flow chart is a part of reflex arc. Whenever the question comes, write down the reflex arc of any case. You will start with receptor, then to sensory neurons, then spinal cord, then relay neuron, motor neuron and effector. तो ये जो box बना के हम लिखते हैं in the form of, boxes in the form of a flow chart, that is known as reflex arc. That is known as reflex arc. I hope it is now clear to you. See here, there is this receptor somewhere. This this is working as a receptor. Pain feel hua, the signal went through sensory nerves to the spinal cord, and spinal cord में relay neuron ने signal को transmit किया होगा. The signal is returned back with the help of motor nerves, and then lastly to the effectors. Then what is the meaning of? On this page, I have mentioned some of the definitions because you guys are very much concerned about revising definitions and all. Beta, these are the definitions which you can read once after you get the PDF. You will get the PDF in the description box. And this is the reflex arc we have just covered. Receptor, sensory neuron, relay neuron, motor neuron, effector. Something is missing here. What is missing? Spinal cord. Now, we are starting with the endocrine system. Are you all ready? Are you all ready to start with the endocrine system? Tell me, I'm waiting. Waiting for your response. Are you ready to start with the endocrine or hormonal system? Because this is another very important system which is working in our body to control the control and coordinating movements. Ready? Okay ji. So what are hormones basically? First of all, understand कि hormones होते क्या हैं. There are hormones in our body which are chemicals only. Chemicals ही हैं हमारी body के अंदर, and these hormones are controlled by genes. DNA के ऊपर जो genes होते हैं वही हमारे hormones को control करता है. Okay? Now, hormones की कुछ खास बातें होती हैं. What are those special बातें of hormones? Hormones are secreted in small amount by endocrine gland. Endocrine glands are the one which are secreting hormones, and these glands add the hormones directly into the blood. These hormones are added directly into the blood and carried by the blood circulatory system. Then hormones are produced by a different organ and it acts on a different organ. It is just like all you guys. You have a home at one place but your school is at different place. Same way hormones are produced somewhere else and they go to work at some other place. So these are endocrine glands. They are also called chemical messengers because they are being produced at one place and transferred to another place. They are always tissue specific. They will always have a target organ. One hormone will always work on one particular organ and it will always be fixed. And last one, it coordinates the activities of our body and growth. Whatever your height is, either you are 5 feet, 6 feet, 4.5, 5.5, whatever your height is, that is because of the hormone, the growth hormone secreted in our body. Okay, that is because of the hormone secreted by our body. Now, endocrine glands, a gland which add their secretions directly into the blood. Definition done. Now, how many endocrine glands you have to study? See, come to this diagram. One is this pituitary gland which is located in our brain. Pineal gland also it is located in our brain. Thyroid gland, it is located in this area. What is this area? This is windpipe. Then inside the thyroid gland, there are parathyroid gland also. When you move down, there is this thymus in the chest area. Adrenal glands over the kidneys and pancreas just below the stomach, and ovary in females, testis in males. Ovary in females and testis in males. How the question can come from these glands? Because the location of each gland can be asked from you. The location of each gland can be asked. So you need to make sure that you know the location of all the glands in your body. Let us start with the very first gland, that is hypothalamus gland. Hypothalamus gland is present in the brain and it produces releasing hormones and inhibiting hormones. The function of hypothalamus is to regulate the secretions from pituitary gland and it controls all the pituitary hormones. It is also responsible for temperature regulation of our body. What is our body temperature? It is always 37 degrees Celsius when we are not sick, right? The normal body temperature is 37 degrees Celsius. So it is the duty of the hypothalamus gland to maintain the body temperature. And what is the other function of hypothalamus gland? It is actually taking care of another gland which is pituitary gland, and it helps pituitary gland to secrete the hormones. So these are the main functions of hypothalamus. Do not remember any of this. Just remember these 2 points, that it is regulating the body temperature, and the second, it is responsible for the hormones from the pituitary gland. Now let's come to pituitary gland. It is also known as master gland. Pituitary gland is also known as master gland. It is also located just below the forebrain and it secretes so many hormones. The one hormone that you have to study is growth hormone. The one hormone that is to be studied is growth hormone. Growth hormone. Yes, it is known as master gland and it is producing growth hormone. Now, if there is any excessive secretion of any hormone, you will fall sick. And if there is less secretion of any hormone, the person is going to have some kind of disease. So, excessive secretion of any hormone and less secretion of any hormone, both are dangerous. When we talk about the excessive secretion of growth hormone, the person is going to become a giant like this and the condition is known as gigantism. When not enough growth hormone are secreted in a person, the person will be dwarf and that condition is known as dwarfism. What that condition is known as? Dwarfism. Gigantism and dwarfism. Next is your thyroid gland. Remember thyroid gland? It is located here, just at this area in the windpipe, and it is butterfly shaped. What it is? Butterfly shaped. Now, in your food you eat iodine. That iodine is responsible for the maintenance of this gland. How iodine is responsible? Thyroid gland is making the hormone thyroxine, which contains iodine. So now you understand the relation between thyroxine and iodine. What is the function of thyroxine hormone? Thyroxine hormone is responsible for all the metabolism in our body. For example, if you want to talk about the metabolism of carbohydrates, fats and proteins, thyroxine is the one taking care of that all the carbohydrates are digested and consumed, all the proteins are digested and consumed, all the fats are digested and consumed. So this is known as metabolism and it is being taken care by the thyroxine hormone. Got it? Now thyroxine hormone is controlled or maintained by iodine. So whatever iodine you are eating, say thanks to it because it is regulating thyroxine hormone. Now in sub-Himalayan regions, there is not enough iodine in the soil of that particular region. So people there with the deficiency of iodine suffer from this disease named as goiter. And how do you know the person has goiter? It has a symptom of swollen neck. The symptom is swollen neck. Swollen neck. See, read it. The deficiency of iodine in the diet of a person produces less thyroxine hormone and the person suffers from goiter. Very, very important topic. What is somatostatin? Beta, that is somatostatin and it is released by the pancreas. अच्छा, somatotropic है वो. Growth hormone का ही दूसरा नाम somatotropic hormone होता है. Somatostatin is completely different. Parathyroid gland. These are four. See, look at the name. Parathyroid means it is related to thyroid. In terms of location, it is related to thyroid. There are four dot-like glands located inside the thyroid itself and the hormone which is producing is paratha hormone. And paratha hormone is responsible for regulating the calcium and phosphate levels in the body. Regulating the calcium and phosphate levels in the body, paratha hormone is responsible. Then another one, thymus gland, which is located in the chest area, chest cavity. It is producing it is actually producing the thymus hormone and it is responsible for maintaining the immune system of the body, developing the immune system of the body. As the person grows older, this gland deteriorates and the immunity of the person also becomes weak. That is why we see old people falling sick quite early, very quickly. That is because of this gland. See, thymus gland is large in young children, but it starts shrinking after puberty. Now, after thymus gland, there is pancreas, very, very important. Very, very important. Now, pancreas is working as both. Imagine this is pancreas. It is adding its secretion directly into the blood vessel. So, we call it endocrine gland. And it also adds its secretion into a duct. So, it is working as both exocrine and endocrine. When it makes the digestive juice, pancreatic juice, and with the help of pancreatic duct, it added secretion to the small intestine, we call it exocrine in nature. But here, it is also producing insulin hormone that is added inside the blood vessel, right? Now, here it is working as an endocrine gland. Because of these two reasons, we call it mixocrine gland also or heterogland also. because it is working as both. Now here we have to talk about the insulin hormone which is produced by pancreas whenever you see that your blood sugar has increased. When blood sugar has increased, insulin is released from the pancreas and insulin lowers that blood sugar level. What is the role of insulin? To lower the blood sugar level. Now imagine if there is a person suffering from the damaged pancreas which is not producing enough insulin. In that person a disease appears which is diabetes mellitus. What is diabetes? The normal diabetes, the sugar we say कि person को sugar है, that is diabetes mellitus. In that case enough insulin is not produced in the body, तो उस person का blood sugar बढ़ा रहता है. ठीक है? So that is diabetes mellitus. Okay, Ram Dubey, I will answer your question. There is another type of diabetes which is known as diabetes insipidus. Diabetes insipidus is quite different from the normal sugar or diabetes we talk about. In diabetes insipidus, what happens? Vasopressin hormone by your pituitary gland, isko ADH hormone bhi bolte hain. The vasopressin hormone is not produced enough. And because of the deficiency of vasopressin hormone, large amount of water is removed from the body in the form of urine. So in that case person is quite thirsty, person की body के अंदर सारे fluids body से release हो जाते हैं क्योंकि large amount में water produce हो रहा है urine के अंदर. So that condition is diabetes insipidus. But in CBSE we talk about diabetes mellitus only, and this is because of deficiency of insulin hormone in the body. Now adrenal gland, these are also known as the hormone produced by adrenal gland is adrenaline and it is known as fight and flight hormone. This is located at the top of the kidney, at the head of the kidney. See, these are kidneys and on the top of the kidneys you see two adrenal glands. These produce the hormone, adrenaline hormone, which is secreted directly into the blood. And what is the function of adrenaline hormone? Adrenaline hormone wants to give you large amount of energy. The aim of adrenaline hormone is to give you energy. How that energy will be produced? That energy will be produced in your cells, right? When glucose in the presence of oxygen will be broken down and ATP will be formed. So, how it is going to stimulate to produce large amount of energy? It will increase your heartbeat. It will increase your blood pressure. And because of these two processes, because of the increase in blood pressure and heart rate, more oxygen will be sent to the blood cells. It also stimulates liver to break down glycogen into glucose, and that glucose will also be sent to the cells so that the combination of glucose and oxygen can result into a large amount of energy, and you can use that energy either to run from the situation or to the fight in the situation. Okay, then is yes, it is also known as noradrenaline or epinephrine gland. इसी को बोलते हैं, इसके दो तीन नाम हैं. Testes are present in males only, and testis is also working as a mixocrine gland or mixed gland. Why I am saying it? Because testes are also producing sperms and adding it into the sperm duct, and it is also producing the hormone testosterone directly into the blood. So it is also both exocrine and endocrine. Testosterone hormone is being added directly into the blood, and this hormone is responsible for all the male characteristics of a boy. The appearing of moustache and beard, hoarsening of voice, broadening of shoulders, development of the male reproductive part, development of sperms, all these functions are taken care by testosterone hormone, and the amount of testosterone increases at the time of puberty. Ovaries are the glands present in the female, and ovaries are responsible for producing which hormone? Two hormones. One is estrogen and progesterone. Estrogen and progesterone are responsible for all the female characteristics. For example, the feminine voice and broadening of shoulder, broadening of hip area, pelvic area, development of pubic hair, and most importantly, menstrual cycle, which starts after puberty, and development of mammary glands also. So these hormones are responsible for giving all the female features. And this was all about the endocrine system. Your last topic from endocrine system is feedback mechanism. What is feedback mechanism? See what happens. Imagine if your blood sugar has increased and then the signal goes to pancreas, and pancreas starts producing large amount of insulin hormone. Now what will happen? That insulin will do the work given to it. Insulin will decrease the blood sugar level. But don't you think there must be another signal to stop the production of insulin? Because if insulin keeps on being secreted from the pancreas, the blood sugar level will come to zero and it will never allow the blood sugar to raise again. So there is this feedback mechanism. It is controlled by hypothalamus. It is an example of negative feedback. How it works? Imagine me, my blood sugar level has raised to another level. Now my pancreas is going to release insulin and insulin will decrease the blood sugar level. But once the blood sugar level has come down from raised to normal level, hypothalamus will know, and hypothalamus will now stop the secretions of the insulin from the pancreas. So this is the negative feedback, that excess hormone secretion will be stopped by the hypothalamus. This is known as feedback mechanism. Abhi, when we talk about plant hormone, then I am going to talk about cytokinins. Tell me, clear? Read it. Sugar level is raised, then detected by the cells of pancreas, they will secrete insulin. Now blood sugar level is lowered, it will stop secreting more insulin. And this whole feedback mechanism is controlled by hypothalamus. Is controlled by which gland? Hypothalamus. Now I want you to share this session with your friends who want to study in English, who is of your age, so that आपको पता चल सके, उन बच्चों को पता चल सके कि हमारा इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में भी एक पूरा चैनल बना हुआ है और एक सेशन है. Quickly share it. Now we are going to talk about coordination in plants. Coordination in plants. So, how plants are coordinating themselves? Plants do not have brain. Plants do not have any spinal cord. Since plants are also performing all the life processes, they are also performing respiration, they are also performing photosynthesis, and transportation in plants is also going on. So, how it is controlled without brain and spinal cord? How plants are able to perform all of this? Batao? सारे हिंदी पढ़ने वाले फ्रेंड्स हैं, that we understand, it's okay. Tell me now, how it is being controlled? Phytohormones. क्या बोलेंगे? Phytohormones. Now phyto means plant. Plant hormones are responsible for controlling all these functions. Now in plants there are 5 plant hormones. What are the name of those hormones? One is auxin, one is auxin, one is gibberellins, one is gibberellins, one is cytokinin, one is cytokinin, and the last two would be abscisic acid and ethylene. Abscisic acid and ethylene. Okay. Now please note down one thing, beta. Note down one thing. These two glands are in one team and these two are in different team. Why am I saying this? Because they all want to promote growth in the plants. Their aim is to make the plant young. Whereas ABA and ethylene gas are working opposite. They want to delay, they want the plant to get aged. They want the plant to grow old. They cause senescence in the plants. So they are growth promoters and they are growth inhibitors. Okay. Now, auxin hormone. What is the function of auxin hormone? I am here going to tell you major points of these hormones. Rest of the points we are going to read. Auxin help in cell elongation. Imagine this is a small cell. It has to increase in size. This is known as cell elongation. Auxin will do it. Auxin will help in cell elongation. Now this gibberellin hormone is going to increase the stem height. What it is going to do? Increase the height of the stem. Stem height gibberellin karata hai. Main kaam hai iska. Then comes the cytokinin. What does cytokinin do? It performs cell division beta. It helps in cell to divide. Hence the name is cytokinin. Cyto means cell and kinin means division. And then abscisic acid and ethylene. Abscisic acid will retard the growth of the plant And ethylene is the gas hormone which helps in ripening of fruits. Whenever you bring raw fruits from the market, you always get scolded by your parents that you don't have the sense to pick the right fruit, but now you have a solution to it. What you are going to do whenever you have unripe fruits in your home, to ripen it fast, to ripen the process, you can keep those unripe fruits or vegetables with the ripened or the old ones. So the older fruits and vegetables, the completely ripe ones, are going to secrete ethylene gas, and that ethylene gas will help in ripening of the unripened fruits and vegetables. So you can pack unripened bananas with the ripened tomato, and it will be, the process will start ripening with the help of ethylene gas. That's what shopkeepers do. Shopkeepers also perform the same process. Now, can you read this? Can you read the step of auxin hormone? Can you see the function of auxin hormone? Can you see the function of auxin hormone? Now, let's read it. It helps in cell division and cell elongation. Main काम cell elongation का है. Now, auxin has certain issues. Auxin को दो चीजों से बहुत मुश्किल, बहुत नफरत है. क्या है वो चीज? Let's understand. See, what is auxin hormone going to do? This is the stem of the plant, and auxin hormone is present on the tip. Where is auxin hormone mostly located? It is located at the tip of the plant, tip of the stem, tip of the roots. Now, fine. Now, what is going to happen? As I just told you, auxin hormone hates light and it hates touch. It hates two things. What it is? Light and touch. First, let us talk about light. From here, the sunlight is coming and reaching the upper parts of the stem. As I told you, auxin hormone hates light. So, what is going to do? Auxin hormone will change its position and will start accumulating at the opposite side of the stem. See, it doesn't have the option to leave the stem. So, what it can do? It can move to the opposite side of the stem from where the light is coming, because it hates light. Now, at this area, what is going to happen? He is very dedicated. Auxin is very dedicated to its work. It will not stop working. What was the work of auxin hormone? Cell elongation. So, now at this place, it will start performing cell elongation. The cells from one side will start elongating, will start increasing in size. And because of only one side cell elongation, यहाँ तो नहीं हो रही है, only here cell elongation is happening. This will cause the bending of the stem. Here cell elongation has increased only at one side. Because of this, you will see that this stem has bent towards the sun. Same way we can talk about the support. Let's say from here it is getting some kind of support. The stem is getting some kind of support. Auxin hormone is going to move to opposite side and cause cell elongation. Because of that, you will see the stem starts folding like this. The stem starts bending like this. This is also the case of tendrils. आपने कभी बेल को देखा है? बेल को हिंदी में बेल बोलते हैं उसको, है ना? Climbers coil around, right? Climbers and tendrils. These are the modifications of stem and leaf, and these modifications help for the extra support in the plant. And you see the tendrils coil around the fence and the support area. That coiling is because of the auxin hormone. That coiling is completely because of the auxin hormone. And you must have seen a sunflower when there is a young sunflower. You see, the sun rises and the sunflower faces the sun. My left hand is sun here and my right hand is the sunflower. So, if the sun has risen from here, the sunflower will face the sun like this. When the sun moves to this direction, you will see the sunflower also moving. And then this way, the sunflower will keep on facing the sun rays or sunlight. This is the type of tropic movement, and this is because of this auxin hormone. This is completely because of this auxin hormone, and yes, Kanika is absolutely right. We call this mechanism as heliotropism. In sunflower, what do we call it? Heliotropism. But that was not the term mentioned for CBSE students. So, we call it phototropism. In CBSE, we can relate it with phototropism. Now, what is the function of hormone gibberellins? Read it quickly. It helps in growth of stem and branches. It work in the presence of auxin hormone, and it helps in cell enlargement and differentiation. It also helps in fruit growth and Breaking of dormancy. This point is quite important. Which hormone is responsible for breaking dormancy? Answer is gibberellin hormone. Then comes cytokinin, helps in cell division. It helps in the formation of fruit and seeds. It promotes cell division. It also helps in promote the opening of stomata and delay aging in leaves. When we talk about abscisic acid, you know it is a growth inhibitor. It wants the plant to get aged very soon. So, inhibits growth. It affects wilting of leaves. It also promotes dormancy of seeds and buds and closing of stomata. जो भी पेड़ से आपको पत्ते fruit गिरते हुए दिखते हैं, that is because of abscisic acid. And last one is ethylene. You already know that it is a gas hormone. It helps in it stimulates the release of dormancy. It causes leaf and flower senescence and abscission. You see fruits and flowers falling from the tree, right? That is also because of abscisic acid and ethylene gas. Then it stimulates flowering. It's the only gas hormone which helps in fruit ripening. Fruit को जल्दी से पकाने में help करता है. Then is your movement in plants. Ready for this topic? Movement in plants. There are two types of movement in plants. What are those? One is tropic movement and another one is nastic movement. Tropic movement and nastic movement. Tropic movement is actually direction based and growth based. It causes the direction of the plant. It causes the movement with the help of direction, and then it also causes growth in the plant. So, there are different types of tropic movement. First one is phototropic. Here the stimulus is photo. Photo means light. So, when the stem grows always towards the sunlight, this is an example of positive phototropism. But you see roots always growing in the opposite direction of the sunlight. That is an example of negative phototropism. What is that? Negative phototropism. Then you have geotropism. Geotropism is exactly reverse of phototropism. In geotropism, roots show positive movement towards gravity. So, we call it positive geotropism for roots. But for shoot, for stem, it is the opposite case. Stem always moves up in the opposite side from the gravity. We call it negative geotropism for the case of stem. Easy? Next is chemotropism. Chemotropism is very important. Whenever a pollen grain lands on the stigma, a pollen tube is formed, and pollen tube is always in the direction of the ovule. So, this directional movement is secreted by the cells of the stigma, and this direction is because of some special cells. This is an example of positive chemotropism. Positive chemotropism. Last one would be hydrotropism. Hydro means water. So, this type of movement is because of the stimulus here, which is water. Roots always show positive hydrotropism. Stem show negative hydrotropism. ठीक है? And the last one is the nastic movement. Thigmotropism we have covered. Thigmotropism we have covered in case of auxin hormone. Now is nastic movement. Beta, it is not based on direction. It is not based on direction. It can never be positive and negative in case of nastic movement. It is just showing some kind of response but not a direction based. You must have seen this plant which is Mimosa pudicea, and we also call it touch me not plant. We also call it touch me not plant. So what happens? What happens to the leaves of these plants? Understand this. See, these are the leaves of touch me not plant. Okay, they don't have any brain or neuron. But what happens when you touch it? These are the turgid cells, which means that they are completely filled with water. These cells are completely filled with water. When we touch it, the heat energy from our skin is released into these cells. That heat energy causes these cells to lose their water. And after losing the water, these cells will shrink. What will happen? These cells will shrink. And the shrinkage of these cells cause the bending of the leaf. That is why you see whenever you touch a touch me not plant, what happens? It drools down. It drools down, which means that it closes itself. That is because of the losing water from the cells at the base of the leaf. This area is petiole, beta. What do we call it? This area is petiole. So cells in the petiole loses the water. The cells in the petiole loses the water. हाँ, इसको हिंदी में छुई में ही बोलते हैं. Exosmosis, right. Next you have response to light. There are certain examples. Other than touch me not plant, we have another examples also. For example, the flowers of Cestrum nocturnum. These are night plants. What do? They open only at the time of night. Whenever the moonlight comes, only then the petals are opening. Have you ever seen dandelion flower? In dandelion flower, they open their petals only at the daytime and closes their petals at the night time. So this photoperiod movement is also an example of nastic movement. It was not based on direction, just a stimulus is acting. ठीक है? This is not the part of syllabus. Let me remove it for you. Now are you ready to do some poll questions? Poll questions करें इस chapter के, because उसके बाद हमें नया chapter start करना है, that is how do organisms reproduce? Which plant hormone promotes dormancy? Which plant hormone promotes dormancy? बेटा dormancy लेकर आता है, dormancy लेकर आता है. This is complete English medium channel, okay? Tell me quickly. We are talking about promoting dormancy. Since I gave you the hint in the beginning that you have seen, there are two hormones which are completely working opposite of the three good hormones. Abscisic acid and ethylene are completely working towards inhibiting the growth, right? So what were those two hormones? Do you remember? Abscisic acid is the one. Abscisic acid, because it is promoting dormancy. It is promoting dormancy. You think cytokinin is the one. Wrong answer. Option D is the right answer. Only two students, Shabnam and Ritesh, gave the right answer. Very bad, rest of you. Only two students gave the right answer. Next question. Which nerves transmit impulse from the central nervous system towards the muscle cell? From the central system towards the muscle, which means it is returning the signal back, right? Sensory nerves, motor nerves, relay nerves or cranial nerves. Tell me what is the answer. Tell me what is the answer here. What is the answer here? From central nervous system to the muscle cell, towards the muscle cell. Tell me. The right answer is option B, motor nerves. 76%. Great. Kanak, Ritesh, Tushar, Parth, Shabnam, Ishki, Kanika, Rohit, Priyanshu back in the game. Tapas. One more question. One more question. Why is this not working? A microscopic gap between a pair of adjacent neurons over which nerve impulses pass. What is the microscopic gap between the neurons called as? Tell me what is the microscopic gap between the neurons? What is the right answer here? It is an easy question, right? Synapse is the gap between, microscopic gap or junction between two adjacent neurons. 88% gave the right answer. Shabnam, Harsh, Kattar Hindu. Dhruvika, Harsh, Kanika, Brijeshwar, Makran, Priyanshu, Supreet, Ritesh, Karthik. Now we are starting with the new chapter, that is how do organisms reproduce. Here we are taking a break of 20 minutes and then I will see you soon. I will see you soon after 20 minutes. Bye everyone. Not bye, bye only for 20 minutes, okay? Because I need a break of 20 minutes and then we will continue with your new chapter, that is how do organisms reproduce. Ready? Start kar do. 20 minutes baad I want to see you again because we are starting with the new chapter, that is how do organisms reproduce, and then Your 3 chapters are left mainly. How do organisms reproduce is left. We are starting with the new chapter. How do organisms reproduce? Audible? आवाज आ रही है मेरी? Am I audible? Okay, great. So let us start. बंद कर दूं अब इसको, बहुत है इतना ब्रेक. Let us start with the new chapter, that is how do organisms reproduce. Organism reproduction कैसे करते हैं, है ना? So all the organisms on earth are reproducing in one way or other. Either it is bacteria, virus, fungus, animals, all living organisms, even plants are performing reproduction process. What is the meaning of reproduction? To maintain to give birth to new organisms just like the parents, right? That is the meaning of reproduction. Re means again and production means producing. So producing more organisms, that is known as reproduction. So bacteria wants to give rise to new bacteria. Human beings wants to give rise or give birth to more human beings. Why all organisms are reproducing? Because they want their population to stay on earth. They want their population to stay on earth forever. They don't want their species to go extinct. This is the main reason, to maintain their species, right Aditi? Now we can see the method of reproduction cannot be same in all the organisms because we have a huge variety of organisms. There is wide diversity of organisms in our environment, right? So the process cannot be same in all. There are majorly two types of reproduction. One is sexual reproduction and one is asexual reproduction. So what is the difference between these two? In asexual reproduction, only one parent is involved and the one parent will produce all the functions in the body. That one parent is going to perform all the functions in the body. And it is performed by single organisms also and multiple organisms also. For example, all unicellular organisms and few plants, they are performing asexual reproduction. So what happens in asexual reproduction? Let's just say there is one parent, okay, and it is the nucleus of the parent. It has the DNA. It has the DNA. That DNA will be doubled first. This DNA will be doubled first and then it will be passed on to न्यू डॉटर सेल्स. द टू न्यू सेल्स जो बन रहे हैं यहाँ पर, उसके अंदर ये पुराना और नया डीएनए चला जाता है बेटा. ठीक है, ठीक है. सो एसेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्शन, वन पेरेंट हैज गिवन राइज टू न्यू सेल्स, न्यू डॉटर सेल्स. Then is sexual reproduction, the mode of reproduction in which one male and one female parent is involved, that is known as sexual reproduction. So these two parents are producing their special cells and those cells are fusing together and then new cell is formed which is known as zygote. So in sexual reproduction, can we say meiosis is taking place? Meiosis is taking place. And in asexual reproduction, mitosis is taking place. Our body cells, all the body cells in our body are performing mitosis. You see your hair growing, you see your nails growing, all your older skin cells are replaced by new skin cells. Mitosis is happening in the body. But when we talk about sexual reproduction, so there are special cells in the body of male and female. Those cells are going to perform sexual reproduction. That's what we have to study in the chapter. First of all, we will complete asexual reproduction in detail, beta. Asexual reproduction are further divided into different types. Asexual reproduction are further divided into different types. What is the first one here? What is the first one here? The first one is fission. The first process is fission. What is the meaning of fission? Fission means when one parent organism splits or break into two new organisms. It has two types, binary and multiple fission. Binary fission means when a parent is dividing into two daughter cells. For example, in amoeba, paramecium and leishmania, binary fission is happening. In multiple fission, what happens in multiple fission? large number of new daughter cells are produced. Multiple itself means many. So, many daughter cells are produced in multiple fission. This is the diagram of binary fission in amoeba. This diagram is important, in which one parent amoeba is dividing its nucleus first and then the cytoplasm. This is the binary fission in leishmania. Do you know what is leishmania? Leishmania is responsible for causing a disease named as Kala Azar. And this leishmania performs longitudinal binary division. This is irregular binary fission. This is longitudinal binary fission. Now in paramecium, this is paramecium and it is performing transverse binary fission. Transverse binary fission. Got it? Now next one would be multiple fission. The term multiple means many. When parent organism splits into large number of daughter cells, then it is known as multiple fission. For example, it occurs in Plasmodium. Plasmodium is responsible for causing malaria disease. So, the question cannot, maybe the question can come this way, that a hint is given to you that there is an organism which causes the disease malaria. Tell me the type of reproduction it performs. Answer will be multiple fission. See what happens? This is the parent Plasmodium. The nucleus will start dividing multiple times. Then cytoplasm will start accumulating around the nucleus. Large number of cells are formed. Also, the protective layer named as cyst is formed in this case. And whenever the optimum conditions arrive, the cyst is going to break and large numbers of cells are going to come out. This condition is known as multiple fission. Next one would be fragmentation. What is the meaning of fragmentation? In this, what is the meaning of fragments? Fragments mean pieces. So, when the parent organism is breaking into different pieces of itself, then we call it fragmentation process. For example, it is taking place in liverworts and mosses. Also, the famous example of fragmentation is Spirogyra. This is the parent Spirogyra. What is going to happen? The parent Spirogyra will split itself into small pieces, and all those pieces are going to form the new Spirogyra. This will happen in simple multicellular organisms. Fragmentation will be seen in simple multicellular organisms, and fission was the part of unicellular organisms. This is the difference between fission and fragmentation. Fragmentation is taking place in simple multicellular organisms, who are the group of just 100 or 200 or some very less amount of cells. Now what happens? Each fragment will form the new Spirogyra. This is the example of fragmentation in Spirogyra. See, the parent is broken down and all the new fragments are forming the new Spirogyra. Then is regeneration. Please understand that regeneration is not the main method of reproduction. It is seen in planaria, but planaria never wants to, cut its body parts into several pieces and then all the body parts would grow into the new planaria. This is not the main method or main way that planaria wants to perform reproduction. But in certain cases we see that if planaria or any body part of certain amphibians is cut, that gets regenerated, that gets reformed. It is because of rapid cell division in the broken areas or in the damaged areas, that is known as regeneration. The ability of the organism to develop their lost part. This is the definition of regeneration. Why it is happening in these organisms only? They have certain type of cells, beta. We call those regenerative cells. Those regenerative cells are helping in the process of regeneration. We also see that a lost tail of any amphibian is cut. In lizards, in salamanders case, we see if there is a tail which is lost or cut by accident, it starts regenerating. This is again an example of regeneration, and this worm is planaria. This worm is planaria or flatworm. So all the broken parts will give rise to the new planaria. Next one, difference between regeneration and fragmentation. What is the main difference between these two? See, regeneration is a process in which one organism replace or restore the lost body parts, and Fragmentation is in fact the main method of reproduction, and no specialized cells are present in case of fragmentation. Then next one is budding. What is the meaning of budding? See what happens on the body of the parent organism. There is a small outgrowth of the bud. That bud matures and detach from the parent plant, and wherever that bud falls, new plant is grown, new organism is grown. Okay, so this is an example of budding. New organism is developed from the small parts of the parent body, and for example, it takes place in unicellular organisms like yeast and bacteria, and in multicellular organisms like flatworms, jellyfish and sea anemone and hydra. This is very important topic. See, in this case, what is going to happen? A small bud will develop here. It is going to detach from the parent body. Wherever it will fall, it will form the new hydra. It will form the new hydra. Is this clear to all of you? Give me a thumbs up in the comment section. I am waiting for the response. Let's see how many of you have understood it or already know the topic. Tell me. Waiting for the response. Here got the thumbs up. Aditi also got it. Anand got it. Ahana got it. Hello, Ritesh also. Ishki also. Okay, most of you got it. Very nice. Let's come to the next one, that is spore formation. What is spore formation? See, spore formation, naam se hi pata chal raha hai that some kind of spores will be formed. What are these spores? These are very powdery like substances. Have you ever seen a stale bread or old fungus, old mithai or sweets or any fruit and vegetable that is decomposing and degrading? You must have seen it. You must have seen some cottony white colored substance growing over it. What is that? That is actually fungus. The bread color changes to greenish color, and there is very foul smell from that fruit or vegetable or any old eatable item. That is because of the spore formation. Beta, what happens at that time? Imagine this is a piece of bread that you wanted to eat, but you see that there is this green color thing growing over. Now when we use a microscope to see it, you will see the growth of fungus at this place. How does fungus look? It is like long stem like structures. Then it also has some roots which are known as rhizoids, and it also has a blob like structure over it. And inside this blob, there are very small microscopic particles named as spores growing on. Whenever the right conditions appear, this sporangium bursts down and all the spores come out. And wherever these spores are going to fall, new fungus will grow. This is known as spore formation. This is the part of very important question already. Okay? See, this is the green old bread which is quite old and not good for eating. Of course, it is going to cause food poisoning. This is how the real structure of fungus looks. And where does it take place? It takes place in the living organisms, rhizopus, mucor, bread mold, etc. Then we are going to talk about vegetative propagation. What is the meaning of vegetative propagation? See, in some plants, it takes place in plants only. In some plants, farmers want to grow the new parts of the plant or to grow new crops and vegetables, but they don't want the fertilization process to happen. So there is a process occurring in the nature which is known as vegetative propagation, which means that new plants are growing but with the help of vegetative propagules. Without fertilization, new plants are growing. Some parts of the plant are forming the whole new plant. What are those vegetative propagules, or what are those parts? That is stem, that is root, and that is leaf. Imagine from one single leaf we can form the whole plant, form the whole tree. From a piece of stem, new plants can be grown. This is an example of vegetative propagation, when new plants are grown with the help of root, stem and leaf without a seed, never with the seed. Okay. Now, it was happening in the nature. We call it natural vegetative propagation. When it is done by farmers, we call it artificial vegetative propagation. Right? So, natural vegetative propagation is done without any human help. first number we have tubers. What is tuber? Tuber is the case of potato, beta. You all eat the potato. The potato that you eat is actually the stem of the plant. The stem is actually a potato that we eat. It has a lot of starch inside it. And whenever you see that there is a formation of these buds. What are these? These are buds of the potato and we name it eyes of the potato. So if you cut this part of the potato and plant it into the soil, you will see the whole potato plant will start growing. So this is the case of vegetative propagation in potato. Then next one would be rhizome. Rhizome is the case of ginger, garlic and tulip. See, this is the rhizome. These root-like structures in rhizome, if you cut this part of the ginger and plant it somewhere, the whole new plant of ginger will grow. And these are spring onions. If you cut this block part of the onion and plant it somewhere, you will see the whole new onion plant will start growing. Now by root, what is the example of root? Have you ever tasted sweet potato? Shakarkandi जिसको हिंदी में बोलते हैं. That sweet potato, dahlia, tulip, these can grow with the help of roots. These can grow with the help of roots. The roots will detach and new plant will grow. Then is by leaves. Have you ever seen this plant? This is known as bryophyllum. In case of bryophyllum, there are small bud-like structure on the margins of the leaf. Whenever these buds are going to detach from the parent plant, new bryophyllum will start growing. So this is an example of natural vegetative propagation by leaf. There is also one more example in leaf, in the case of leaf, kalanchoe and bryophyllum. Next one is artificial vegetative propagation. It is adopted by human beings and it is the faster method. It is done in gardens and nurseries. Now, stem cutting. Imagine there is a friend of yours who has rose plant in his home or his garden. You also want to have a rose plant in your home. What you can do is, instead of going to the market and buying the new seeds for the rose plant, you can borrow one stem from the friend who already has the rose plant. That stem should have nodes inside it. That stem that you have borrowed can be planted in your pot and it can give rise to a new flower, new rose flower. So this is the case of stem cutting. It can be conducted in rose, bougainvillea, chrysanthemum, grapes, sugarcane, banana and cactus. See, roots can be cut. That is known as root cutting, and when stems are cut, then it is called as stem cutting. Root cutting takes place in raspberry, blackberry, dahlia, fig and lilac. Then layering. What is layering? What happens in the case of layering? Let's understand this with the help of a diagram. This is a jasmine flower. You all have smelled jasmine in your life. Do you like the smell of jasmine? I don't like it. Jasmine wala sunflower jasmine wala ek shampoo bhi aata hai basically, hai na? So you all know how jasmine looks like. It is a white color, very pretty flower. In that case, what do we do? What farmers do? Beta, this is the parent plant. Now farmer is going to take one stem and that stem will be pushed inside the soil, and with the help of support, any support, it was stuck there. It will be stuck there. Then after some time we will see that from the stem, new roots and new stems started to grow. So this is an example of layering. Farmers do it so that a whole layer of new jasmine plant can be grown from one parent plant. Isn't it easy for the farmers to grow? They just have to form the layers. They don't have to, start the whole process of fertilization and waiting for the new plants to grow. Now, this is simple layering. Mound layering is when we take the soil and set it above the level of the ground, just like shown in this picture. This is the case of mound layering. And one more is air layering. In air layering, we take the soil from the ground and we wrap the soil in the plastic sheets around the stem of the plant. And this is the example of air layering. After a few days, we are going to see that in this area which is completely covered with the soil and nutrients, from the stem part, new roots, new stem, new leaf is going to rise. Tell me, is this clear? Is this clear? Next one is grafting. Do you know grafting is so interesting to do? In grafting process, on one single tree, different types of fruits can be grown. On one single tree you can see growth of apples, growth of mango, growth of oranges. So this is how versatile grafting process is. Farmers perform grafting multiple times. Let us understand how this process works. What happens here? See, I will tell you the terms. Let's come to the picture. This is actually the stem of the original plant. We want more qualities in the original plant, okay? So what we are going to do, we will cut the upper part or upper stem of the original plant. Now, we will get the stem of a better plant with better qualities. Now, this is the stem with better qualities. I will make a sharp cut in the root wala part and then attach the new part with the original stem. And I will tie it with something. We will see that this stem will combine after some days and a new plant will be grown. This is an example of grafting. It is done to get the desired qualities in the plant. The root part, the original root part is known as stalk and the new stem which you have added is known as scion. The new stem that we have added is scion. What are the advantages of vegetative propagation? It is very quick. It is very cheap method. Farmers can easily do it. Disease-free plants are also produced. Plants' desired characteristics can be introduced into the plants by the farmers. The plants are genetically identical and the survival rate is also 100% of the plants. Now, there are some disadvantages that it cannot be the vegetative propagules cannot be stored for a long period of time, cannot be preserved, and natural dispersion of seeds is also not taking place. Plants also loses their strength with the time. Plants also loses their strength with time. Plants get weak after a period of time. But overall, vegetative propagation has so many benefits. Then last one is your tissue culture. In asexual reproduction, last topic is tissue culture. It is also known as micropropagation. It is also known as micropropagation. And in this case, what happens? We don't even now need the stem, root and leaf. We are taking just a very small tissue of the plant and with the help of that tissue, the whole new plant can be grown. How this can take place? See, these are very small tissues taken in a petri dish in a lab. Then we keep on changing the medium, adding the nutrients in the medium, and then we will see that the growth of these cells is going to start and a small plantlet or small, very small plantlet or seedling starts to grow. And when it reaches at this stage, it can be sent to the market, it can be sent to the nurseries where the commercial business can start. So this is quite effective method because here disease-free plants can be grown. Difference between tissue culture and vegetative propagation is that in vegetative propagation, we are using the parts of the plant. What is that part? We use leaf, we use stem, we use root. But in case of tissue culture or micropropagation, we are using just the tissue of the plant. What is tissue? Just a group of cells. You can cut a very small piece from the leaf or from the root or from the stem, and from that small tissue, the whole new plant can grow. Okay? Yes, it is done in laboratory. Now we are starting with the sexual reproduction. What happens in case of sexual reproduction? Understand this. It is taking place in animals, in plants also. Now in this case, two different organisms are required. One is male and one is female. Let's just say there is a male, there is a father and there is a mother. Okay? There is a father and there is a mother. So when the father reaches at the age of 14, inside his testis, there are certain cells present. Okay, inside the testis there are certain cells present. Those cells will grow into sperm cell. Those cells will grow into sperm cell. You don't have to memorize the name of these cells. Just memorize the name of the special cells formed for reproduction, that is sperm cell. Originally they were having 46 chromosomes, but when the sperm was formed, it has 23 chromosomes. In case of females also, same process is happening. Inside the ovary, there are some cells present. We call these cells as follicles. What do we call these? Follicles. Now these follicles also have 46 chromosomes, but they want to become an egg or ovum. Once they become an egg or ovum, then they will have 23 chromosomes only. The process of formation of these sperm and egg is known as gametogenesis. The process of formation of gametes, sperm and egg is known as gametogenesis, beta. Clear? How many of the students who are currently watching me want to understand in English? Tell me. Are you able to understand whatever I am teaching you? Ritesh is, rest of you? आ रहा है ना बाकी बच्चों को समझ? If you want to study in Hindi, then this is not for you. If you want to study in Hindi, this is not for you. We will have a different marathon for you guys, okay? In Hindi and English both. This is pure English. Great. Great. So now coming back to this, the process of formation of sperm and egg is known as gametogenesis. What is the process named as? Gametogenesis. And in males, we have a different term for the process of gametogenesis. We call it spermatogenesis because there is a formation of sperm. And the other one, in the case of females, we call it oogenesis because here is the formation of ovum or egg. ठीक है? Clear? Ovum and egg. Spermatogenesis in males and oogenesis in case of females. Oogenesis in case of females. Now, at the time of copulation, what is going to happen? These are parents, right? When they become parents, they want to have a child. Now, this sperm and egg is going to fuse together and a new cell will be formed which is named as zygote. There will be fusion of sperm cell, 23 chromosome. Egg cell again 23 chromosome and the new cell will be formed, we call it zygote. The new cell formed is named as zygote. Okay, clear? Tissue propagation, tissue culture is a laboratory method which requires more efforts, but vegetative propagation is conducted on large level by the farmers. So, it is easy to conduct vegetative propagation. Tissue culture requires lots of efforts. Now, what is the significance of sexual reproduction? See, it promotes diversity of characteristics and it promotes a new variation in the animals or organisms. नई variation निकल कर आती है बेटा organisms के बीच में. Now, let us talk about flower. Sexual reproduction in flowering plants. See, plants also produce sexual reproduction. They also conduct sexual reproduction. So, we can say that in plants also there is a male flower and there is a female flower. Can we say that? And sometimes the male and female part are located on the same flower. In that case, we call it a bisexual flower. When male and female are located in the same flower, that flower is bisexual. But there are some flowers in which the male part is completely different and female part is located on different tree or different plant. We call it unisexual flowers. The papaya you eat, the cucumber and watermelon, in these fruits basically, the plants are completely different. The male and female are completely different plants. But when we talk about hibiscus, China rose, that flower has male and female parts on the same flower. So, in your book, this diagram is given. It is a bisexual flower because you see here that the male part and female part, the female part is known as carpel, the male part is known as stamen. Both are located on the same flower. See, anther and filament are the part of stamen. Stigma, style and ovary are the part of carpel or pistil, the female part. Both are located on the same flower, which means that this is going to be a bisexual flower. This is going to be a bisexual flower. है ना? And at the base, there is a green part located. We call it sepals. The colored part is known as petals. Why these petals are so colorful? Is it for us to celebrate the Valentine's week? No, it is not for us. The color of the petals is to attract the insects for pollination. What is pollination? See, understand this. These are anthers. Anthers are going to produce these powdery like substance. We call it pollen grains. And pollen grains are going to reach to the stigma, then enter the ovule and perform the fertilization process. So what is pollination? When pollen grains are transferred from the anther to the stigma, either of the same or the different flower, that doesn't mean that the definition will be same. Pollination means transfer of pollen grains either to the same stigma, either to the stigma of the same flower or the different flower Now I want all of you to draw this diagram. Draw it right now. Take out your rough notebook and everybody is going to draw it. Everybody is going to draw it. Tell me, can I see your notebooks now? I cannot definitely see, but can I trust on you guys that you are definitely going to do it? You have 10 seconds, do it right now. First of all, you are going to draw the base of the flower. You are going to draw the base of the flower. That is known as sepals. Then the colorful part, petals. The group of petal is known as corolla. The group of sepal is known as calyx. Okay. Then in the center, we have this stigma, style, ovary. Ovary has ovule inside it. This is ovule. Inside the ovule, female gametophyte is present. जैसे एनिमल्स के अंदर मेल फीमेल अलग अलग है ना, तो फीमेल पार्ट ओवरी के अंदर होता है. सेम तरीके से ओव्यूल के अंदर फीमेल पार्ट लोकेटेड है, फीमेल सेल लोकेटेड है. ठीक है. बट व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट मेल पार्ट, दिस इज फिलामेंट एंड हियर आर anthers. Filament and we have anthers. Now what will happen? Anthers will produce the pollen grain. Anthers will produce the pollen grain. Imagine this is one large pollen grain. This pollen grain will have two male gametes, beta. Two male gametes. 1 and 2. Two male gametes. And these two male gametes, both the male gametes are going to fertilize with the female gamete. But how it is going to happen? First, pollination will happen. That pollen grains will fly and reach the stigma. Just like this. This is the pollen grain which has flown away. And now it has formed a pollen tube like this. And this pollen tube will now enter inside the ovule and will ensure the entry of the male gametes inside the ovule. This is pollination, the transfer of pollen grains. And this step is known as fertilization, when male and female gamete is going to fuse with each other. What is the difference between cross-pollination and self-pollination? Okay, let us understand this. Cross and self-pollination, very easy to do. See, this is definitely self-pollination. That means the pollen grains are transferred in the same flower. The pollination is happening in the same flower. This is known as self-pollination. What is cross-pollination? Imagine this is one plant and it has a flower here. And this is another plant, it has a flower here. So when pollen grains are going to fly and reach the different flower, then it is known as cross-pollination. This is plant A, this is plant B. When pollen grains are moving from plant A to plant B, this is an example of cross-pollination. Now in case of sexual reproduction, there are different events. First we have pre-fertilization. You need to understand the meaning of fertilization first. Fertilization simply means that male and female gamete are fusing together. Okay, fusing means mixing together. But pre-fertilization simply means what are the preparations to be done before fertilization. So there will be first the formation of gametes. Then pollination will happen, that pollen grains will jump or fly to different flowers, and double fertilization is going to happen. What is double fertilization? How does that happen? We are going to talk about it. Now listen, what is the definition of pollination? When pollen grains are transferred from the stamen to the stigma of the different flower or same flower. Self-pollination, pollination achieved in the same flower, for example, peanuts, wheat, rice, apricot and tomatoes. Do you memorize the examples of all of the following? Next one, cross-pollination. It is happening in maize, corn, squash and broccoli when pollen grains are transferred to the stigma of the complete different plant. These are the examples of cross-pollination, beta. Then next we have agents of pollination. See, nature has certain agents who are performing this function for them. One is biotic agent and one is abiotic agent. Biotic agents include birds, insects, mammals and reptiles. Abiotic agent, whenever there is wind blowing and there is water flowing, it carries pollen grains with itself and spreads the pollen grain to different parts and pollination happens. That is why we call these the agents of pollination. Then is fertilization. Let us understand this fertilization very quickly. See, one pollen grain, this is a pollen grain. One pollen grain has two male gametes, 1 and 2. There are two male gametes in one pollen grain. Both will be fertilized. Now let us understand that where the fertilization of first one and second one take place. Okay. First of all, this pollen grain is will form a tube like this. This form a tube like this. The tube is known as pollen tube. What do we call the tube? Pollen tube. The name of the tube is pollen tube. Now what will happen? What will happen? Can you understand this diagram? This is the diagram of carpel. Female part only. See, it has the stigma, it has the style, it has the ovary and in between it has an ovule. It has an ovule. Okay. Now what is going to happen? Very good. Chemotropis will happen. Let me draw this for you. Let me draw this for you. This is ovary and inside the ovary, see, I have drawn one ovule. Okay. And inside the ovule, there is embryo sac. In this embryo sac, there will be 3 cells on the head. These 3 cells are antipodal cells. Okay. Then 2 cells like this. Like this. We call these synergids. And one in the center, the egg cell. One in the center, the egg cell. And one here in the center of the embryo sac. This is a very special cell because it has 2 nucleus. We call it central cell. Central cell. Central cell has 2 nucleus. We call it polar nuclei. What do we call it? Polar nuclei. Central cell has 2 nucleus. We call it polar nuclei. The upper 3 cells are known as antipodal cells. These are synergids, but you don't have to memorize the name. Just memorize the name of the center one. And this, the queen cell, which is the egg cell. Just memorize the names of these two. Now what will happen? Imagine a pollen grain has come over the stigma, has sticked to the stigma. It has 2 gametes. 2 male gametes are there. Pollen tube will be formed with the help of chemotropism. And this pollen tube will grow and will make an entry inside the embryo sac, inside the ovule. Now these 2 male gametes will reach down and down and down and will enter inside the embryo sac. Now, very important point. One of the male gamete will fuse with the central cell here and another male gamete will fuse with the egg cell here. One is fusing with the central cell and one is fusing with the egg cell. So the fertilization is taking place at two places. That is why we call it double fertilization. Because fertilization is taking place at two places. Fertilization. Because fertilization is taking at two places. Now, first fertilization is known as syngamy. Syngamy. Beta, it is the fusion of one male gamete with the egg cell. One male gamete with the egg cell. And second is triple fusion. Second is triple fusion. Why do we call it triple fusion? See, there is a reason behind. Second male gamete will fuse with the central cell. The central cell has two nuclei and second male gamete have one nucleus. There will be fusion of three nucleus, right? So we call it triple fusion because three nucleus are fusing together. We call it the process of double fertilization. Why we are calling double fertilization? Two male gametes are coming to fuse. One will fuse with this central cell. Okay. So this is one male gamete and this is the central cell. It has two nucleus. It will also have, the first male gamete will also have its own nucleus. So there is the fusion of three nucleus, right? Can we call it triple fusion? Because three nuclei are fusing together. And why it is fusing? To form endosperm. Endosperm is actually the food for the growing zygote. Is actually for the food for the growing zygote. And another fusion is here. This is the egg cell. One male gamete will fuse with the egg cell. It will form the zygote. Zygote will form the embryo. Embryo will form the seed. Embryo will form the seed. Why second fertilization is happening here? Because this little zygote needs the food. This little zygote needs the food. It wants the energy, it wants the nutrition. How it is going to get all that nutrition? From the endosperm. From the endosperm. Got it? Beta, this is everything that I have told you. Double fertilization, we have done this. Now let's come to post fertilization. What is the meaning of post fertilization? बेटा हम बात करते हैं fertilization की बाद की. Post का मतलब after fertilization. Post का मतलब क्या होता है? After fertilization. So in this case there is the formation of embryo and also the endosperm. Also the endosperm. See, endosperm was formed and embryo was formed. Then see, let us start with zygote itself. The zygote was formed, right? And endosperm बना था इसको खाना देने के लिए. Now this zygote will develop into embryo. Will develop into embryo. Embryo will grow into a seed. Embryo will grow into a seed. This zygote formation of seed, zygote changing into a seed, took place in ovule, right? So we say that after fertilization, ovule changes to seed. And ovary was also there. Ovary वो था जिसके अंदर ovule था. Ovary changes into fruit. Ovary किसमें change होता है बेटा? Fruit में change होता है. Very, very important. Very, very important. What is parthenocarpy? Parthenocarpy means when there is formation of the new fruit but without the fertilization. Without fertilization, without the fusion or formation of seed, new plants are growing. That is parthenocarpy. At your level only definition of parthenocarpy can come. Nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. Then is seed germination beta. Very, very important again. Let's just say it is a seed. It is a seed. And when it wants to grow, then what will happen? This seed is dicotyledonous. These are cotyledons. Cotyledon will store the food for the seed. Cotyledon will store the food for the seed. In the center of the seed, there is embryonal axis. Embryonal axis. In future, on the upper area, future shoot will grow. Future shoot will grow, which is known as plumule. And from the gravitational side, from where on which gravity is acting, this part will form into root, which is known as radicle. Radicle will form the future root. and these two are cotyledons which will store the food for the seed, and the outer tough layer is known as seed coat. The outer tough layer of seed is known as seed coat. Now we are starting with human reproduction. We are starting with human reproduction. This is very, very important. Human reproduction. See, in human reproduction, these two organisms are sexually reproducing organisms. Human beings perform sexual reproduction. So, both male and female will produce their main gametes. Males are going to produce sperm and females are going to produce egg. I told you about this earlier. Now, what is going to happen? See, let us first of all understand the whole system of male reproductive system and female reproductive system. Ready for that? This one is the male reproductive system. This is female reproductive system. We are performing internal fertilization and we are giving rise to young ones. So, हमारा reproduction कैसा है? We are giving birth to viviparous organisms. We are viviparous. We give rise to young ones. We are not giving birth to eggs, right? अगर हम eggs को birth दे रहे होते तो हम उसको बोलते हैं oviparous organism. But we are giving birth to young ones, we call it viviparous organism. Now, male and female reproductive system. First, let us start with the male reproductive system. Now, testis, paired testis. When there is a boy in the mother's womb, when there is a birth of a boy about to happen, okay? See, imagine there is a boy in the mother's belly. And at the time of 8th month, what happens? Let's just say, there is this mother, she is a mother and she is pregnant, okay? She is pregnant and there is a child inside her womb, who is of 8 months. The pregnancy period is completed after 9 months and now we are at 8 months, okay? Now what will happen? Beta, the testis of the boy. Let me make the, थोड़ा सा ठीक करते हैं इसको, ठीक है? ऐसे मान लो इसके थोड़े से पैर भी हैं. Just to understand, लग नहीं रहा है बच्चा, but try to understand. What will happen? At the time of 8 months, beta, testis will move out or descend from the body. Testis will, read this line, at the time of 8th month, testis will descend outside the body. Testis will descend outside the abdominal cavity. Why this is happening? Because sperm बनने हैं testis के अंदर and sperm formation requires a temperature less than the body temperature. हमारा normal body temperature 37 degree Celsius है. Testis को sperm बनाने जो कि इस temperature पर नहीं हो सकता. That is why the testis are descended outside the body. इसीलिए testis body से outside descend होते हैं. Now, I will draw the diagram for you. There is a pair of testis, left and right, okay? Testis की outer covering को scrotum बोलते हैं. Testis is present inside the scrotum. Now, from the testis, a duct is formed. And duct combine to form a pipe-like structure named as urethra. This pipe is urethra. These are vas deferens. What are these ducts known as? Vas deferens, beta. Vas deferens. Vas deferens is also known as sperm duct. What is the other name of vas deferens? Sperm duct. This is pair of testis and the outer pouch-like structure is known as scrotum. This pipe is urethra. Now, one more thing. Here is a triangular shaped urinary bladder. Urinary bladder also joins to form urethra. So, can we say that in males, there is only one passage for the transfer of sperms and for the transfer of urinary bladder? See, sperms will be formed in the testis and they are also exiting the body from the urethra. And urinary bladder is also located here. It will also make sure the exit of urine takes place from urethra. So, in males, both the exit of semen and urine takes place from the urethra. There is this common duct. Got it? Yes, both the testes are covered by scrotum. Both the testes are covered by scrotum. Now, there are 3 accessory glands, beta. 3 accessory glands which add seminal fluid to sperms. What is going to happen? 3 glands होते हैं जो कि sperm के साथ इस fluid को add कर देते हैं और sperm का बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान रखते हैं. Why it is happening? Because they have to form a semen. Semen is a fluid-like substance which will have the fluid and certain sperm cells inside it. Okay. Now it is the duty of 3 glands to form the semen. What are those glands? Let me draw it for you. There is a formation of, let's change the colors now. There is a pair of seminal vesicle. There is a pair of seminal vesicle. Then there is also a pair of prostate gland over here. There is a formation of, there is one accessory gland named as prostate gland. Prostate gland is not in pair, beta. Prostate gland is single. And then there is bulbourethral or Cowper's gland. There are 3 glands. Seminal vesicle, the triangular one in the center is prostate gland which is not in pair, and then last one is the Cowper's gland. All these 3 glands are taking care of the sperm. How they are protecting the sperm? See, जो seminal plasma है वो कैसे help कर रहा है? Sperm को transport कराने में help कराता है. It helps in providing nutrients to the sperm. It also provides alkaline medium so that sperm does not die in the female reproductive system. And secretion of Cowper's or bulbourethral gland lubricate the penis. This is the function of the male reproductive accessory glands. Now, let me complete the diagram and the labeling for you. Urethra is covered by a tissue, erectile tissue, and forms the copulatory organ which is known as penis. Inside the testes, sperm formation will take place. Okay. From testes, they are going to enter a coiled like structure. But just right after the testes, there is a coiled structure named as epididymis. Epididymis. Inside the epididymis, sperms are stored temporarily. And then they are transferred inside the vas deferens. From vas deferens, they enter the urethra. And meanwhile, in the whole process, these seminal vesicles, these are the glands named as seminal vesicles. These seminal vesicles and the prostate gland and these bulbourethral gland will make semen. What do they make? They form semen. Seminal vesicle, prostate gland, and this is Cowper's gland. Done? Labeling is done. Now let us move to the female reproductive system. So just like testes, testes are the main primary sex organs in males. Same way in females, ovaries are the main primary organ, and ovaries are responsible for performing 2 functions. One for releasing the hormones, estrogen and progesterone, and second main function is to prepare the egg. Second main function is to prepare the egg. Now in female body, on both the side, left and right side, ovary is present. And inside the ovary, understand this very, very carefully. Let me draw an ovary for you. This is an ovary, okay? One ovary. Now, sperm formation in males keeps on happening. But in case of females, it is quite different. In females, there is one immature egg present. This is one follicle. What can we call it? Follicle. Okay? It has 46 chromosomes right now. Now, pituitary gland will send the signal by releasing FSH hormone. And it will stimulate this follicle to grow and divide. It will stimulate the follicle to grow and divide. Now this follicle will divide and form a mature egg. But before forming the egg, it is going to form a giant structure. It is going to form a giant structure. And in the center, it has one egg, like this. Now, this giant structure is known as Graafian follicle. Graafian follicle. Okay. Now, this Graafian follicle will release the ovum. This Graafian follicle will release the ovum and the yellow part will be left behind, beta. The yellow part will be left behind. The yellow part is known as corpus luteum. The yellow part is known as corpus luteum. So, the whole process of egg formation and the whole cycle basically is of 28 days in case of females. This whole cycle is of 28 days. Okay? Whole cycle is of 28 days. Remember it. But in case of males, there is no such cycle going on. Continuous sperm formation takes place in case of males. But when we talk about females, this is a cycle of 28 days, approximately 1 month we can say. And in 1 month, per month, only one egg is released from either of the ovary. From the left side or the right side. Okay? Chalo. Now, this is the diagram of female reproductive system. Do you want me to draw it for you? Let's draw it. First of all, you are going to draw the fallopian tube like this. This is the fallopian tube. See? Now, these finger-like structures are actually known as fimbriae. The center part is known as uterus. The uterus becomes narrow at the exit area. We call this area as cervix. And then it forms the muscular area which is known as vagina. Okay, so this center part is known as uterus. These are oviducts or fallopian tube. Oviducts. This one is uterus. This area is cervix. And that area is known as vagina. Uterus, the inner lining of uterus is known as endometrium. The inner lining of uterus is known as endometrium. Now, from the uterus itself, ovary is connected. See, from the uterus itself, ovary is connected. From the uterus itself, ovary is connected. Clear? Okay, yes, we call it endometrium. Now, moving on. If we talk about ovary is covered by thin epithelium. This is not the part of your syllabus, beta. I am going to remove it for you. I am going to remove it for you. This is not something that you have to do. This is not the part of syllabus. These are the ovaries. Now, accessory ducts. Fallopian tube. What happens in the fallopian tube? It has 3 parts: infundibulum, ampulla and isthmus. Inside the fallopian tube itself, the fertilization of the egg and sperm take place. Inside the fallopian tube itself, fertilization of egg and zygote take place. This is also not the part of syllabus. I am removing it for you. बेटा आपको ना part नहीं करने हैं. Fallopian tube के part is not the part of your syllabus. Uterus is very, very important. See what happens inside the uterus, that is to be done. Uterus looks like a pear-shaped. नाशपाती fruit खाया है आपने, सबने खाया होगा. So it looks like a pear-shaped but inverted. Inverted यानी कि upside down. It is supported by ligaments. It has 3 parts and cervix open into vagina. Now, uterus also has 3 parts. Endometrium is the most important part. We call it vascular because it is richly supplied with blood vessels. See, in this diagram which I just draw, this one, what happens inside the endometrium? The development of baby will happen here only. Okay. Endometrium will be thick throughout the pregnancy. Whenever pregnancy starts in female, this endometrium is going to be very thick. It is going to, provide a protection to the growing child. But when pregnancy is not happening, in that case, every month this endometrium layer is built up and endometrium layer is removed from the body. And because of this, there is a cycle in females which is known as menstrual cycle, that we have to study right now. This cycle is of 28 or 29 days. I just told you that in case of females, the formation of egg is of 28 days, right? Formation of egg take place, beta cervix is the region, it is not performing any function, it is the area we call it. Now, मेंस्ट्रुअल साइकिल ये एक साइकिल इवेंट है जिसमें हम देखते हैं कि एग की फॉर्मेशन होती है 28 और 29 डेज का पूरा प्रोसेस होता है. सो नाउ वी हैव डिवाइडेड द होल साइकिल इनटू 4 फेजेस: मेंस्ट्रुअल फेज, फॉलिकल फेज, ओव्यूलेटरी फेज और सीक्रेटरी फेज. मेंस्ट्रुअल फेज वो होता है जिसमें एंडोमेट्रियम वॉल बॉडी से डिस्कार्ड हो रही होती है क्योंकि एंडोमेट्रियम की जरूरत नहीं है. बेटा जब एग का और स्पर्म का फर्टिलाइजेशन नहीं हुआ, एग फॉर्मेशन तो एक गर्ल के अंदर 12 ईयर से ही स्टार्ट हो जाता है, तो तभी थोड़ी प्रेगनेंसी हो जाएगी. एवरी मंथ द प्रोसेस इज हैपनिंग. सो क्या होता है, मेंस्ट्रुअल फेज के अंदर ब्लीडिंग होती है एंड इट इज ऑफ 3 to 5 डेज. ठीक है, उसके बाद आता है आपका नेक्स्ट फेज विच इज फॉलिकुलर फेज. व्हाट इज फॉलिकुलर फेज? फॉलिकुलर फेज में आपको याद है मैंने ओवरी बनाई थी, अभी ओवरी बनाई थी ना. ओवरी के अंदर एफएसएच आता है और एक 46 क्रोमोसोम वाले फॉलिकल को मैच्योर करता है और ग्राफियन फॉलिकल बनाता है. ग्राफियन फॉलिकल मैच्योर करना शुरू करेगा और बेटा एग को रिलीज कर देगा और फेलोपियन ट्यूब को अंदर डाल देगा 14th डे पर. 14th डे पर फॉलिकल किसमें चेंज हुआ? मैच्योर हुआ और एग को डाल दिया 14th डे पर. ठीक है, अगर अब बॉडी के अंदर स्पर्म्स प्रेजेंट हैं तो एग और स्पर्म की फर्टिलाइजेशन हो जाएगी और प्रेगनेंसी स्टार्ट हो जाएगी. बट अगर स्पर्म प्रेजेंट नहीं है, जो कि मोस्ट ऑफ द केसेस में होता है, तो यहां पर ये एग बॉडी से डिस्कार्ड हो जाएगा, एंडोमेट्रियम भी बॉडी से डिस्कार्ड हो जाएगी. देखो इसमें, देखो ये क्या हुआ इस डायग्राम में. देखो यहां पर 14th डे की बात हो रही है बेटा. 14th डे पर ये फॉलिकल मैच्योर हो गया और यहां से ये एग निकल गया. अब स्पर्म तो थे नहीं बॉडी के अंदर, तो ये एग किसी काम का नहीं है, ये बॉडी से रिमूव हो जाएगा. याद है एक और बॉडी बनाई थी मैंने जिसको मैं बोल रही थी कॉर्पस ल्यूटियम. ये कॉर्पस ल्यूटियम थोड़े टाइम तक बॉडी में रहता है और ये भी बॉडी से डिस्कार्ड हो जाता है. सवाल ये कॉर्पस ल्यूटियम बना ही क्यों? स्पर्म तो एग के साथ फर्टिलाइज करेगा. इस कॉर्पस ल्यूटियम का क्या काम है बेटा? कॉर्पस ल्यूटियम ना प्रोजेस्टेरॉन हार्मोन रिलीज करता है. प्रोजेस्टेरॉन हार्मोन रिलीज करता है. तो बॉडी को तो हर बार लगता है कि प्रेगनेंसी स्टार्ट होगी. प्रोजेस्टेरॉन हार्मोन किस लिए चाहिए बेटा? प्रोजेस्टेरॉन हार्मोन पूरे 9 मंथ्स प्रेगनेंसी के टाइम पर हाई रहता है. प्रोजेस्टेरॉन हार्मोन एंडोमेट्रियम लेयर को थिक करके रखेगा. ठीक है, बट यहां पर तो प्रेगनेंसी हुई नहीं, तो प्रोजेस्टेरॉन हार्मोन की जरूरत नहीं है. कॉर्पस ल्यूटियम जो बन रहा था देखो वो हट जाएगा बॉडी से. जो एग बना था वो भी बॉडी से रिमूव हो जाएगा. जो एंडोमेट्रियम थिक हुई थी इसकी भी जरूरत नहीं है, ये भी बॉडी से रिमूव हो जाएगी. क्लियर? Oh, I completely forgot that I have to teach in English. I'm sorry. Yes, okay, let's get back to the language. Now, there are two important terms that we have to study. One is menarche and one is menopause. Menarche, what is menarche? See, understand, the first menstrual cycle, that it's, whenever it starts in a girl, either she's of 11 years or 12 years or 13 years, that cycle is known as menarche, the first onset of the menstrual cycle. And what is menopause? You can see it from the term itself. Pause. What is the meaning of pause? When something stops. So menopause is the cycle which is the stopping of the cycle. It happens in the old age, like in the age of 45 to 50, like that. Like that. Ready? What is implantation? Let me tell you what is implantation. See, you remember uterus, female reproductive system, cervix and vagina. So, let's just say pregnancy did happen. Let's just say that egg was there in the body, egg was formed on the 14th day and sperm was also present in the body. Then there will be fusion of sperm and egg and a new cell zygote will be formed. क्या बन जाएगा यहाँ पर? Zygote बन जाएगा. Now this zygote will divide and divide to form a ball of cells. This zygote will divide and form ball of cells, beta. Ball of cells. This ball is known as blastocyst, and this ball will enter inside the endometrium. Okay, this will enter inside the endometrium. That is known as implantation. This is known as implantation. And during the whole 9 months, the baby is going to stay inside the endometrium. Now at that time, a tissue named as placenta is formed. A tissue named as placenta is formed. See, this is the growing baby. This is the growing baby. Okay. Now, do you see this structure? Beta, this is placenta. What is the use of placenta? See, placenta is richly supplied with blood vessels. There are large amount of blood vessels inside the placenta. So, when mother's blood will come inside the blood vessels, it will come with large amount of glucose, large amount of amino acids and oxygen. With the help of diffusion from the blood, these particles, these useful substances will reach the umbilical cord and it is connected to the navel of the child. To the navel of the child. So, it will diffuse to the child, right? Then, this child has also created some waste substances like urea and all. That waste substance will enter back into the placenta and will enter into the mother's blood. So, can we say that placenta is the area where exchange of substances between mother and child take place? Very, very important question by CBSE. Very, very important question by CBSE, that what happens, what is the use of placenta? It is a disc-like structure. It connects mother and child. Basically, the blood of the mother and child is connected. Blood is not directly connected, beta. What is happening actually? Exchange of substances is taking place at the placenta. Last topic of this chapter is reproductive health. We have to study some of the contraceptive devices that will prevent the fertilization. What are contraceptive devices? See, if there is a couple whose family is completed, who have their children and don't want to have any more children, they can go for these contraceptive methods. Contraceptive methods are the methods to control the population and to plan the family basically, okay. So, what are different contraceptive methods? First of all, we are going to talk about the permanent method. These are surgical methods. It is done by the physician or specialized doctors. It can be done in both males and females, right? In males, it is a case of vasectomy. What happens here? Remember, in male reproductive system, we studied vas deferens. Now, vas deferens are cut and sperm transportation will not happen in this case. The sperms will be formed, but the transportation of sperms will not happen. Now come to tubectomy. This is done in case of females. What do? We cut the fallopian tubes. Now egg will be formed, but sperm or egg fusion cannot happen in this case. This is known as tubectomy. This cannot be reversed once it is a permanent method, beta. This is a surgical method and permanent method. Other than this, we have a list of temporary methods. See, one is natural method which is based on the menstrual cycle. Do you remember the cycle we just studied, that on the 14th day the mature egg was available, right? Let's just say, let us take an average that from 12th to 16th day of the period cycle, there will be egg present in the body. But at the 10th day, at the 7th day, at the 6th day, there was no egg present in the body because it was under the process of formation. After the ovulation has taken place, again it took 14 days to form a new egg. That is also the period of safe sex, we call it. And this is the natural method to avoid pregnancy. But a couple cannot 100% rely on this method. It has so many failures because this cycle differs female to female. Next one is the chemical method. Chemical method includes the process of killing the sperms. How we kill the sperms? We use some creams or some tablets or jellies. We apply it on the areas and that kill the sperm. Next is the barrier method, most important method. In this case, what happens? We have condoms and diaphragms for both male and female. These products will cover the reproductive organs of the male and female both, right? And it acts as a barrier, it acts as a sheath, it will cover the reproductive organs. So even after the ejaculation, the transmission of gametes will not happen, hence it is the safe method. One more thing, that it is the only method to prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Only this contraceptive method can prevent from the sexually transmitted diseases. Now next one is intrauterine contraceptive devices. It is used only by females. What do we do in this case? Inside the uterus, a copper T like device is placed. This device is known as copper T. It is placed inside the uterus. What it is going to do, how it is helpful? See, it will not let the formation of endometrium. So if it does not allow the endometrium to form, implantation will not happen. So hence a very successful method. It can be done for 5 to 6 years and then copper T is removed or replaced by the physicians. Then is the hormonal method. Hormonal method again is only for females. Females are taking tablets or some pills. Now how these hormones work, understand this. You remember I just told you that there is this hormone progesterone which is very important to maintain the endometrium layer. Whenever the progesterone amount goes down, there is the signal by pituitary gland to the ovary to form a new egg. Now with the help of these hormones, these pills, the amount of progesterone is maintained throughout the body. So we fool the pituitary gland that endometrium is already thick, the progesterone amount is present in the body. So how do we fool the gland basically? Pituitary gland thinks that progesterone is present in high amount in the body already. So pituitary gland thinks that pregnancy is happening. But actually how we have gained that progesterone hormone? With the help of the pills. So artificial progesterone is added inside the body. Every day the hormone pill of progesterone is taken up by the female. Well, not every day, it is a cycle of 21 days and then a break of 5 to 7 days, and again the pills are taken up by the female. So how the system is fooled? We fool the system by telling that progesterone is present in high amount in the body. What happens to the egg and sperm when vasectomy and tubectomy is done? Beta, phagocytosis happen. What is phagocytosis? That a person's body will kill those sperms and eggs that are formed. Okay. Now last topic, that is sexually transmitted diseases. What is the function of what is the meaning of sexually transmitted diseases? These type of disease happen after the mixing of the vaginal fluids and seminal fluid. If both the fluids are mixed, this type of disease can happen because of the sexual contact. Now, two are the bacterial infections and two are viral infections. Bacterial infections are gonorrhea and syphilis. Virus infection are HIV and genital warts. HIV AIDS, we do not have a cure for HIV AIDS, and there is this genital warts. There is also one more disease which is HPV. So it is very common in population these days. What is the prevention of sexually transmitted diseases? Do not have sex at all. Use condoms. Choose sexual partners wisely. Check for the sexually transmitted infections regularly. Avoid alcohol and drugs and learn the signs and symptoms of STDs. What is in vitro fertilization? In vitro fertilization means there are very less chances that question might come on this. But understand this. Let's say there is a couple or there is a mother whose fallopian tubes are blocked because of some reason. So even if there is formation of egg, the transmission or the transferring of egg to the uterus or the zygote is not happening. Okay. So in that case, what do doctors do? They extract this egg outside the body and they mix the sperm and egg inside a test tube. So the fertilization happens outside the body where there is formation of zygote. Zygote forms the embryo and then embryo is inserted back inside the female's uterus. So basically the fertilization step which was hindered because of some reason is taking place in a test tube. This is known as IVF, which is in vitro fertilization. Syphilis is also a type of sexually transmitted disease. Okay, now there is this question that there is a farmer who wants to harvest crop early basically. What is the challenge faced by the farmer here? The time from the sowing of seeds to the harvest is critical for agricultural purposes. Based on the information, select a reason why farmer prefer vegetative propagation for growing crops. See, the very difficult or critical time for a farmer is that 6-month or 4-month period from sowing to the seeds and from the harvesting. That period is very critical. Farmers have to take extra care of the plants. Now, if a farmer is opting for vegetative propagation, what will be the benefit, which beneficial point the farmer is looking for? First, seedless crops can be produced. The plants are genetically similar. The fruits will appear earlier, or vegetative propagation does not depend on external agents of pollination. See, all these are the benefits of vegetative propagation. But here, the farmer has opted for vegetative propagation for which reason? That is what you have to tell. What is the answer? Right answer is option C. 88% gave the right answer. Good. Avinash, Priyanshu, Zishan, Bhagirath, Supreet, Namrita, Madhvi and Rekha. We are now starting with the new chapter, that is our environment. We are setting a timer or a break of 5 minutes and then I am going to connect again with you. Just 5 minutes and then I will see you again. Okay? Having water, then I will see you again after 5 minutes. Okay, beta, am I audible? Let us talk about the new chapter now, which is our environment. So, only 2 chapters are left, which are important but very short chapters, not so lengthy chapters. Our environment we are talking about. So, in this chapter, you have to study about certain terms and certain problems that are happening in the environment and how we have to deal with it. In this chapter, there are 2 and 3 very important concepts which are being repeated by CBSE. The questions based on those concepts are being repeated back to back. What are those concepts? One is that ozone formation, everything related to ozone layer can be asked. Then there is this biomagnification concept, that is very, very important, and rest I am going to tell you. Let us start with the first term, that is ecosystem. What is ecosystem? Beta, it is a type of system in which 2 abiotic and biotic components are interacting with each other. Imagine this is a pool, okay, this is a pool. Here there is water, which is abiotic, there is rock, again abiotic, there is soil, there is sunlight, there is temperature, all those are abiotic factors. And then there are biotic factors, for example, plants in the pool, microorganisms in the pool, and some organisms. See what it is, it looks like a mini dinosaur, but whatever it is, fungus is there, plants are there, these are living organisms. Both are interacting with each other, both are dependent on each other. That type of system in which living and abiotic factors are interacting, that system is known as ecosystem. Now, there is a natural ecosystem, for example, pond, desert, forest, lake, river. Then there is also artificial ecosystem. You have aquariums in your home, some of you must have had, or you must have seen some aquarium in your life, or you know about that crop field, the agricultural land we create. That is also an example of ecosystem where we have both biotic and abiotic factors together. So that system is known as ecosystem. Now, autotrophs and yes, very, very important topic, food chain and food web. So let me tell you everything about all these organisms in one slide. Autotrophs, organisms which are preparing their own food. We studied it in the beginning of the session. Then heterotrophs, the organisms which are dependent on others to get their food. Then decomposers, bacteria, viruses, and not viruses, bacteria, fungus and mushroom who are surviving on dead organisms are known as decomposers. Look at this one, bacteria and fungus, they are feeding on dead substances. That is the example of decomposer. Got it? Now, food chain. To understand food chain, let us take our own example here, okay? First dabba, second box, third and the fourth one, okay? Let's make a food chain here. At the first level, what are these boxes? These are trophic levels, beta. This is first trophic level. This is first trophic level. Then we have the second one. Then we have the third one. And in the end, we have the fourth one. There are 4 trophic levels, okay? At the first trophic level, the place is fixed for producers. At the first trophic level, the place is fixed for producers. Always remember, producers, what is the meaning of producers? Organisms which are producing something, okay? Then we have consumers. Then we have consumers. But consumers are of different level. Consumers are of different level. How they are different? Let me change this. Let me write producers here, producers. And then we have consumers. Now, producers will always be green plants. Do you agree? Tell me, yes or no? Producers will always be green plants. Green plants. Green plants. They will always be the producers because they are preparing the food using the sunlight. Then we come to consumers. Who are the organisms which eat green plants or just plants? We call them herbivores, right? Herbivores are the organisms who are eating plants directly. Then comes the carnivore. Carnivore. And in the end comes the top carnivore. Top carnivore. All these three are in the category of consumers. And the first one will always be the producer. It will always be an autotroph. It will always be an autotroph. Now let us design a food chain here. Green plants will be eaten up by, let's say, rabbit. Rabbit is eaten up by, let's just say, snake. And snake will be eaten up by, let's say, hawk. Now the question can be asked that at which level which organism is existing. At third trophic level, will it be occupied by producers or consumers? Always by consumer. What type of consumer? Carnivore always. At the second trophic level, there will always be a herbivore, because we start the food chain with plants and plants are directly eaten by herbivores. So this type of question can come. Also one more question, that why do we have 3 to 4 trophic levels only? Because of the limited energy that is transported. Then let us understand about 10% law in this side only. What is 10% law? 10% law says that the transfer of energy at each trophic level will only be 10%. Let's just say at the first trophic level, 10,000 joules of energy was available. What will be the energy at the herbivore level? But only the 10% of this is going to enter into the second trophic level, which means only 1000 joules. Then at the last level, it will be 100 joules at the third level, and at the last trophic level it will be 10 joules, which means only 10% of energy is being transferred to the next trophic level. Only 10% to the subsequent trophic level, only 10% energy is transferred. What is happening to the rest of the energy? Rest of the energy is released in the form of heat at each trophic level. It is released from the body, it is released in the form of heat. Is that clear? Then one more point, you need to remember it, that only 1% of the solar energy is consumed by green plants. They are only consuming 1% of the solar energy. 1% of the solar energy. Is that clear? Now let's move to the next topic. Let's see what we have written in the slide. Food web. What is the meaning of food web? Beta, food web means that it is an interconnection of all the food chains that is existing in the nature. Actually, in a forest or in a jungle, there must be a food web going on. Food web means, let's just say there is a grass. It can be eaten up by a mouse. It can be eaten up by a grasshopper, or directly by a rabbit also. This mouse can be eaten by an owl, can be eaten directly by a hawk, or can be the dinner for the fox. So these are different food chains. A group or connection of different food chains is known as food web. Then is flow of energy. Can you see? This is the producer level, then herbivore, then primary consumer, then secondary consumer. The energy available at first level is 1000 joules, then 100, and then 10, and then 1, which means it is definitely following 10% law. Next, we are going to talk about environmental problems. Yes, why it is in the form of pyramid? Why the trophic level is always in the form of pyramid? Because beta, the number of organisms are decreasing. The biomass of each trophic level is decreasing. Right? That is why the biomass is decreasing. Now, what are the environmental problems? Can you tell me? What are the different environmental problems going on? What are the different environmental problems? Now, first of all, there is the problem of ozone hole that has occurred in our environment, right? Ozone hole. What is ozone hole? Understand this. This is Earth and these are the different layers of atmosphere. First of all is the troposphere, and above troposphere is the stratosphere. But just below stratosphere, can you see a thin layer of 5 kilometers only, which is labeled as ozone layer? This is only 5 kilometer thick and we call it ozone layer. Now, what is the problem basically? Scientists have observed a scientists have observed a hole in the ozone, which is actually the thinning of ozone layer, beta. What is the problem? Thinning of ozone layer has happened. This is the ozone layer. It has a thickness of 5 km, but over the Antarctica, the thickness has reduced. And this condition is known as ozone hole. This is the area we call ozone hole. But actually, there is no hole-like thing. It is actually the thinning of the ozone layer. And it is observed on the upper heights of Antarctica region because of the environmental conditions over there. Only over the Antarctica, we have observed this. Now, ozone layer or ozone itself is never present at our level. In our environment, ozone layer is never present because ozone is itself quite toxic. If we inhale ozone, we might die. So, ozone layer is present at the higher levels just below the stratosphere. Now, what is the cause of depletion of ozone layer? What is the reason that we have seen this depletion? It is because of chlorofluorocarbon, oxides of nitrogen, that is NO2 or NO, then methane, which is CH4, carbon tetrachloride CCl4, and these are ozone depleting substances. Where we are using these substances, we are using this in refrigerators, we are using this in aerosols, we are using this in ACs. So these substances should be banned if we want to save our ozone layer. What is the problem? Like, why do we want to save our ozone layer? The reason is that this ozone layer is protecting us from the UV radiations. When solar radiations enter our earth, there are different types of UV rays, UVA, UVB, UVC. Now, these UV rays are very harmful for us. Ozone layer send these layers back into the space. That is why we need ozone layer. Now, because of the hole, we have seen that some solar radiations are able to pass and enter in our atmosphere. Because of this, human beings and the crops, everything is going to suffer. Everything is going to suffer. What are the harmful effects of solar radiations? Let me write out. Harmful effects are skin cancer, cataract, that is eye disease, then immune system damage, okay, crops damaged. These are the harmful effects of UV radiations. Genetic disorders also, mutation also. So these are the harmful effects of UV radiations. Now, what is ozone layer formation? How it is formed? See, one more important point from this topic is ozone layer formation. What happens just below the stratosphere layer? This is O3. What is the formula of ozone? O3. Now, O3 अब ये बनाएंगे, ठीक है? What happens at the stratosphere layer with the help of UV radiations? With the help of UV radiations, beta. With the help of UV rays, this oxygen is broken down into O plus O. This oxygen is broken down into different oxygen molecules. Okay. Now what will happen? The rest of the oxygen molecule will combine with this nascent oxygen and form O3, and this is the formula of ozone. You have to remember this two-step reaction of ozone formation. From here also one MCQ can come that what type of radiation is responsible for breaking the ozone oxygen molecule. So UV radiations are breaking the oxygen molecule. Got it? What about your Hindi preparation? Your first exam is of Hindi. So the students who are watching me, have you prepared Hindi subject? Have you prepared Hindi? All the preparations are done. Yes, done. Some are saying yes, some are saying no. Some have got Kannada exam, okay. That was the language you must have opted for, hai na? Hi Nitin. Most of you are saying that preparation is done, but the way you guys are chatting with each other, it seems like that preparation of all the subjects are completed because you guys are not serious at all. You want to socialize here. You want to make new friends and all, which are not even going to last. But all the best for your first examination. Do not panic at all. Things will be fine. Okay. Let us start with biomagnification. What is this biomagnification? What happens? No, I do not teach Hindi, beta. My subject is biology, of course. I also had this Sanskrit subject till 10th class, but never after 10th. And I used to hate Sanskrit, by the way. Chalo, let's come to this biomagnification. The term itself says that there is magnification of something. What is this magnification? Do you see this food chain? What is happening in the food chain? Some kind of chemical has entered at the producer level. Now, the chemical will enter into the second trophic level. But do you see the amount has increased drastically? See, the amount here is very less. But when we come to the second trophic level, the amount of this chemical has increased. When we come to the third trophic level, the amount has increased to another higher level. And at the last trophic level, the amount is maximum. So, this is the amount of the dangerous chemical, let's just say DDT. So, DDT entered in our food chain and at the last trophic level, the amount was maximum. This condition is known as biomagnification. When any food poison or chemical enters inside the food chain, it is maximum at the last trophic level. This is known as biological magnification or biomagnification. Then next is your garbage disposal, which is also an environmental issue. Government spends most of the amount in collecting the garbage every day, and to dispose the garbage we need to first divide the waste into biodegradable and non-biodegradable waste. Biodegradable waste is one which is easily degraded by the saprotrophs, bacteria, fungus and mushroom, but non-biodegradable waste includes all the plastic bottles, all the glasses and metals which are not degraded by the action of bacteria and fungus. So, these are to be recycled, or we should reduce the consumption of these non-biodegradable waste, and we should try to reuse it. Hai na? What is phytoplankton and zooplankton? See, planktons means microscopic organisms. Phyto means plant. So, when I say phytoplankton, so these are microscopic plant organisms. When we say zooplankton, these are microscopic animals. Okay, and these are present in the water. Now, non-biodegradable waste which cannot be easily degraded by the enzymes. How do we dispose the waste? First of all, we add it into the land fillings beta. हम सबसे पहले land fillings में डालते हैं इसको. Then with the biodegradable waste, we can also perform composting. What is composting? We collect the waste from different areas. It is to be kitchen waste only, biodegradable waste only. We cover it with the soil, and the bacteria or microorganisms in the soil break it down into simple particles, and manure is formed. So, this manure is very useful for the farmers or the people who want to, who used to garden, who used to perform gardening. They can also use this compost. Then is recycling. Have you heard of 3 R's? Reduce, reuse, recycle. Right? So, first of all, we should reduce the consumption of the waste substances. Then we should reuse it. And in the end, we should recycle it. That's what we do. After your 10th examination, all your previous year books will be sent to the recycle wale bhaiya who comes to your house every Sunday. So, what does he do with all that plastic, with all that glass bottles and your old books and paper? All that is sent to the recycling industry. Incineration. This is again an important topic. What is the meaning of incineration? Incineration means we collect the garbage which is very hard to dispose. I am talking about metals and hard plastics here. They cannot be degraded, and it is very difficult for those plastics or metals to recycle. Then we perform a step named as incineration. There is this large machine named as incinerator, and at very high temperature, just say 1000 degrees Celsius, 2000 degrees Celsius, we burn the waste. We burn the waste to such high temperature. What are the uses of incineration? First use is that the volume of the waste will be reduced. Second, it is the ash can easily be disposed of later. See, it is very difficult to recycle small needles that we use in our home which are made up of metals. So, those needles can be sent, or items like small needles made up of metals are disposed of by the incineration process. Okay. Then is the question, which of the following pollutant is not present in the smoke emitted from the vehicles? Let's see how many of you can answer this. I have 30 seconds here. Answer this. Come on quickly. Because we will now start with the new chapter after these questions. We will start with the new chapter after these questions. Yes, so you think the right answer is lead. Okay, yes, that's right. 81%, great job. Supreet, Priyanshu, Harshit, Ritesh, Avinash, Krish, Jashan, Mehjabi and Doob giving, okay, whatever. I am giving this question as homework. So you have to do this from home. This also. And now we are starting with heredity only. No evolution. Ready for the chapter? Ready for heredity? I need to see all the thumbs up in the comment section. Because we are starting the most dramatic, most difficult chapter, you think. That is heredity. Let us start. Ready? Mendel. What about radioactive chemicals? Radioactive chemicals, I don't think that there is any way to dispose radioactive chemicals these days. What we can do is we bury these radioactive chemicals deep in the soil so that the effects does not reach us or to the plants or other animals. Heredity. First of all, what you should know about heredity, we have covered sexual reproduction. I already told you that in sexual reproduction, special cells are produced by male and female and there is fusion of those two cells to produce the zygote. That is sexual reproduction. But before that, you should have some other knowledge also. All living organisms, you, me and all the plants, they were one-celled at one time. We all were zygote, right? We all were zygote at some point. Yes or no? Tell me. We all were one-celled first and then we were in the mother's womb for 9 months and then our body was formed. But first of all, we were a single cell. Do you agree? Tell me. Do you agree? We all were single cell, right? Great. So in the zygote, there was the fusion of sperm and there was the fusion of egg. Only then we were formed. Only then this zygote were formed. The nucleus of both the cells fused together, right? Sperm also had 23 chromosome. Egg also had 23 chromosome. So there was the fusion of these two nucleuses, right? And in the zygote, 46 chromosomes came. In the zygote, 46 chromosomes came. Then, what happened? See, let's take another color. This was the chromosome of Papa. And this was the chromosome of Mummy. Okay? This chromosome also had the gene of height, and here also at this locus there was the gene of height. Okay? Same way there were 23 chromosomes. This is the first chromosome. Now let's just say there is second chromosome. Okay? This is the second chromosome. Here the second chromosome had the gene for brown hair. And in case of Mummy, This was the first chromosome. This was the second chromosome. Let's just say here was the gene of black here. Okay. Now these chromosomes are combining. So the same chromosomes will combine. The homologous chromosomes will combine. This chromosome has the gene of height. This chromosome also has the gene of height. Their structure will be same. Their size will be same. Now these two will come in pair. This is from Papa and this is from Mummy. Now these two are homologous chromosome. What I am going to call it? Homologous chromosome. Because the structure and shape and size was exactly same. Okay. So, now this is the homologous chromosome combined together. First, one from mother, one from father. Now, in same way, there will be how many pairs? 23 pairs. How many pairs will be there? 23 pairs. And how many total chromosomes will be there? 46 chromosomes. Right? Now, this last pair, 45 and 46. If this sperm was X, 45 will be X. Mother is always X, so 46 will be X. If father's sperm was Y, then in this case, this would be Y and this would be X. This would have been the zygote of a boy. Got it? Now, let us understand the structure of chromosome. Beta, this is chromosome. If you want to see the structure of chromosome, it is a double thread-like structure. We call this DNA. And DNA is wrapped over proteins. DNA is wrapped over proteins. So, can we say that chromosome is made up of DNA plus proteins? Can we say that? Thank you, Avinash. Can we say that chromosome is made up of DNA and proteins together? Bol sakte? Then, on this DNA, there are special segments or units which are known as genes. There are different genes on different chromosomes. Okay, now we are going to start with Mendel. Mendel is known as father of genetics. He performed experiments on Pisum sativum. On what did he perform experiment? On Pisum sativum. We have done chromosome, genetic material made up of DNA and histone proteins, and it is found in the nucleus of the eukaryotic cells. Now this is the diagram of chromosome which I just drew for you. This is the chromosome. See, we opened up the thread. We saw that it is double thread like structure and it is wrapped over proteins. See, these are the proteins on which it is coiling around, and this area on which there is highly coiling of DNA over the proteins, we call this area as nucleosomes. So, what are nucleosomes? Nucleosomes are the area where DNA is coiling over the protein. That is known as nucleosome. Homologous chromosomes we have done. What is this? This is the karyotype. Can you tell me? See, karyotype is basically a chart on which the chromosomes are arranged of any person. Now, this karyotype is of a boy or a girl. This is what you have to tell me. Is this the karyotype of a boy or a girl? Genome, and what is the difference between gene and genome? See, genome is the complete DNA extracted of a person. The DNA of all the cells are taken out and connected together. That is the genome. And gene are the special segments on the DNA beta. This is of boy or a girl? Yes, it is of a boy because last pair is X and Y here. Now, what is gene? This is the functional unit of heredity. It is present on DNA. And what is the function of gene beta? Gene codes for proteins, hormones and enzymes. These are the three things coded by a gene. Gene controls the development of the inherited character. जो भी, whatever the characters are achieved by you, the hair color, the hair texture, the height, the skin color, That is from our parents. Sometimes we match our parents, sometimes we are very different from our parents. It is because of the different pair of the gene. It is because of the different pair of the gene. Remember, I just showed you one case that one chromosome was from papa and one chromosome was from mummy. Okay? Now, there was this height gene here and here is also the height gene. Let's just say here the gene is producing large amount of growth hormone. The gene is producing large amount of growth hormone. And in mummy's case, the gene is producing less growth hormone. So here, Mendel showed it like this. We write it as capital T and small t. Actually, what is happening? The gene is producing large amount of chemical. Here, the gene is producing less amount of chemical. So, even if any of the case large amount of growth hormone is being produced, the child will be tall here because this is dominant. But if this was the condition, imagine here the gene also the gene was producing very less growth hormone, and in mothers also the gene is producing very less growth hormone. The child's height will be dwarf. Got it? So this is how the genes are working. So we have named it as dominant and recessive. What is the dominant one? The one which is expressing itself even in the presence of the recessive one, we call it dominant gene. Now, what are variations? Variation means the changes that are happening in our body cells. For example, if the tail of this dog was cut accidentally, we see that an experiment was done basically. So, the tail is cut. If it starts to reproduce and give rise to new organisms, what do you think? Those new puppies will be born up with the tail or without the tail? Obviously with the tail, because here the change was taken place in its body cells. So, somatic variations which take place in body cells, they are not passed on to the next generation. These are also known as acquired traits. Gametic variation which take place in the egg and sperm, these changes are passed on to the next generation beta. For example, human height and skin color. Then acquired traits again which cannot pass to the next generation, and it did not bring any change in the DNA of the sex cells. Inherited traits can pass to the next generation. There is a change in the DNA of the sex cells. Now, who have a perfect pair of sex chromosome? Tell me. 30 seconds you have. Who have a perfect pair of sex chromosome? Girls, boys, both girls and boys, it depends on many other factors. Yes, tell me. Perfect pair means? Perfect pair here means same chromosome. Answer is girls only. Girls have XX, right? 27% gave this answer. Both girls and boys, no beta. With perfect pair means same chromosome. The size of the chromosome is same. In case of boys, it is X and Y. Actually, the Y chromosome is very smaller in size. 3 students answered correctly. This is Rekha, Bhavna and Vipin. Very bad. बातें करते रहते हो और तुम सुनते नहीं हो. Okay, now let us talk about Mendel's experiment. He performed his experiments on Pisum sativum. ठीक है, मटर के पौधे पर उसने काम किया. Why did he choose Pisum sativum? Because it was easy to grow. Different varieties were available. The lifespan was quite short. They were self-pollinating. It had bisexual flowers. What is the meaning of bisexual flowers? That on the same plant, male and female were present. And then large number of seeds were produced, so he could perform the successful experiment. Now, Mendel noticed 7 different characters of the plant. What were those? There was seed shape, seed color, flower color, pod shape and pod color, flower position and stem height. 7 characters were observed, right? And then he told us that some were dominant and some were recessive. Round shape is dominant, wrinkled is recessive, yellow color is dominant, green is recessive, violet color is dominant, white color is recessive. Inflated pod is dominant and constricted pod is recessive. Now, if we talk about pod color, green is dominant, yellow is recessive, flower position, axial is dominant and terminal is recessive, and last one, tall height is dominant and dwarf height is recessive. Now, monohybrid cross. What is the meaning of monohybrid cross? That the cross is done between only one character. The cross is done between only one trait. That is monohybrid cross. For example, this one. Okay, let me do the cross for you. Okay, let me do the cross for you. How do we do the cross? First of all, we take the parents. We take the parents. Here the parents are tall and one parent is dwarf. Okay. Then gametes will be formed. These will be separated. Here also these two will be separated. Then F1 generation will be formed. Now there are chances that this gamete can combine with the small t, or it can also combine with another small t, or maybe the second capital T can combine with the both. We have both the chances beta. And in F1 generation we got all tall plants. All tall plants in F1 generation. Now, what is the phenotype? Phenotype means the physical character. You see the plants and all will appear tall to you. That is the phenotype. And what is the genotype? The genetic makeup. So, here the genotype of all the plants is also same. One is capital T, one is small t. All are heterozygous tall here. All are heterozygous tall here. So, phenotype and genotype are same here, which is all tall. Why we need clean aquarium and we do not need to clean the lake? Because aquarium is the artificial ecosystem. We need to change the oxygen level, the dissolved oxygen level in the aquarium beta. In lake, it is natural ecosystem. It will have all the microbes and a natural cycle going on. But in case of aquarium, we need to add a pump of dissolved oxygen that will keep adding the fresh oxygen inside the aquarium. Now moving on, let's produce the F2 generation. How do we get the F2 generation beta? To get F2 generation, we perform a self-cross of F1 generation. Capital T small t self-crossed with capital T small t. Again, gametes will be formed and in this case, see, these are the gametes. What will be the result? This capital T can combine with capital T. This capital T can also combine with small t. Then this capital T with small t, and lastly small t and small t. Now if you see, these three will be tall. Physically all these three will appear tall and last one will appear dwarf. Last one will appear dwarf. Okay. So the phenotypic ratio here will be 3:1. 3:1. But when we talk about the genotypic ratio, see, there is only one dwarf. So, it will be 1 only. But these two are having different genes. These are heterozygous tall. So, 2 and this is homozygous tall. 1. So, genotypic ratio will be 1:2:1 and phenotypic ratio will be 3:1. बेटा इट विल बी गिवन इन द क्वेश्चन हर्षित. क्वेश्चन में दिया जाएगा कि आपको मोनोहाइब्रिड क्रॉस करना है या डाईहाइब्रिड क्रॉस करना है. क्वेश्चन में दिया जाएगा. Now let us talk about the dihybrid cross. Back cross is not in syllabus. I will not tell you. Okay, now let's come to dihybrid cross. Dihybrid cross means now we are going to talk about two different characters. For example, here we are going to talk about the seed shape which is round and wrinkled and seed color which is green and yellow. Seed color which is green and yellow. Beta Vikas, this is heterozygous condition because one is dominant gene and one is recessive. And this is homozygous condition that both the alleles are same. This is also homozygous condition that both the alleles are same. These are the basics, okay. We are now at the point of revision where a teacher expects that you must know all the basics. But that's okay even if you don't know. We have done a successful revision, I guess. Let us take the parents beta. How are the parents here? The seed is with round shape and yellow color. And here the seed is with wrinkled shape and green color. Now, how we are going to take the round shape? Capital R, and yellow condition will be capital Y, capital Y. These both are dominant traits. And here is wrinkled, smaller, smaller, and for green we write it as small y, small y. These are the parents. Now we are going to form the gametes, beta. Listen to me very, very carefully at this time. What is going to happen? See, we are going to separate the gametes. We are separating the gametes. Here also we are separating the gametes. Now, one thing that you need to understand, because there is also this law of independent assortment that I am going to teach you after dihybrid cross, but law of independent assortment is related to this dihybrid cross. So, you need to understand and listen to me very carefully. Gamete formation is happening. See, this capital R, the first one, it can combine with capital Y of this location and this location also. So, can we write it down as capital RY, this, and capital RY this? Same way, this capital R can combine with this Y also and the other Y also. But in your NCERT, only one time RY is written. Why so? Because the result is same, na? The gametes are same. So, there is no point of writing it all the time. So, there is only one time it is written in NCERT. Same way, small r and small y will be formed 4 types. And we are writing it only one time. Now, F1 cross. What happens in F1 cross? See, this capital R and capital Y will combine with small r and small y. It will combine with all the 4 small r and small y. Then this one also will combine with all the possibilities. This one also will combine with all the possibilities. And the last one will combine with all the possibilities. So, in F1 cross, we get 16 combinations of capital R, small r, capital Y, small y. Tell me, yes or no? Then let us come to F2 generation. What is the case of F2 generation here? See, in case of F2 generation, beta, we are going to self-cross. We are going to self-cross the parents. Capital R, capital, small r, capital Y crossed with capital R, small r, capital Y, small y. This is the F1 cross. Selfing of F1 to get the F2. We are going to make the gametes here. Let's separate the gametes. Now understand this. We will do the same process, beta. This capital R will connect with capital Y also. This capital R can also go with small y. Same way, small r with capital Y and small r and small y. This explains your law of independent assortment. Law of independent assortment says that all the alleles are independent. There is no such rule that dominant will always go with the dominant one or dominant will always go with the recessive one. It is, see, it is combining with both capital also and small also. Same way the small r is combining with both. This is the law of independent assortment that we are going to understand further. Same way here the gametes are also going to form. Same gametes will be formed. Now we are going to make a Punnett square here. I have already drawn a Punnett square for you. See, these are the gametes of one parent and these are the gametes from another parent. Let's combine. Let's write down the combinations. This will form capital R, capital R, capital Y, capital Y. Please check what if I am making some mistake. So, I need you guys to keep a check on the combination because there are high chances that we can make some kind of mistake here. I will intentionally make one mistake here and then I will ask you guys to identify it. Let's see who can identify or catch my mistake that I am intentionally going to do here. Let's see who can detect it. Is there any mistake that I have done? Is there any mistake that I have done? Tell me. Which one? Where is the mistake? Is there any mistake? Chalo, let's find out the mistake. First of all, there will be 4 combinations formed. There will be 4 combinations formed. Second line, third block. सही तो है? सही है, सब सही है. सुनो, we are going to make round and yellow seeds. So for round and yellow, only one R and one capital Y is enough. है ना? Only one capital R, capital Y is enough. Then there will be wrinkled and green. Wrinkled and green. These were our parents, right? To get wrinkled and green combination, we need this scenario. We need this scenario. And two new combinations will be formed in this case. What are those? Round and green. Wrinkled and yellow. Wrinkled and yellow. These are the 2 new cases that will be formed here. For roundness, we need one capital R. It will give the round nature. For green thing, we need small y, small y. For wrinkled behavior, we need small r and small r. For yellow seed, we need one capital Y. That would be enough. Okay? So this will be round yellow, round yellow, round yellow, round yellow. Again, round yellow. What this will be? This will be round, but this will not be yellow because capital Y is not present. This will be round yellow, round yellow, round yellow, and round yellow. How many round yellow do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 round yellow. Okay. Now, next one. This one will be round green. This one also round green. And this is also round green. How many round green do we have? 3. How many round green do we have? 3. Uske baad, then we have, this will be wrinkled yellow, 1. This also wrinkled yellow, 1. And this also wrinkled yellow, 1. So we have 3 wrinkled yellow. And the last one would be wrinkled green. So do we get the ratio 9:3:3:1? This is the ratio that we got in F2 generation. Look here. This is the combination beta that we got in F2 generation. This is the phenotypic ratio, that is 9:3:3:1. 9:3:3:1. Now we are going to talk about the different laws. The different laws of inheritance. The different laws of inheritance. What are the different laws? The first law is beta, law of dominance. The law of dominance says that when there is heterozygous condition like this, then one allele is dominant over the other. It will not allow to express the second allele because the first one is dominant. This is the case in heterozygous condition. This is the case of heterozygous condition. Done. Next law of inheritance is law of segregation. Segregation means separation. So, whenever there are alleles in pairs, either this condition or this condition, at the time of gamete formation, we were separating them, right? This is known as law of segregation. Alleles never blend with each other. They all separate at the time of gamete formation. This is known as law of segregation. And the last one we have is law of independent assortment. Beta, read it with me. It states that genes found on separate chromosome are inherited independently. That's why we wrote it as capital R with capital I and capital R with small y also, because they are independent of each other. We are talking about all the cases that might happen. Can be proved using dihybrid cross. The alleles for seed shape are separated or segregated independently of seed color. ठीक है? Right, Amit Facts, how are you? ले लिया भाई आपका नाम. Last topic is sex determination, which is very, very important. Now in sex determination, you have to draw the chart, beta. What does it say? That there is a father with XY last pair of chromosome and there is a mother with XX chromosome. At the time of gamete formation, these two will separate from each other. X and Y will be separated, X and X will be separated. Now, there is a chance that father's X chromosome will combine with mother's X and it will be forming a female child. But if Y is combining with any of the X from the mother, it will give a male child. So there is a possibility of 50% male and 50% female. Okay, there is a chance of 50% male and 50% female. Now you have a question here, which of the following is a totally impossible outcome for Mendel's experiment? सुभान मैं आपको बता चुकी हूँ बेटा F1 जनरेशन, आप थोड़ा सा वीडियो को पीछे लेकर जाओ और आपको दिख जाएगा. F1 जनरेशन मैंने बताया. ब्लड ग्रुप, व्हाट इज टू बी डन इन ब्लड ग्रुप? बेटा ब्लड ग्रुप तो है ही नहीं आपके सिलेबस में. ठीक है आदित्य, वी विल डू. What is the answer? Which condition will never be observed in case of Mendel beta? The right answer is option D. Medium height तो एक बार भी नहीं आई थी. D is the answer. 33% only. Aditya only gave the right answer. Next question. Which one is the possible progeny in F2 generation of purebred tall plant with round seed and short plant with wrinkled seed? The question is that which one is a possible F2 progeny of purebred tall plant with round seeds and short plant with wrinkled seeds? See, whenever we performed F2 generation, there is combination of parents as it is. These are tall and round. The parents are tall and round, right? Here the parents are short and wrinkled. So in F2 progeny, these combinations will be formed definitely. Two new combinations were also formed, right? What were the two new combinations? The two new combinations were tall but wrinkled. Tall but wrinkled, right? Short and round. Short and round. So now you have to tell that which among the following are the combinations. We get tall with round seeds. We also get tall with wrinkled. We also get short with round. So the answer will be all of the above. Answer will be all of the above, right? Okay, let me tell you about blood group beta. Blood group. There are 4 blood groups. A, B, AB or O. There are 4 blood groups. Okay. Now, when there is a person having A blood group, beta, in that case, how the genes are going to appear? The genes will be either homozygous like this, or it can also be heterozygous like this. And in this case, A is dominant. In this case, A is dominant. When someone has B blood group, in that case it is either IB or IB, or maybe IB or small I. Beta, small I is recessive. Small I is recessive. Got it? When someone has AB blood group, beta, this is a different case. This does not agree with Mendel. This case does not agree with Mendel. How it does not agree? In this case, beta, there is a condition A and B both. Now we know that both are dominant. So here both the alleles are going to come together and will show 50-50% dominance. Mendel ने रूल तक बना दिया था कि कभी भी alleles जो है वो dominance शो, हमेशा dominance शो करेंगे. But this is something against what he said, है ना? So you will study about this in senior classes. IA and IB, this is a case of co-dominance. दोनों ने 50-50% dominance दिखा ली. भाई दोनों ही बहुत ज़्यादा strong गुंडे थे, तो दोनों ही 50-50% dominance दिखा चुके हैं. Okay, and the last one is blood group O. Last one is blood group O. In this case, both small I is present, which is a case of recessive nature. So this was all about the blood groups. And now it is the time to end the marathon. We have successfully completed all your chapters, bacho. I hope you liked it. It was in pure English basically. This channel is dedicated to the students who want to understand in English. For understanding the whole marathon in Hindi, it will be conducted soon on PW Foundation. Now we are going to end the session. Beta, take care of yourself and all the very best for all your examination. It is the first time that you are appearing for the boards. So best wishes and best luck to all of you. Bye bye everyone. Now we are ending.